get started. And Sam's going to be tied up for about a half hour, so I'm going to go ahead and kick off the meeting. And I'd like to call this meeting to order for the morning of April 28th, 2020. And Tony, can you take roll call, please?
Yes, Jimenez.
Here, present.
Morales.
Here.
Dieppe. Crosco.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
Esparza.
Here.
Arenas. Arenas, I see you.
Here. Sorry.
Foley.
Here.
Chemis.
Here.
Jones.
Here.
And Licardo is absent for now.
Dave was present.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like everybody to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and make sure you adjust your camera in case you're wearing shorts or sweatpants. Okay. I pledge allegiance
to the
to the
flag
flag
of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it
for which it
stands,
and
stands,
to the
one
republic
nation,
under
under God,
indivisible,
under God,
with liberty and
indivisible,
justice for all.
with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now for orders of the day, does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? All right, if not, okay, closed session report, City Attorney.
Mr. Vice Mayor, no closed session today, so there's no report.
All right, thank you. On to item 3.1, report of the city manager, and I believe we have a presentation.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. And actually, there's two pieces to today's report. The first one, I wanted to start off with a special recognition to a leader in our community, and that's Carolyn Kirschglessler. Sorry. Last week, many of you know that after 7 years of service, Carolyn is stepping back as president and CEO of Team San Jose for medical reasons. And many of you, I'm sure, have seen the graceful and courageous video that Carolyn released to her team and allowed it to be released to our city team as well. And, you know, because of the shelter-in-place order, obviously, we were not able to really recognize the work that Carolyn has done while she was with us here in San Jose. She has since returned to her family in her native state of South Dakota. So I just wanted to take a minute on behalf of the entire city organization and thank Carolyn for her work. She has been instrumental to the success of San Jose's convention and cultural industry, and certainly to the success of San Jose's increased international visibility, I would say. She joined the organization at the time of the opening of the new convention center. I think we all had a lot of high aspirations for what we were going to be able to achieve. And under Carolyn's leadership, Team San Jose, I think, exceeded our collective hopes of what our convention and cultural facilities can really do to maximize the benefit of our city. And really the brand recognition, the impact to the economy and jobs and arts, culture, and really, I think, the sense of place. And so I just want to highlight some of the achievements of Team San Jose under Carolyn's leadership. Team San Jose's gross operating revenues grew 165% from almost 24 million in fiscal year 2012-13 to 63 million in fiscal year 2018-19. Specifically under Carolyn's watch, food and beverage revenues increased from 11 million to 28 million. and labor revenues increased from 5.8 to $19.6 million. Through concerted focus on local Silicon Valley, the corporate sector, Team San Jose attracted convention events by such iconic brands as Apple, Google, Facebook, Intuit, NVIDIA, NetSuite, Adobe, Oculus, Twitch, and others. Team San Jose launched a new destination leisure travel brand in 2016 to boost consumer awareness of San Jose as a travel destination. And hotel revenues in that time grew by 77% over a 5-year period. Team San Jose has been a partner with the city and the San Jose Sports Authority in helping and the 49ers in hosting big sporting events, as we all know, over the past few years, from WrestleMania 31 to Super Bowl 50 to the 2019 college football championship game, and also the 2019 National Hockey League All-Star Weekend. Carolyn has engaged with local, state, and national groups to raise the profile of San Jose. She has served as a board member for U.S. Travel Association, Destinations International, Cal Travel, the SVO, Joint Venture Silicon Valley, San Jose Sports Authority, and was vice chair of San Jose Police Foundation. Couple of other things that Carolyn achieved in her time here. She was named in 2019 as Businesswoman of the Year by the SVO. And in 2014, she was named Woman of Influence by the Silicon Valley Business Journal. And so I think it goes without saying, Carolyn has really surpassed the goals that were set for Team San Jose while she was here. I know the mayor and the council and the whole city team appreciate all the work that she's done and the leadership that she provided during her time here. I think I found Carolyn to be an amazing person. She has a lot of style and grace in the way she conducts herself, and I think I hope she's watching right now. I think she might be. And so she can feel the appreciation that we all share for her and the work that she's done for us here in the city of San Jose. As she shared in her video, I think we're all kind of envisioning her surrounded by the beauty of nature, spending time with her family and with her dog, Piper, and her cat, Izzy. I do very much appreciate the phone call I had with you, Carolyn, on the weekend before you left for South Dakota. It was nice to be able to connect with you in that way. And I just want you to take care. Thank you for your partnership over the years. And thank you for all that you've done for the city of San Jose. We wish you well. So that concludes my comments on Carolyn. I don't know if the mayor, or I know the mayor's not on yet, but Vice Mayor, or if any council members wanted to share any thoughts?
Yes, we'll take in order. Councilmember Arenas.
Wonderful, thank you. I've got to say that I couldn't pass up this opportunity to share my impressions of Carolyn as well as Team San Jose and where she's led our whole city and elevated us into a very sophisticated, fun, and just very vibrant city. And I think it has a lot to do with Carolyn and her leadership and how fabulous she has been. I've always looked forward to many of the events that you already mentioned, Dave. And when I think about Carolyn, I think of the word fabulous and sophisticated. And I've just got to say thank you for all that you've given San Jose, for elevating us the way that you have. I hope that we've given you as much as you've given us. I just want to say that when I heard of the news that you were leaving the city, as well as what you're battling in your private life, that it really broke me to know that one of our own, as I consider you that you are, was battling this in isolation, might I add, during this crisis. And so I want you to know that I'm here for you, and I'd love to be counted as part of your network, even though you're in South Dakota. You're still here in my heart, and so thank you so much, Carolyn, for all the work that you've done.
Thank you. Councilmember Camus.
Yeah, Carolyn, it was a pleasure knowing you. That almost my whole term, you've been there with our city, and I know that you're a very caring person. I know you cared a lot about our city. You cared a lot about your employees and making sure that everyone is being served well, and your work showed that you cared for our city. And I know that we will miss you here in San Jose. I will miss you, and I think all of us care for you and care for the struggle that you're going through. May God bless you, and please stay in touch with us.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And certainly, I had a great opportunity to work with Carolyn as the board liaison for Team San Jose, and just really had an opportunity to get to know her as a person, more than just the CEO of Team San Jose, and seeing her in work capacity, which obviously I had a great opportunity of that as well. But got a chance to get to know her as a person, was able to join her at a number of events there hosted at the convention center, as a guest at her table. Just had a chance to talk about life and family, and certainly she got to meet my wife Victoria and our son Jorge last year when Jorge was still young. I was bringing him to some of the Team San Jose board meetings, and I know that was one thing that Carolyn missed after he got a little older and was able to move around. Made sure that he was at my mom, but I know she missed him. Was hoping that he could continue to join us, certainly as he brought a little bit of enjoyment into the traditional boardroom. One key point that I wanted to bring up her story, I should say, would be how well Carolyn treated her staff. I can remember some of the first times that I went to both meetings and then events, and Carolyn was always asking me to step back and meet some of the staff. Whether it was the chefs or the kitchen staff in the back, the service staff up in the front, staff throughout the entire convention center, and the theater venues that we host. Every single chance opportunity she got, she wanted to show her appreciation for every employee, helping to promote San Jose, helping to show people that were out and enjoying themselves a really great time. And she knew that started with her own staff and how happy they were to be at work and to be serving the community that was enjoying our convention and theater venues. And the thing that she started was an appreciation holiday gala for all the staff. And these are staff that, week by week, multiple times a week, sometimes they're helping to put on great events for some of these big name companies, as we know, that are coming through and having some amazing galas, tremendous dinners, dances, live music, all the arts venues that are going on, constantly serving the individuals that go to these events. And a lot of the staff never have had an opportunity to actually attend an event like that themselves. And what Carolyn did was she got board support to start up a holiday gala for the staff, and they're able to bring their significant others. There's photo booths, and she would share some of the photos afterwards, just dolled up, suits and dresses, individuals that this may be their only experience like that, but just such an opportunity for somebody that is constantly serving at events like this, at galas like this, to themselves be able to experience that. And Carolyn gave that to the employees, and I know that they were extremely excited to be able to participate in that, and they came back to work even more motivated. It's certainly depressing, right, during this time that we have so many now of those employees that have been laid off, and I know that that was tough on Carolyn as well. And I thank you, Carolyn, for really hanging in and sticking through and showing your dedication to the city of San Jose, to Team San Jose as an organization, but more importantly to your employees and staff. And I think you've absolutely left us in great hands. You nor I, anybody can do anything about the nature of what's going on during this time, but I absolutely know that because of that foundation that you helped to create, that Team San Jose will be able to bounce back. And I look forward to those days. And thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you, Councilmember Perales. Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you. I'm really glad that we are having an opportunity to talk to Carolyn and honor her in this way for all the reasons that have been expressed. I guess what I want to say is, Carolyn, we're all with you. You know, every time that I got an email from you, I have to say, with all due respect to all of our colleagues and other city staff, I got a little bit of excitement, a little bit extra excitement when I got Carolyn's emails, you guys. And that's because of the events that you put on, but also because I think that because of everything that was expressed, but you have such a special way of conveying excitement, and you have just a very special way of making people feel very special. And so when you sent out those emails, I felt I felt like you were really just speaking to me, even though I know that you were sending emails to everybody else and inviting them to your special events. But I think that speaks volumes about how you really did elevate the city at a national level. You brought people in, you made them feel special. We wanted to be part of your table. We wanted to be part of your party. And I just I hope you're doing well. And I know that you're facing a huge challenge. We want to be there with you. We want to support you. And we really want to thank you. We owe you a world of gratitude. The city owes you a world of gratitude. And especially during this time, we don't want you to feel isolated or alone. We want to be able to send you all our love and put our arms, at least virtually, around you. Thank you for everything that you've done for us, and thank you for the friendship that you've all given each and every one of us. Again, I want to thank you for your grace and dignity. You've left most definitely your fingerprint on the city of San Jose, and I'm very grateful for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Oh, there it is. I just wanted to say thank you, Carolyn, for all you've done for our city. And it's been so wonderful to know you. And we've always had a great time. So although I haven't been on the Team San Jose board, Carolyn and I have spent a lot of time together since I've been the liaison to both the Arena Authority and the Sports Authority. So we end up at a lot of the same events. And like others have said, I always looked forward to the Team San Jose annual meeting / party. And I always wanted to go to Team San Jose events because the food was always the best food of all the parties. So thank you for all you have done to develop that, because it did change over the years and just kept improving and getting better. And you sure know how to put on one heck of a party. That's for sure. Wish you the best.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Carolyn, and first off, echo the recognition that everyone has given about the work that she's done to elevate us, particularly in the international community. She's made huge strides in that, and but I really wanted to say thank you for everything you've done for our city, but also as one of the newbies, I really got to enjoy meeting Carolyn as a new council member, and loved her positivity and her inclusion. I hope she gets a kick out of the Happy Hollow background today, because she would have, I think, I hope you get a kick out of it, Carolyn, because I appreciate how much you love this city, and we've had a lot of conversations about promoting all the things here in San Jose, from every neighborhood, from Little Saigon to the big events that we have, and that positivity is really infectious, and I treasure it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I didn't have tons of opportunities to work with Carolyn, but I did interact with her on occasion, and I really appreciated her work and everything that everyone has shared. And it was evident to me that she had a very strong commitment to the city of San Jose and did excellent work. But I have to say that Carolyn, given the circumstances under which you're leaving us, when I saw the video, I was just I teared up, and it just reminded me that we are all more than the work that we put in our daily lives at our jobs. And so I was amazed by your grace and more importantly by your courage. You are yeah. It just struck me that I wouldn't be handling things the same way, and I really think that speaks to your character and the type of person you are, and I very much appreciate that. I just want to say God bless you, and I hope that you continue to enjoy life and really take in the beauty of being with your family and nature and such, and I hope you're able to do that for many more years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. Carolyn, I really appreciated you sharing with us your personal story, particularly in your video that you sent, that you let us all witness. You truly, I didn't have a lot of time to spend with you, but your energy and passion for the city of San Jose was infectious and contagious. How could someone not want to give San Jose a big hug when you're around? You are truly a tremendous goodwill ambassador for the city of San Jose and for all of us. I appreciate the work that you did on Team San Jose. I wish you peace where you are with your family. Nothing more important than spending time with your family right now. I'm sending you as many virtual hugs as I possibly can and sending you love and peace. God be with you.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley. Carolyn, I want to echo everything everyone has said. I'm thinking back at the first time I met you when you invited me over to the convention center, and I had an opportunity to sit down and talk with you and your staff. And you know how people form opinions right away, first impressions. And so my first impression of you was, one, very sharp, very smart, very professional. But more importantly, my first impression of you was that you were a good person and a kind person and a caring person. And those are attributes that have stuck in my head, in my mind, in terms of when I walked away from that first meeting. Over the course of working with you and talking to you and communicating with you over the years, that first impression has been reinforced that you're what we call, where I grew up, good people. You're just a good, decent, caring, humble person. And when I saw your video, I had two emotions. One was my heart was broken, and the other emotion was inspiration. Your message to all of us was so inspiring. And when we look at our lives and how we impact other people and how we touch people, you start to realize that when we talk about our legacy is really how we impacted or touched other people that came into our lives. And you've done that. You've impacted all of us in such a positive way. And you'll always have that legacy that you've had that impact on us. And I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank you for all that you've done. And we're just praying for you. So, Dave, is there anything
Really?
else you want to add?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, everyone. That was really nice for us to be able to give Carolyn our thanks and appreciation for all she's done for our city. So take care, Carolyn. Okay, I'm going to move into the rest of the update. We like to start off with recognizing some of the work going on within the organization. And starting off with, appropriately so, our team at the Happy Hollow Zoo. You know, Happy Hollow Zoo is one of our many facilities that's closed its doors to the public as we comply with the health orders to stay at home and not have places open for gathering. Well, there's 150 animals that comprise this zoo that still need care and enrichment time. And it takes a team effort. So our Happy Hollow team is out there, the zoo manager, zoo curator, the veterinarian teams, the senior zookeepers and other zookeepers, all of the staff are out there caring for the animals, making sure that they're fed and cared for and they have enrichment time. And certainly an important function that we be able to make sure that they are all safe during this time and are ready for reopening someday. As with all our facilities, the Happy Hollow team has adopted new safety measures for how the team works, including physical distancing during the time that they're doing work. So just want to thank the entire Happy Hollow Zoo team for caring for the animals and keeping up the good work. The next team I want to thank is really all the citywide timekeepers. And I had mentioned something earlier in one of my reports. You know, timekeepers always do important work to make sure that our time is accounted for accurately. We have so many funding sources within the city, hundreds and hundreds, and we need to make sure that time is traced to the appropriate funding source. Well, in this COVID environment, that gets about 1 million times more complicated as we need to track our time for potential reimbursement with FEMA and other sources. And so it's really the job of the timekeeping team, both in finance and all the timekeepers in each of the departments, making sure that we're doing that work accurately. A lot of it has to be manual now because of the kind of the special requirements. And certainly doing this work as the timekeepers are working remotely, not having access to all the monitors they normally do, and even printers makes the process more complicated. And certainly even trying to resolve issues with staff that are off doing work in various places can even complicate that. But each time period, the team's gotten better at it, and I think we're in good shape for any reimbursement that we get. And just want to show a lot of appreciation for the staff behind the scenes getting the work done. Wanted to provide a little bit of an update on Verily. The city team is working with Verily, which is a Google company, and the county of Santa Clara to stand up a fast deployment COVID testing site. The site will be located in the east side at the Police Athletic Field Stadium. Up to 250 tests will be available per day, 2 to 3 days per week. The targeted opening for testing for the public will be sometime next week. And more messaging will be coming out from us and Verily in the county once we've got things set up. There will be a website for folks to self-screen and to register for either vehicle or pedestrian visits. And this is a free service to the community, and we want to thank Verily for their interest in in setting this up in San Jose, and we greatly appreciate that. Wanted to note that yesterday it was announced that later in the week, the public health officers will be issuing a revised shelter-in-place orders. The orders will be extended beyond May 3rd, which is when the current orders expire. But we are expecting to hear about some easing of specific restrictions for lower risk activities. So that information, as they revise those orders, is expected to come out later on in the week. I also wanted to acknowledge at Rules last week, the Rules Committee approved a memo from the mayor called Back to Work Safely, Preparing a Protected, Prudent Path. And so that memo was approved by the Rules Committee, and it lays out various recommendations that, that we intend to integrate into either future 3.1 updates or individually agendized council items. I think the items that are in the memo align well with much of the work that we're already doing, and also provide some input to work that we can be doing to get ready for future revised orders where more work can occur in a safe manner. So I wanted to acknowledge that, and you'll be seeing in reports how we are able to report out on our various efforts with regard to those recommendations. So next we're going to get into the updates from the team. So we'll have an update from the EOC from Lee Wilcox. We'll also have Rosario provide an update from the EPIO functions and work that we've been doing on public information. Kip will also provide an update as we're looking forward on recovery to resilience. We also will have an update from Rosalind and Chris Burton on development services and what we're doing there, both currently and looking forward. And then Hector Estrada and Chu Chang will be available for questions for that part. And then we will also provide an update on federal spending guidance and advocacy that we're doing. And so that'll be done by Lee and Luce Crofesi Howe and Benna Chang. So that's what's going to be coming up. And I'm going to hand it over to Lee to start off the EOC update.
Thanks, Dave. Let me just start the presentation. Thanks, Dave. On behalf of Kip Harkness and I'll be starting the presentation as the EOC director for the past week. On behalf of both Kip and I, we do want to thank everyone in the Emergency Operations Center, the field, and in the organization overall. Without this team in place, we wouldn't be able to do some of the things that we are doing and achieving the goals we are achieving. And most importantly, we wouldn't be able to ensure that our residents can comply with the public health order and stay at home without this team. So on behalf of Kip and I, thank you to everyone. Today, we're going to kind of lightly cover, as Dave mentioned, within the EOC update, our compliance, as well as some updates on food distribution, our homelessness assistance. But a bulk of the presentation today is really going to be the conversation will really focus on kind of looking forward in the recovery process around our economy, as well as our kind of our own fiscal health as an organization. So on the compliance side, kind of our peak compliance, as we noted last week, was really on Sunday, April 5th at 61% of the public complying with the public health order. And this data, again, is in partnership with Stanford University. Although there's not been a significant shift in the at-home behavior over the last 2 Sundays, compliance has dropped somewhat over the last 2 Saturdays as the weather's gotten better. And again, as this data is shared, we don't know with this data if this is simply someone taking their dog for a walk around the block, or trying to head down to Southern California to see some of the people at the beach. So we are continuing to refine that data with Stanford University, and we are continuing to monitor this closely to ensure that our own residents are complying with the public health order. And a lot of this will manifest itself in kind of how we enhance our communications and some of the work that Rosario, her team, and the behavioral insights groups have been working on as we look at this data. Moving on to our food program. Program continues to scale and become even more efficient. And this isn't just on the city side, but with all of our partners and our CBOs, school districts, and the work with the county. In addition to just meeting the need of now, our planning and forecasting models for this crisis continue to evolve. And as you can see, the most recent kind of our total current plus our pipeline, we've got capacity for 3.3 million meals on a weekly basis. So this number will continue to evolve, but as we continue to partner with the county and better understand the public health order and kind of the timing of that and possible surge demands, we're able to scale this program accordingly to meet the needs of our public. Importantly too, what you guys don't see on this slide and what we haven't been able to report out that you'll hear a little bit later is at the same time, the food distribution team in partnerships with the Emergency Operations Center's recovery section have implemented a very robust tracking and documentation system throughout the entire county so that we can drill down to specific sites and understand what money we're spending at what sites and what populations within our community that we're tracking. This has been in partnership with our FEMA reimbursement consultants to ensure that we maximize reimbursement throughout the city. For our homelessness assistance program, over the last week, the city opened up the temporary shelter at the Camden Community Center. So there's currently 4 families there and 32 individuals. We continue to scale the beds reserved for COVID-19 positive, but as you can see, the very little of those have filled. So the sheltering of our shelter system has really helped mitigate some of the concerns around the spread of COVID in our unsheltered community. And I just wanted to highlight, even amidst of this emergency response, just the great work of our housing department and their continued focus on their overall mission for the city of permanently housing our unsheltered residents. And just a really great fact, since the COVID response started in March, our housing department has still housed 306 of our unsheltered residents in permanent supportive housing. So to Jackie and her department, thank you and very well done. And with that, I am going to hand it off to Rosario to go over our emergency public information officer report.
Thank you, Lee. Good morning, council members. Rosario Nieves, Director of Communications, and in this activation, I am the Emergency Public Information Officer, and I'm happy to share with you this morning an update from the Emergency Public Information Branch, mainly focusing on how we're engaging our workforce and keeping our employees informed during the pandemic. Next slide, Lee. Thank you. So as I updated you all a couple of weeks ago on our overall communication objectives, we are focused on not just public health messaging for the broader San Jose community and educating our community on how we're continuing to operate during the pandemic, but a key part of our communication strategy is making sure that the workforce is engaged and informed. We are continuing to provide them with regular, reliable, and timely information and are very much committed to ensuring that they are in the loop about how the city is responding to COVID and are also feeling recognized and motivated during this pandemic. Next slide. Thanks. So in looking at internal communications, there are some key guiding principles that I use in ensuring that workforces are engaged. And one of the key factors that we need to keep in mind here in San Jose is that our workforce is very dispersed. Not all of our employees are office workers and in front of computers or email. And so that's something that is definitely a challenge for our organization, as it is many other cities. And it's also important that we, in communicating with our workforce, that we adhere to some guiding principles that help guide all of our communications when we're interacting with employees. And so here are the ones that I am most focused on, and so I'll just detail them for you really quickly. Honesty and transparency. We don't spin in our communications, and it's important that we are authentic and we stay true to the unique voice of the City of San Jose culture and our employees. We like to capture meaningful moments that matter most to the organization and our culture, and tap into our employees' passions, and also take a multi-channeled approach to the way that we communicate with employees. And so I'll walk you through some of those methods that we've used during this pandemic. And we want our communications to be compelling. We want to tell stories and highlight examples and use different channels to do that. Next slide. So this is the internal communications unit that is behind most of the communications that you're going to see today. And I will say that this does not capture everybody that's been involved in putting our communications together. The internal communications unit is being led by Cheryl Parkman and Bill Gold in our employee relations team. And then there are many other individuals that are contributing, and this team is working in collaboration with our content development unit and especially our language access team in disseminating the communications that you're going to see. And so thank you to everybody who's been involved in putting these communications together. Next slide. So the team had a really cool brainstorm on March 25th, back in March, to generate some new ideas in not only how we're reaching our internal employees and our workforce, but we actually took some time to brainstorm ideas and messaging for each one of the target audiences that we're reaching during the pandemic. And so a couple of weeks ago, I walked you all through the wheel of our internal and external audiences. We actually used a great virtual tool called Mural to brainstorm some ideas and bring a very diverse team together and thinking through the messages that were important to convey to each one of these groups. And through the brainstorm, we actually came up with some new ideas for how we could engage our workforce outside of our traditional methods. And so you're going to see some of those today. Next slide. So one of those is creating an employee flash report. So as most of you all know, and those members of the community who have subscribed to our external flash reports, we created an internal one for employees a while back. And so we're now at flash report number 11. Those flash reports are disseminated twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 3 p.m. And they include resources for employees as well as reminders about important information or policy changes. We also have recapped for them the city manager's reports to you all in his item 3.1 to the city council meetings. We've also included resources such as the employee assistance program, as we know that many of us are just trying to cope with the impacts of coronavirus to our daily lives. We want to ensure that employees know that there's resources and assistance that exist for them and that they can certainly reach out to those resources. And we've been very successful in getting these updates out to employees. And for those employees who may not be in front of computers, we're actually encouraging their supervisors or division managers to share them in in-person meetings with employees. And so that's been an approach that's worked very well. Next slide. We also are recognizing our employees as unsung heroes. And so in our flash report, you can see this example here, we recently highlighted the Department of Transportation sewer team. The sewer team there in DOT is continuing to work in the field and perform their regular duties that many of us may not know are continuing during the pandemic. And so we want to ensure that those employees are feeling motivated and recognized and appreciated because they're the ones who are keeping our city running. As Dave says in his enterprise priorities, we are an organization that is powered by people, and we could not continue to do and manage our city services and operations without those frontline workers who are continuing to maintain our city facilities. And so we're doing everything we can to recognize them. Our employees are also helping us and disseminate these messages to the community. And so this highlight here that you can see is from the San Jose Fire Department, where several fire personnel, a whole team in fact, has participated in disseminating public education messages, such as the physical distancing procedures that we want the community to follow. And so they're actually stepping in and serving as spokespeople. There's been an entire fire department team that has been behind putting these videos together. And so especially want to recognize Erica Ray, the public information officer in the fire department, and Vitaly Litvinenko, who was our videographer, who has been behind much of our video work that not only that you see here in this fire department YouTube channel, but many of our videos. Next slide. We are also using our social media channels to recognize our essential workers and thank them. And so the post that you see here is an Instagram post, and you can see that it was posted in 3 different languages, in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese, and it features an actual San Jose Police Department employee, and you can see that she's out there on the front lines protecting our residents. And so this is another opportunity for us to not only say thank you to all of our first responders, but also to highlight for the community the work that our city employees are doing to protect them and make sure that they are staying safe. And that also underscores why it's important for our residents to mind the shelter-in-place order, because we don't want to put our first responders at risk. Next slide. And so this example here is, you're not going to see the full clip, it's just a screen grab of the YouTube channel, but you can go to the fire department's YouTube channel and you can see a host of videos. This one features firefighter Michael Briggs, and he's educating the community about how they are practicing physical distancing at station number 2 and encouraging the community to also practice physical distancing when they're out and about in the community. Next slide. And this is really cool. We actually got some of our employees to have their own family members star as models in our ads. And so just really great job to the emergency public information team for their creativity and putting this public health messaging together with behavioral insights, but also getting their families to star in that. One of the challenges that we face in putting these ads together is that we can't go out and conduct our regular type of photo shoots. And so we actually had employees volunteer and have their family members star in it. So you actually see in these ads, Raul Hernandez's mother, his wife, and his son, Vitaly's father-in-law and wife, Christine Ribeiro's husband, Julie Kim's daughter, and Chelsea Palacios' mother and sister. So thank you to all the employees and their families and loved ones for putting themselves out there and serving as messages in our community. It was another fun way to engage our workforce. Next slide. And so this has been a really great effort on the part of City Manager Dave Sykes. And so City Manager Dave Sykes recently hosted a series of virtual employee town halls using Zoom. We had a great turnout from our workforce, and we received many comments from employees that just said, thank you very much for everything that you're doing in the Emergency Operations Center, but also for just being available to answer questions. And so the video that you're actually watching now is just an example of one of the evening sessions, or an evening session that Dave conducted last night with employees. And you can see that employees had an opportunity to actually chat live and call in and have their question answered. They also were able to type their questions in and have either Dave or a leadership team member answer their question live. And so employees really loved this opportunity to chat directly with the city manager and the leadership team, and appreciated the effort and the entire series. And so in the next slide, you'll actually see some of the results. We were able to reach nearly 1 in 5 employees through this effort. We conducted 4 virtual town halls. There were 3 daytime sessions and 1 evening session. And we did have over 1,200 unique employees came in. And so what that means is that the employees had an opportunity to attend any of the sessions, and we were able to count that there were 1,285 unique participants, but employees may have attended more than one session. And we answered over 180 questions. What was very important to the city manager in conducting these town halls was providing the employees an opportunity to ask questions, but also providing the employees an opportunity to give input. And so we actually heard lots of great ideas from employees, and you can see a snapshot here of the types of topics that we heard from employees. They asked questions about the budget and the city's shortfalls. They asked about what we were doing in terms of how we were going to secure federal and state funding. They asked about returning to work and what does it look like once we recover from coronavirus, and what will their daily jobs look like. And they also asked questions about whether we will have layoffs and furloughs. So Dave was very committed to answering each of those employees' questions, and it was a very fun type of way to interact with our employee workforce. And most of these ideas came out of that workshop. So just want to recognize my entire emergency public information team and everybody who came up with these creative ideas and these new ways to engage our workforce. Thank you very much. Over to Kip.
Thank you, Rosario and Lee. I just want to talk a little bit about our path forward through recovery to resilience. And on the next slide, you'll see what is probably becoming familiar to you as we rapidly went up through stages 1 through 5 and are currently in stage 5. How do we come out of the current stage 5 and make our way over time back to our new normal of stage 10? The answer will be slowly, complicated, and unfortunately not always a linear path. It very well may see as we move from stage 6 to stage 7 that if the virus ticks up based on testing in the area, we may have to go back to stage 6 or even potentially back to stage 5. So I wanted to share just a little bit more about kind of what we're planning that we're beginning to do around stage 6 and what that will look like. We are beginning to engage the department heads and department directors around this, just starting this work in depth, and really have to await both the county orders and revisions as we go, and then an assessment of our own capabilities. We'll be asking key questions such as what can be done safely, what addresses the public health crisis, what is useful to jumpstart the economy, what can be done with services that respects our fiscal challenges, and how do we make sure that we're doing this in a way that has an equity lens and is focused on supporting our most vulnerable, as well as understanding who we really have available to reassign, given so many people are in the emergency operations and many of our employees continue to be at higher risk, and we want to make sure that we respect very much their safety as a bottom line as we reopen services gradually. So over the next week or so, we'll be working with department heads to develop out more complex plans for resumption of service, which will be a graduated turning on of the tap as we go. And we'll have to look at a number of different tools and interventions, such as social distancing and workplace modification. Telecommuting will continue as a big tool, staggered shifts, extensive use or more extensive use of PPE, personal protective equipment, enhanced cleaning, and of course the testing as well to ensure continued safety for all of our workers. So we're putting those plans together. It will take some time. We anticipate that the next county health order will largely extend the existing orders, loosening, but we will be using this time to do the planning so that as soon as we can, we will begin to turn back on additional services, provided we can do them safely and in a way that has the best impact on our community, answering the questions that I outlined above. So we'll keep you informed as we go. I just wanted you to know that this is a continual work in progress. We also are really thinking about how we walk back on this in case we have to go in the opposite direction in order to protect the safety of our employees and our community. So with that, one of the things that we've been talking about is development services. We're hopeful that at some point the construction ability will be broadened by the public health order. We want to be ready for that when it comes. In the meantime, we have been doing a number of very innovative approaches to how we provide development services. And since that work has been done by our development services team, I'm going to let them get the credit they deserve and speak directly to that. So for this next section, we have Rosalind Huey, Chris Burton, Hector Estrada, and Chu Chang, who will work us through some of the not only response to the COVID-19 crisis that has taken place in development services, but actually the acceleration of the already underway development services transformation into the digital realm to provide our customers with the services that they need and deserve. With that, I'll turn it over to Rosalind.
Thank you, Kip. Good morning, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. Rosalind Huey, Director of the Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. So I'm really glad to be with you this morning to share with you about the development services work that we have been able to continue under the county order. So within a 3-week span, the development services partners, like many other departments across the city, faced an extreme transition of our operations marked by 3 major milestones. This timeline maps new procedures that staff needed to create during this highly fluid crisis. First, I want to acknowledge that while we have adapted to our new way of working, this was certainly a very challenging situation. And we know that many of our customers, quite frankly, continue to still be very frustrated as the rules have changed, and our staff has had to find themselves becoming very familiar with the new county orders, the rules that we have to abide by, and actually working to consult with other individuals to interpret those orders. And then on top of that, our staff have been adjusting to providing our services differently, as now most of our staff are working remotely. So with the shelter-in-place order effective March 17 and the closing of City Hall to the public, we began to implement our continuity of operations plans. So at this time, our on-site inspections were continuing for both commercial and residential projects. We put in place procedures for remote application intake and for remote plan review. And with that, we had to communicate with our customers. So we launched a remote development services procedures webpage and communicated with members of our development and construction roundtable, as well as did various types of outreach to our customers, including using social media. To further ensure the safety of all of our staff, on March 23rd, we transitioned to most of our services being provided remotely. Staff were trained on new intake procedures. Supervisors delivered backlog of paper plans to plan review staff offsite. Inspection assignments were beginning to be distributed offsite, and we quickly trained and worked with our commissioners so that the March 25th Planning Commission meeting could be held virtually. And we think that we were probably actually the first in the city in the region actually to conduct a Planning Commission virtually. And that took a lot of training of staff and assisting our commissioners to conduct that meeting virtually. And then on March 31st, the new county order became effective that further restricted construction activity. So we ramped up testing and training for remote inspections for our smaller projects, and we started virtual appointments with our customers. So the next slide will show the development services that we have been able to continue under the county order. So you can see on the building side, we have been able to continue with building plan review, building permit issuance. We are able to intake new building permits remotely, and we have been able to conduct on-site inspections as allowed under the county order. And in addition, we've been able to do remote inspections using video conferencing. Then on the planning side, we have continued our work under planning development review as well as environmental review. We are continuing to be able to take new planning applications. And as I mentioned, we are conducting our Planning Commission, Historic Landmarks Commission meetings, as well as our director hearings, all via Zoom. So the next slide will provide some data in terms of the amount of work that we've been able to conduct. So you can see that on building plan reviews, we've actually been able to complete 646 plan reviews. We've actually conducted over 2,000 on-site building inspections. Now this number does include, for the first week of the order, we were still able to conduct commercial inspections. So that number is about 1,000 of that 2,000 number. We've been actually able to conduct 160 remote building inspections and take in new building permits of 176. We've been able to continue to issue building permits. Now we know that many of our customers aren't able to actually start construction under the county order, but we have been able to issue almost 600 new building permits. 22 applications have been heard at planning hearings. And then we've received over almost 300 new planning applications. And then for the Public Works Department, they have also been able to continue to deliver their services in issuing 424 permits. So the next slide. Thank you. Provides information on the fire prevention activity that has been able to continue. And we know how important this work is. So the fire prevention services were also able to adapt to working remotely. The fire department has focused on making progress on the backlog of projects awaiting to be assigned during the county order. They have been working with development services partners, supporting approved projects and those related to COVID-19 response. Efforts have been made to ensure that the flow of inbound projects and key functions such as authorized inspections, fee payment, and communication channels were in place. In addition, just wanted to add that fire has been able to conduct numerous inspections for surge capacity at our local hospitals and shelters. The next slide talks about all that we want to consider as we talk about reopening of the economy. What does that mean? And we think that there are some lessons that the development services partners can take from our current experience that we believe can support improved operations while still being safe in a COVID-19 world. So first, we will see more efficiencies with remote inspections for simple inspections. This is a very important part of our work. So this will allow our inspectors actually to do these inspections remotely. It keeps them from having to drive to many different locations in the city. So we're hoping to see more efficiencies in that area. We have already begun work around digital inspections form in our development services transformation work. And with this new application, our inspection forms are generated digitally and automatically transferred to our inspectors' tablets. And of course, this saves us time and responding to the COVID-19 crisis has shown our staff what is actually truly possible.
Rosalind, I'm sorry to interrupt, if I could for just a moment. I think there may be some transmission issues just with Wi-Fi, maybe on your end. Is it possible, perhaps, maybe by turning off the video, it might enable us to hear you more clearly?
Certainly.
Thank you. Yeah, my
Okay.
apologies. Thank you very much.
Certainly. So just going back to point 3, while we were a little behind the curve on digital submissions, we have found that responding to the COVID-19 crisis has shown us what is really possible. So we are currently working on developing a long-term digital submission platform for our customers to submit and for staff to review. This current experience, while it's not necessarily ideal, it does pave the way for future rollout of our digital inspection and review process coming later this year as part of our ongoing development services transformation work. By having our appointments take place remotely, we can save our customers time and money and obviously provide more efficiency. And then lastly, as we reflect on how difficult this process has been, and knowing that it has been very frustrating for many of our customers, all of us have had to meet unprecedented challenges. I think perhaps the greatest lesson was actually discovering the capacity of our staff to meet these unprecedented challenges. Our different levels of management understood that goal and the vision, and they had the infrastructure in place to deploy change management. And then all of our frontline staff understood their importance and their role in the regional economy and how important development services is to the vitality of the city. So with that, I want to end with the next slide with a few photos of our team members across the development services partners. This shows how we've been adapting to our new way of work. So that first image on the top left is actually a Zoom meeting being conducted. This is a staff meeting among our Planning Permit Center staff. The top right image is actually a screenshot of a remote video inspection being conducted on Zoom. And this is an inspection of the installation of a Tesla Powerwall unit. The bottom right photo shows one of our building division managers actually getting paper plans distributed to staff. So we had to do this in week 1 of the order so that we could get the paper plans out to staff in a safe manner, and staff were able to pick those up and do the review on those plans. And then the middle bottom photo is a building inspection dispatch that happened on the morning of April 20th. It's 6:30 in the morning, and you can see 2 of our building supervisors, Mary Reed and Patrick Lewis, actually in City Hall. They have other staff on the Zoom getting ready for dispatch of inspection assignments. And then the last photo on the bottom left is one of our planning technicians, Kenneth Chow, who is handling an application intake with a bit of help from his pet at home. So with that, I'm now going to turn over the presentation over to Chris Burton, who will share more about how we are preparing for construction and development to open up.
Thanks, Rosalind. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Chris Burton, Deputy Director with the Office of Economic Development. And during the current deployment, I'm actually acting as the Assistant Director of our liaison branch in the EOC. So I'll be providing this portion of the presentation a little bit with both hats on. We wanted to give you some additional context to the significant amount of work that Development Services has undertaken in response to the current pandemic. And in doing so, we also wanted to look forward with relation to development and construction and be mindful of the impacts and the opportunities that the current situation represents. So I'd like to start off with the context of where we are now, where we're headed next, and what we need to be mindful of later. So for now, really our work in the EOC as it relates to development services has been focusing on maintaining consistency with that county order, providing sort of more information and interpretation for developers and contractors, and then being ready for changes as they've come about. So the county's been using their FAQs to make clarifications around the order, and so we've been helping provide those interpretations with development services in partnership. But as we know, coming next, the county will be updating the order later this week, and we look forward to that transition and understand what those changes will be. In doing so, we'll be looking to ensure that the city is providing clear and consistent information as it's received, so we can provide that to all of the businesses we work with, but in particular the development community. And then we're also developing principles about how we should prioritize work to ensure that we can get construction moving as quickly as possible. And then, of course, we're looking, even further forward to when we're sort of beyond the shelter-in-place situation, and looking at ways that we can target development service activities to really help speed economic stabilization first, and then ultimately recovery. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in planning for the next transition and the future sort of end to the shelter-in-place requirements, we've been looking at trends and challenges that were occurring before the pandemic, as well as drawing from our experience during the last recession. And what we know above all else is that we really need to be prepared for a dynamic and evolving situation with regard to both our customer service and the kind of broader economic picture. We're already hearing a lot of conversations around the real estate market, about how companies and developers are thinking about space. But in the near term, private investment in new development in particular is likely to slow significantly. And in some submarkets or product types throughout the city, we'll see it completely stop due to sort of a lot of that ongoing uncertainty around the financial markets, around demand for real estate, and certainly around costs. Another part of that uncertainty will likely come from the changes in which we occupy spaces, both as a result directly of the shelter-in-place order and the physical distancing requirements, but in the longer term, also the sort of what are the impacts of this telecommuting project that we've all become a part of overnight, and how much of that resides and continues in the marketplace thereafter. There's also considerable uncertainty regarding the impact of ongoing costs of development. So production slowdowns and supply chain disruption will have significant impacts on material costs, and particularly material availability. It's also unclear as to the impact of the current crisis on labor costs and also labor availability. And then also with regards to the way that the city has recently looked at cost of development through the cost of development studies and financial feasibility, there's considerable uncertainty around whether it will or what will happen to rents in both the commercial and residential markets. If you consider that feasibility was challenging in many parts of the city without rent increases before the current COVID crisis, then it's likely that feasibility will likely remain challenging in the near future as we come out of this situation. This in turn will likely continue to cause a deepening around housing affordability and housing availability as we continue to sort of lag behind current demand with production. And as more families continue to be impacted by this disruption to their income and livelihood, we'll see considerable increased demand around housing affordability. And then lastly, we're thinking about other transitions or influences that could be accelerated or affected by the current situation. If many people will recall that the last recession helped accelerate some of the major transitions around retail. We've already seen some of the larger retail box, the larger box market undergoing significant transitions in the last 6 to 12 months prior to this situation. So we're being really thoughtful about that market and what could come next, as well as how other industries, such as sort of e-commerce and distribution, which have continued, to operate through the current shelter in place. We were seeing increased demand before the crisis. And so as people's online shopping habits, potentially continue past the shelter in place, what will be the impact on that real estate market? And then also, what are those programs out there, particularly the Opportunity Zone program, that could be significant in the near term? So Opportunity Zones in particular, a lot of them had funds in place that were raised prior to the current situation. But as it stands right now, we believe they're still under the same timeline to expend those funds. So there could be an opportunity to capture near-term development opportunity there. Next slide, please, Lee. So in working through these issues, we've been thinking about our principles for reopening construction and development. Rosalind touched on some of the tactical pieces that have already been put in place. But from a slightly higher level, first and foremost, we're focused on maintaining whatever momentum exists through the end of this current development cycle. Our priority, as Rosalind just spoke to, is to ensure that projects that can continue under the order are kept moving. And there are roughly 120 projects that have been allowed to proceed under the provisions in the order. There are different requirements around what projects can continue. We're also focused on ensuring that projects that were underway but that have been placed on hold as a result of the order are ready to move once the order is modified or lifted. And then lastly, that new projects that were poised to start or ready to sort of pull those permits can do so as soon as possible by making sure that we're getting all those available building permits issued. We're looking to understand that there will likely be a lot of requests for service as soon as development starts again. So it'll probably take a week, maybe a little more, for some of the major construction sites to get going. But certainly around some of the smaller projects, there's probably a backlog of demand as people start to get those projects underway, especially around inspection. So we'll want to make sure that we're aware of what the important timelines are and how we can prioritize those projects that are having a significant impact on economic momentum locally, while also ensuring that we're providing good customer service across the board, including those smaller projects and residential remodels. schedules. In addition to making sure that we're responding to the immediate development opportunity, we want to focus on priming the pump for the next development cycle. So early work to entitle big catalytic projects was critical during the last recovery after the 2009 recession. And it allowed us to move quickly on opportunities that promoted economic growth. So we also need to focus beyond the individual projects on how we clear our policy backlog to ensure that there are no barriers to that development when it does start to come. So, critical examples would be, residential development in North San Jose, the continuing transition of SECRA from the LOS standards to VMT. It also includes looking at our existing programs to ensure that any timelines or expiration dates that we do have out there don't create challenges for potential near-term development as they're moving through the process and ensuring that their financing is in place. One of the other major factors through the last recession and into the recovery was impacts to service delivery as a result of the fiscal situation in the city. This is something that some of us, experience very closely. For an example, our planning department lost 15 years worth of experience, was largely impacted within sort of 2 years of the last recession, and much of the rebuilding and the optimization in our planning process has been a result of that, even sort of 10 years on. So we need to be mindful of those experiences and make sure that as we experience those massive shifts in development, that we minimize that ongoing impact to service delivery. And then lastly, we're focused on understanding and responding to this dynamic situation that I previously mentioned. We want to ensure that both our service delivery and our policy framework keeps pace with the world around us as it changes. Next slide, please. Okay, so lastly, I just want to end on some additional tactics that we're exploring to implement or drive some of these principles. So just to work through this quickly, we're looking at if there's opportunity to reschedule inspections on a kind of floating schedule. So as the order changes, we can ensure that the construction schedule for large projects isn't delayed and that we can make sure that we're ready to deliver on that service. We're also looking to prioritize those projects that have an outsized impact on development momentum in and around downtown in particular. There's a couple of key projects that are underway, and we want to make sure that we're troubleshooting any issues as they arise, particularly around sort of timeline. As it relates to timeline, I think the other thing we're going to be mindful of is that there will be compressed construction schedules. We anticipate that folks will be looking to catch up on lost time. And so anything we can do to support that will be important. You've already heard about how we're extending some of our development permit or building permit expirations. But we'll also be looking at ways to extend development permits so that those opportunities can be on the shelf ready to go for a longer period. And then again, as those projects look to catch up on lost time, those that are under construction, there may be opportunities to explore temporarily lifting restrictions on construction hours to extend them longer. So those are the types of things that we think could make a near-term difference as we experience this transition through the county order. We'll obviously be keeping you apprised as we go through these various changes and transitions and look forward to any feedback that you have. And with that, I'll hand the presentation back to Lee.
Thank you, Chris and Rosalind and the team for that excellent presentation. Just as you heard a little bit about economic recovery within the city of San Jose, the rest of this presentation is going to focus on our organizational and fiscal recovery. And the presentation is going to focus on fiscal recovery related to the response, but then also organizationally, how we continue to move forward with the complexity of the recovery process. We will be guiding the COVID finance recovery by 3 principles: do the recovery right, maximize our reimbursement, and minimize any impact to the general fund or city funds for that matter. For doing the recovery right, this includes a continued focus on our most vulnerable and at-risk populations through compassion and action, making tough decisions quickly, and working as a single team so everyone gets through the recovery process and this response together. For maximizing our reimbursement, much of our response and recovery process should be covered by state and federal funds, including FEMA, as well as the Coronavirus Relief Fund. We will maximize our reimbursement potential by strategically matching the highest and best funding sources to the highest and best uses of these funds and strengthening our funding requests through our clear documentation and our tracking processes that have been in day one of this response. And then lastly, minimizing any general fund impact. While the economic crisis will affect all of our funds, the most powerful effect on our community and the most important tool we have in our budget is our general fund. Therefore, we will be working together through the recovery process to use any other funding eligibility through FEMA, whether it be state fundings for those uses before we go to our city funds. And to walk through our initial strategy at a very high level, I'd like to hand it over to our Assistant Director of our Finance Department and our Emergency Operations Finance Section Chief, Luz Cofrese Howe, to walk you through our initial plan.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. It's a pleasure to present with you. At this point, there are a significant number of funding sources developed to address the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, from the very large, such as the CARES 3.0 Act, which we'll go into a bit more detail later, to the very small, like the $75,000 that's available in the Fair Housing Assistance Program, which will provide technology and administrative support to housing programs. Frankly, to witness this extraordinary amount of money being dedicated for a single cause is remarkable and reflects how unprecedented this COVID event is. We also have an extraordinary amount of need, as you are well aware, not just for our traditionally most at-risk populations, but also for the newly disenfranchised, the unemployed, the troubled businesses. As a city, we are now buying personal protective equipment, also known as PP&E, by the pallet, funding organizations that deliver diapers and baby formulas to parents and children, expanding shelter capacity for the unhoused, and taking the lead on food distribution for the county. So the city needs to make the most of any and all available funds to, as Lee said, to do the recovery right, to maximize reimbursement and minimize the impact on city funding sources. The graphic that you are looking at is a very, very high level view of how our funding sources will waterfall for this event, starting from FEMA, other federal and state funds, to the CARES Act, which includes the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and last to city monies. The graphic represents a couple of themes. One is how hard is money to get and to use? FEMA and federal money are historically the most challenging to access, with the state money maybe being a little bit easier. However, federal CARES Act dollars apparently are fairly flexible as far as the guidance that we've received so far. However, we also have to include, last but not least, city sources. They have the fewest restrictions as those monies are fully under city control. I just felt Jim Shannon blanch, or saw him visually blanch. I'm not saying that we should be using those general funds first. I'm simply making an observation about how easy they are for us to use. What this graphic also represents is how we will fund our needs. There are a number of activities that FEMA is clear about funding, such as Emergency Operations Center expenses or personal protective equipment purchases. For example, FEMA has already funded the state of Iowa $44 million for PP&E on April 4th through its expedited application process. We intend to fund what clearly are FEMA and federally eligible activities that the city has and completes with FEMA and federal monies, then progress through state funding, and then the available CARES Act money, matching sources and uses in the most optimal manner possible. To close out the waterfall analogy, so we'll get to the end of that, the goal is to have the city funding sources provide that last trickle of funding between 6 and 7%. In summary, we are developing a strategic funding plan, a coordinated tool, if you will, to best leverage available monies for the city. Next slide, please. So let's look at the most recent coronavirus relief package in more detail, which is represented by the large bubble. That is a CARES 3.0 Act, which was signed on March 27th, which provided $1.8 trillion in direct aid to individuals and businesses. In the CARES bubble are other smaller bubbles, which represent money the city has either secured already, which is in green, or funding for which the city plans to apply, which is in yellow. A sizable chunk of green is the Coronavirus Relief Fund, of which, and hang on, I need to look at the number, $178,295,248 showed up in the city banking account last Monday morning. Additional monies that have also been secured is $66 million in FAA money for the airport, as well as $8 million from HUD for housing and other necessities. We are planning to apply for public safety money, library money, and firefighter assistance money. The bubble in the upper right-hand corner represents the state money that for which the council took action last week on April 20th, 21st perhaps, 17.2 million in homeless housing assistance prevention, HHAP money, and 3.9 million in emergency homeless funding grant money. That's SB 89 money. I also want to point out that this graphic does not represent the entire world of funding that is or will be available to the city. It is simply a snapshot in time. We continue to look for and advocate for more funding to support the needs to address this pandemic. Next slide, please. The Treasury Department released guidance on the Coronavirus Relief Fund, or CRF, money a couple of days after we actually got the 178 million. Although CRF money is fairly flexible, as I noted above, the guidance is also clear that some program categories are simply not eligible. The most important one for us as a local government is that CRF cannot be used to replace lost city revenue. Additionally, CRF cannot pay for expenses included in the city's FY 2019-2020 budget or to provide bonuses for employees. Finally, to be considered as eligible, expenditures must have been incurred between March 1st and December 30th, 2020. Any funds not expended by that time must be returned to the Treasury Department. Next slide, please. On the other hand, there are a broad range of activities, including the ones that are listed on this slide, for which CRF can be used. To be eligible for CRF monies, activities must be in response to COVID-19, either directly either by enforcing the public health order and buying PPE, or indirectly for secondary effects of the pandemic, including unemployment and business closures. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Bennett Chang, who will provide a federal funding update.
Good afternoon. So last week, we spent a lot of time here at Council talking about the CARES Act 3.0. And a lot of that conversation was around how the city might be receiving funding from the CARES Act. Today, we also wanted to mention and just clarify that the City of San Jose is not the only local government that has received and will receive CARES Act funding. For example, our partners at the county also received a direct allocation through the Coronavirus Relief Fund and from CDBG, and school districts in particular are in line for specific education pots of money through the CARES Act. The federal guidance is very clear that we cannot spend funding from different programs on the same activity. So it's really critical that we continue to coordinate with our partners at these agencies on funding opportunities to make sure we have a strategic and comprehensive funding picture. As most of you have heard, the president also signed an interim package last week, the Paycheck Protection Program and Health Enhancement Act. This was a $484 billion package that mainly went to 3 different places: to the Small Business Administration for additional small business loan programs, to testing, and then to hospitals for some of their needs. Now the focus in Congress is really shifting over to the 4th package. The city has been working very diligently with our delegation and with our different coalition members, including the Big City Mayors Coalition the mayor is heading, to make sure that we have some advocacy around this package. From the city side, we're really focused on a couple of different areas. One is to continue the direct funding to states and local governments for our response, and to make sure that that funding is flexible. As you heard Luz just say, the guidance that came out from the Treasury Department was very clear that the coronavirus relief funds cannot be used for lost city revenue. So that's a key ask that we're making at the federal level. We've also asked for additional small business support, support for our unhoused residents, and then finally support for our undocumented community members as well as part of our federal advocacy. I will say that the outlook for the next package is pretty unclear right now. We expect House Democrats will release another bill at the end of this week as a discussion point. We are expecting that that next bill will probably be a CARES 2.0. So what we're hearing is that there will be the same programs that are funded in CARES, but with additional money. We are not expecting at this point that that next package will include any of the infrastructure or economic stimulus activities that people have been talking about. There's been a lot of rhetoric, I would say, from both sides right now between Republicans and Democrats about what should and should not go into the package, and as well as from the president. So I think it's very clear that House Democrats have been pushing very, very hard, along with Senate Democrats, for that direct funding to local and state governments. So the timing of this is also fairly unclear. I just got a note that the House is delaying their planned return to DC next week. So I think they are in a similar position as our state government, where there's a lot of uncertainty over how they will be conducting their business. We have heard from our federal lobbyists that depending on how quickly the small business loan program funds are spent from this interim package, there might be additional pressure to act sooner rather than later on the fourth package. So with that, I'll pass it back over to Lee.
Thank you, Benna. The mayor and council, that really closes out staff's presentation. I did want to highlight what Luz mentioned earlier, just the amount of funds available for relief and the recovery process is quite large. It's something like we've never seen. And so within the city manager's office and the leadership team, we will have an integrated approach with the emergency operations center and the finance recovery portion, along with our budget office and leadership, to ensure that we have an integrated and enhanced approach to our own organizational and fiscal recovery, so that we can continue to respond and ensure essential services for our residents as we move forward. And we will continue to engage the mayor and council as we learn more from the state, federal government, and as we continue to enhance our own financing and budgetary plans around this response. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Dave.
Thank you, Lee, and thanks to the whole team. So, Mayor, that concludes our report on item 3.1.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, everyone, for the presentation. Before we go on to questions, I just want to clarify one really, really important point. That $178 million cannot be used to backfill the enormous hole we have in our budget. I just want to be really clear about that. Is that correct, Lee?
That is correct. We cannot use it to backfill lost revenue.
Okay. So I know we're all going to look for ways to ensure that we are putting dollars where the needs are, and those needs are enormous in our community right now. And as you mentioned, we're standing up a food distribution system that's providing 2.5 million meals a week, which is tremendous. There's a lot of other work we're doing. But the enormous budgetary challenges we face, both today with this $45 million and what I expect will be a much, much larger deficit we'll have to deal with in just a few weeks, those will not be resolved with this $178 million. In other words, it will be as if the money sits there in the account, and it will make us feel somewhat helpless that we are going to have to take very difficult budgetary decisions, knowing that under federal law, we cannot use that money. And if we try to use that money, there would be a clawback, and we'd end up having to pay it anyway. And so I just want to make sure we're all really clear about that. If I'm mistaken about that in any way, Dave, Lee, anyone, please correct me, because I think it's super important that we all have that clearly in mind before we start celebrating $178 million that we don't really have at our discretion. Is anybody want to offer any clarification?
No, you are correct. I say we interpret the coronavirus relief fund, or the $178 million, it allows us to respond and meet the needs of our community during this crisis. So possibly wouldn't further exacerbate the budgetary shortfalls related to the response, but it absolutely does not bridge a $45 million general fund deficit, nor what we see next year. That is an unusable use of the funds.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Anybody else want to jump in on that? Just make sure I'm not getting anything wrong. Okay, because I know we have very challenging decisions to make. Obviously, not so much today in resolving $45 million hole, because I think the budget team has done a great job, but what we face in a few weeks is much more substantial, and I expect will increasingly be more substantial as we see this thing unwind in the economy. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. I didn't expect to be first up, but here I am. Sorry, home office is falling apart. Thank you, Mayor, for the clarification on the 178 million. I actually was doing a happy dance when I heard the number, but I understand that we cannot backfill based on lost revenue. So there was first, that was really a great report, particularly on the financial impact and the revenues coming in and the CARES Act and all that. It's really complicated. And while I was trying to make really good notes as everyone was writing down, I was trying to make good notes as everyone was speaking. I know I missed a lot. Is it possible to have a memo or something sent out to us, Dave, with the detail that was articulated to us today? Because it's really helpful for us to have, but it's also helpful to maybe share with our community, particularly as we go forward in the budget and the community starts to understand the pain that we're going to feel over lost revenue and how that's going to impact our budget going forward. That's question number one.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't check yet. Have we posted the PowerPoint presentation? We normally do post that. So I want to get a nod from Gloria. Are you on? Can you confirm that?
Yes, we did post.
Okay,
great. So the presentation you just saw, the PowerPoint has been posted.
Okay, great. Vanna had a lot of details about the CARES Act 3.0, 4.0 potentially going forward. Anything you need for us to do to lobby our Congress women, men, anyone who needs our input, please let us know. The access to additional funding will be greatly helpful, I'm sure. I just had one question about the planning department as it relates to, so is Rosalind or someone around who can maybe ask a quick question?
Yes, Rosalind's still on.
Yes.
Rosalind, thank you for the information on your virtual planning meetings. Are we able to hold community meetings as well? What are we doing to engage the community on any projects that are going forward?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. That's a great question, and that's something that staff is contemplating now because we're not sure after May 3rd what is going to be allowed regarding large gatherings. So if those restrictions stay in place, we're going to be prepared to figure out how we can begin to conduct community meetings virtually. I will say that for some projects, we'll have the opportunity for staff to record presentations of projects and then post them to our website. So that's an easy first step that we can take. But we are, considering what would be the next steps in terms of if we're not able to do large gatherings, if we can, in fact, hold community meetings virtually. We know that there are some challenges in many ways. Online meetings or Zoom meetings provides additional access for many of our residents, and we think that's great. However, we know that there are other segments of our community that don't have access to the internet. So we'll have a lot to consider through all of that.
Great, I really appreciate that because we all have development projects, and I have a couple in my area that could greatly benefit from community meetings. Some are coming up more controversial than others, but all require community meetings. So I'm happy to host any virtual meeting that we need to. If not the sanctioned planning meeting, at least a community meeting that I am hosting and getting information out to our community and engaging them with the developer or the applicant. That would be it. We stand ready to help. We're looking for content, and as we do our outreach for various reasons, and development in our areas are really important. So I'm happy to help with Zoom meetings or Facebook Live or whatever, but I certainly understand the difficulty because everyone doesn't have access to the technology. But then all of the neighbors who might be impacted, they won't go to a community meeting anyway, so we can still depend on sending out a postcard and notifying them. So that was the only question I had, and anything that we can do to expedite community meetings in District 9, I'm happy to help. That's it for me. Thank you.
And just a quick yes and to that, we are working in the Emergency Operations Center to stand up an entire branch dedicated to community engagement and in this time of COVID and virtual community meetings. So we'll make sure that we develop a set of tools and playbooks that each of the departments can use, including planning, Department of Transportation, and others that need to engage the public in this time in a way that makes the best use of technology, but also realizes that for some technology is a barrier. So we'll be standing up a kind of a centralized citywide capability to support the various departments, so each of them don't have to figure this out entirely on their own.
Great. Thank you. And one more thing. The Camden Community Center is host to our family temporary homeless shelter, and I wanted to let you know that I went by and visited it on Friday, and I was impressed with the professionalism and intention of the staff. We toured around it. We looked at the facility. We asked them what we could do for them, and they were thinking about what we could help them out with. But I was really impressed with everything that they've thought of, and the families really seem to be happy and well provided for. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco.
There I am. Well, thank you so much. I don't remember who from our wonderful staff gave this piece of information, so I will leave it to whomever it is to willfully volunteer. Someone gave a report on the testing that will take place at PAL.
That was me, Council Member.
Yes. Can you speak on that a little more, because this is a little bit of a last minute surprise to me.
Yeah, and I think we're moving pretty fast. I'll let Kip and Lee fill in some of the details, but it was an offer I think that we wanted to jump on, because if we weren't able to jump on it, I think we were going to lose an opportunity. And so making sure that we were super flexible and finding a site that would suit their needs to provide this free service to the community. So I think there's still a lot of details being worked on. I do think as of yesterday, the decision on the site has been made, but more work has to go into some of the logistics and the timing of the opening. Kip, anything you want to add?
No, that's all correct. The county had reached out to us with requesting assistance to find a site, and we helped them evaluate a number of sites, and then Verily in the county helped us select and greenlight the PAL Stadium as the one that worked the best for their needs. So we're moving forward, and we'll getting the agreements in place, and hope to have that stood up for free testing for the community next week. We will also be doing a great deal of engagement and outreach to the community, and looking to the council offices as well to help us with that, and providing kits to make sure everybody knows about this free testing resource on the east side.
Councilmember Carrasco, forgive me for jumping in, but I just want to clarify one really important point on this testing issue. Based on my conversations with county leadership, this was not going to be an expansion of testing. They're actually moving testing from one side and east side to another side and east side, which I know is of great frustration to the individuals in the county leadership I was speaking with, and it would be frustrating for me as well. I just want to confirm that's our understanding.
And it's moving from which site? From the fairgrounds?
Yes, the concept is that they will be alternating between the fairgrounds and here, at least initially, so that they can provide testing at multiple locations. They want a location that is by having multiple locations, they think they can be more accessible, and they also are looking for a location that's potentially pedestrian accessible. So this is a splitting of their capacity across sites, and they were looking to either do that here or elsewhere. And so we were able to get them a site in the east side, and so they were able to stay in our community.
I see. Okay. Thank you. And I know that this is, you know, this is a situation that's evolving very quickly, fast moving, and everybody's scrambling. And I'm hoping that as things continue to move at rapid pace, Kip, you've always been very good at picking up the phone or sending me text messages, that as things move, again, as they continue to move and evolve, that you continue to keep those lines of communication open. You know, this was a complete surprise to me, but, you know, as things move into each respective district, that we you know, continue to stay in that loop, and that communication remains very very open. You know, I wanted to just also comment on Mayor's memo, because I appreciate the effort to expand and open testing. I submitted a memo as well in terms of really making it accessible to our low income and our most vulnerable communities. One of the biggest issues is how to maneuver through these big, monstrous bureaucracies when we know that some of the hardest hit communities are communities of color. We're reading articles, the headlines are the size of billboards at this point, where it's highlighting the disparities, and we're seeing that the hardest hit communities are Black and Brown communities, and those who are mourning their loved ones are Black and Brown, unfortunately. Now it's hitting everybody. We're seeing seniors, and we're seeing that COVID-19 doesn't discriminate, but when we look at certain demographics, for sure there's overrepresentation of Latino and African American, age I believe it's 18 to 49. I have to look specifically, but there is an overrepresentation. And so I just want to make sure that, especially in areas where there's a dense population, where there is underlying health conditions, a lack of health care or access to health care, where individuals don't have health insurance, where there's poverty that prevents individuals from accessing information, or, you know, well, we know all of those underlying issues. I mean, we've talked about this over and over and over in other contexts regarding other issues that we've had to deal with on the dais. I want to make sure that these families, these individuals, are getting access to testing. You know, we saw that at Stanford, the sample group that was tested gave a skewed result. You know, it was white women. And so those were the individuals that had access to information. And, you know, you're not going to have Latinos who don't have access to the internet or are not listening to Palo Alto or Stanford call for individuals to go and get tested. And so we want to make sure that these individuals have an ability to go get tested, whether they have insurance, whether they can get covered, whether they can maneuver through a very complex questionnaire. I went and got tested, by the way, for the antibody last week. It was a 2-page, very long, very complicated questionnaire, which, by the way, was not translated into Spanish. And they're just now translating it. My team looked at the translation, a lot of mistakes, very complicated medical jargon. It's taking a long time for people to get on board. And so I just want to make sure, I want to emphasize that I think that we need to you know, those allies, those partners are coming on board. They're coming into our city. That, you know, wherever insurance is involved, it's a multi-million, if not a multi-billion-dollar industry. That we emphasize that the most vulnerable need to be tested, and where we're expanding, we make sure that these folks are not kept out of that loop. So that's the memo that I've included, and I hope that I will have the support of the council to make sure that the city of San Jose is safe and healthy.
Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco. I appreciate that sentiment very much. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions. In sort of reviewing the back to work effort and the just the role that our businesses and employers are playing in our community when so many people are out of work, particularly hourly staff, and the financial impacts they're taking. I wanted to give a little shout out to the San Jose Sharks, who have continued to pay their staff and paid their 1,800 part-time hourly staff through May 15th or through April 15th, and then just yesterday announced a fund to pay them, to continue to pay them, and that is just some great corporate leadership that I hope others can emulate. I wanted to go back to the food presentation because on April 14th, so, you know, 2 weeks ago today, there were 1.8 million-ish meals that had been provided to families. And so today, 2 weeks later, there's a 39% increase to 2.5 million meals. And so I wanted to hear a little bit more about the thoughts in the increased capacity to the 3.3 million meals, when you expect to hit that capacity, and how we are reaching, again, those vulnerable families who are waiting hours for food and for meals.
Okay. Yes, council member, very good question. It is one of the issues we are concerned about, and we've got a couple of different interrelated pieces of work. The primary piece, as you know, is really working with the existing providers and trying to stand up and strengthen their capacity. In addition to that, we have entered into a number of large-scale contracts with Revolution Foods, World Central Kitchen, and others who have a very strong kind of industrial scale capacity to provide meals. And that's some of the additional meals up to the 3,400,000 mark that you see. We are in constant communication with the providers. We're also doing our own forecasting on the economic side and the impact side with a number of skilled consultants. And what we are going to be doing is adjusting incrementally as we go. Our sense is the need for this is going to be big, and the need for this is going to be long. And so if we make a mistake, as we said, we tend to make mistakes in emergency management, and you have a choice of which direction you make the mistake, being over-prepared or being under-prepared. In this case, we're going to try to continually make that mistake of reaching out a little bit farther than we need to and having that capacity. So at the moment, we believe we have the capacity for the demands as they increase over the next week or two, but we're not taking that as a fixed account, and we're in constant communication with our CBO partners, the forecasting work and others, and are revising our estimates of needs and are trying to expand our capacity as we get a revision of that. I realize it's at a pretty general level, but I think we're seeing some of the same things that you're seeing, which is a high level of need and no sense that this is going to stop anytime soon.
And so in terms of, I appreciate that you're juggling a lot right now, and but how do you see that capacity? So, because it is general in that presentation, are you looking towards the partnerships with school districts for that? Is it a mix of a few things? And where are you, and what populations are you targeting? Can you be a little bit more specific?
I'd suggest that we could be better at being more specific if we could come back with a deeper dive next week with some of the people who are a little closer to it than Lee or myself. But I'll give my best shot at answering what I know because I've been fairly close to it on at least the county negotiation side. You know, we are building those back-end agreements with Revolution Foods and others to make sure, again, that we have the industrial capacity to provide meals across the board of those providers. So we've got groceries and we've got meals. On the meals side, we're looking at both the schools, Meals on Wheels, and then partnerships with folks like DoorDash and others to be able to scale up. We also have the state's new program, which we are integrating with, which allows us to make purchases from smaller restaurants, and this is really cool, and provide those to specialty vulnerable groups. And I think this is particularly important because food isn't just food. Food is both very specific to people's experience and their culture, and it's also very important for their mental health. So part of what that program will allow us to do, just for an example, is to make purchases from local Vietnamese restaurants and to provide them to our Vietnamese seniors so that she is getting the type of meals that she wants. Our focus on the feeding is really kind of three broad categories. Those who are directly at risk from COVID-19 and having to isolate or quarantine, and those who are higher risk groups like homeless, seniors, and other people who may be having to shelter in place, and then the larger wave of folks who are affected by the second order impacts of the economic impact. So at this point, we are not turning people away from food, and we are scaling up and thinking about broadly everybody who needs food in Santa Clara County as the focus, with the obviously attenuation to those who are more vulnerable being the ones that we worry about the most. So I'm not sure if that gives you what you need, but I would suggest that Angel, Rios, and others who are closer to this can come back in more detail at our next 3.1 and to engage a little bit in our thinking on these next iterations. I know the team has done a heck of a lot over the last week to both strengthen the existing CBOs and stand up that additional capacity. But this is a very important discussion. And I think quite candidly, food distribution, especially since we're taking it on countywide, is likely to be one of the most complicated and enduring things that we do in terms of relief that is outside of our normal area of business. So I think it requires us to work on this carefully and in tight coordination with you all as both the elected officials and those who know your community.
Thank you. And I don't want to be remiss in thanking city staff because we've had some big distributions in my district. And I appreciate, you said something a couple minutes ago, which is that people are not being turned away, and they aren't at this point. People may be waiting a very long time, but at least in District 7, they're not being turned away, and that's a huge growth of where we were a couple of weeks ago. And so a huge thanks to everyone at the team who has been working on this, because every week things have been getting better and better, and there's been more systems improvements. And I bring that up not just because there's been a huge need in my district, but as we talk about putting people back to work and who goes back to work and when, I think there needs to be an open acknowledgement that we are going to need safety net services for a while, and that it is not going to be a switch that just gets shut off the day people get back to work. These needs are going to continue for several months. First off, not everyone will be able to go back to work at the same time. And as we've had a lot of conversations about rents, rents have not been forgiven. Rents have been delayed. And so that's additional enormous financial pressure on some of the city's most vulnerable families. So thank you for that.
And just one piece of data I'd add, you're absolutely right on the time frame. With our discussions with the county, our expectation is we are continuing to provide feeding at a countywide level until at least the end of December 2020. So we know we're going to be in this for the long haul, and then we'll hand it back at some point to the county and the normal organizations, but we're in it for the long run.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to echo Councilmember Carrasco's comments about testing. I know things are moving very quickly. We've had testing at the fairgrounds in District 7. But again, I think it would be helpful looping us in a little bit sooner rather than later, particularly in District 5. But I wanted to add on to her comments about, again, I think testing is a key component, as the mayor's memo, as well as Councilmember Carrasco's memo have brought up, that our ability to test in a timely and wide enough fashion is critical to getting people back to work. And those impacts are not equal. We have huge inequalities that existed in Silicon Valley before COVID, and they certainly are existing post-COVID. And we're seeing it in terms of particularly hourly employees that are literally putting their lives on the line to work in grocery stores and deliver food and deliver post office and Amazon packages and all those things that the rest of us are enjoying. Not to even mention, our first responders and others, but we typically think of first responders when we think of those who are taking care of us, but this has really opened up that thought. And the county has released more information in their dashboard that shows that 37% of cumulative COVID cases are in the Latino community, as opposed to 27% of the county's population. So there are huge inequities in terms of the impact, and we need to get deeper into that. And I'm hoping that as we can increase our testing and maybe open up some sites in other parts of the city and the county, and I realize that the state and the county government have to request that, but we should be encouraging them to request that. And I also look forward to getting the information about COVID cases and deaths by census tract, because again, not getting that is leaving us to guess, and guessing is not good when we're dealing with issues like this. I wanted to add one more thing to Kip before I get into some of the financial aspects of what we reviewed. And Kip, I wanted to ask you, since you were leading the branch focused on setting up virtual community meetings, as you know better than most, that we have an enormous digital divide, which I'm sure we'll be hearing back next week on the infrastructure project. We have communities that are impacted by the digital divide, not just in the lack of devices, but in terms of digital deserts, and that has a huge impact on community outreach and inclusion. And so if you can include us and work closely with us on that moving forward, I think that that will lead us to a better result.
Will do, council member.
Thank you. And then, I wanted to also address the financial issues, and I'll just do it now as opposed to later. So for Lee and your team, I know that things are moving quickly in Washington, D.C., but my concern, I think all of our concern, we all share this, it's not just unique to me, but we need to be fast, decisive, and specific when it comes to the budget and for COVID relief. Many people have talked about this in terms of an iceberg. I don't think we're facing an iceberg. I think we're facing a locomotive that's coming right at us. And so how are we working with DC to build a bridge to mitigate some of the impacts? My understanding is that the next package will provide more funding to state and local governments. I actually, some of the Republican governors have pushed back against some people who have talked about letting states go bankrupt. The Republican governors don't want to let their states go bankrupt any more than we do. And so how are we working to shape those federal dollars? Who are we working with? How are we being aggressive in trying to get as much of that money in the next round?
It's a great question, and to kind of steal
Oh, there's
a
Bennett.
to kind of steal a quote from our city manager during the town halls is, the term relentless. And I would say Benna and her team, before this, we had an IGR department of say 2.5 employees. Under the EOC, I think Benna probably has a team of close to 20 something folks now working on this response. I think it's important. I reported out last week. It does look like there's, between the houses and between the parties, at least for the kind of the next CARES Act, there are some high level kind of compromises or the areas of agreement. I'd say through the work we've done thus far, we continue to see the politics within DC, especially between the White House and Congress, continue to deteriorate. So we hope that they can kind of stay in this fight. On our message, it's, we continue to work with the local congressional delegation, and I'd say that includes multiple fronts. That includes their district staff. Ben and I have started to speak directly to some of their legislative staff and chiefs of staff in DC, either ourselves or through our federal lobbyist, which continues to work tirelessly for us in DC. And then lastly, the mayors, the Big Mayors Coalition, and the work that the mayor's office has done, kind of formulating the coalition within California. That is the same exact message that's being heard in DC. The large cities within California do have very close message to what ours is within DC. So we continue to hit those same messages, not just San Jose, but also San Francisco, Los Angeles, and others. So we will continue to do that and find ways to engage you when necessary as the mayor and council.
Oh, are we working with, for example, the National League of Cities? I realize that the
absolutely.
big cities in California are working together, but are we sort of amplifying that message? Because while Mitch McConnell may be okay with allowing states to go bankrupt, or according to his comments, President Trump actually opposed that and made some comments opposing those statements. And so it seems that on this case, President Trump, the Republican governors, and the congressional Democrats are aligned.
Yes, the answer is yes, absolutely. We recognize that our congressional delegation is very solidly with us. The speaker has more funding for local and state governments as her top priority. So that's tremendously helpful. But we need to move some people from the other side of the aisle, right? So we've been working very closely with the National League of Cities on that. They have been working very aggressively too to get more funding to local governments in particular. So we're collaborating with them on survey materials, letting them help build the case for why this funding is so critical for us. And I know the mayor is also doing a lot of work with the big city mayors as well, and might add too.
And Mayor, are you, I know you've been working really hard advocating for us on a lot of different levels. Are we partnering with our corporate partners? It's not in their best interest to have city and state governments gutted. So are we looking for ways where we can align with some of our corporate partners that exist in our backyard?
I can't say that we've been partnering with them on lobbying on that issue. No. I will say, look, the fact that we got $178 million in CARES Act money, frankly, I think, the city of Los Angeles and Eric Garcetti, who worked really hard with some officials in the Office of Management and Budget to get a carve out for cities that are large, more than 500,000. There are many cities that are just under that threshold in California. I know because I was hearing from those mayors just last night. We're very upset they got zero. So that is, we're very
positive.
I can tell you, everybody is seeing what is a zero-sum game with regard to the dollars that are out there. And I would be surprised to see of all the things that large companies might be lobbying for. They may be lobbying for other things that are for relief for the community generally. But I would not expect that they would align very strongly on our request just to fill our big budgetary holes. That's not to say if somebody's willing to partner with us, we wouldn't absolutely do it.
Well, particularly in terms of the traditional things that our corporate partners have been passionate about, which have been housing and transportation.
Yeah.
It's not in their best interest for government to be gutted in order to do things that they need as well. So I just want to make one more comment before making a motion, and that is that you know, all of our communities are feeling the pain, the economic pain of this. I think that pain is not equal, and there are some communities that are being hit harder than others. And I definitely see that in my own backyard. And I agree with, in spirit, with the mayor's memo moving forward. I think that what is missing is that we need to be more aggressive in ensuring that vulnerable communities are supported moving forward as we open up. And while openly acknowledging it is not our call at the city, that it's a county and state call, but we really need to make sure that we have a safety net, that we acknowledge that we have a lot of low wage, hourly wage workers who have been deemed essential to our way of life and who have children who are concerned about their housing situation, bills, utilities. All of these things are things that they are concerned about. And if we are really committed to opening up our economy, we need to acknowledge that and to ensure that we can get people safely back to work, and that the lowest paid workers, who are often the first to be laid off, and who are working in the high exposure jobs, who are the most at risk in this crisis. So with that, I wanted to make a motion to move. Oh, I'm sorry.
I can just jump in for a moment because I think I know what you're saying, which is the memorandum that I submitted was not for action. And I think Rick is about to tell us that
That
this
Rick Doyle.
Yeah, no, this is not,
So
this is not.
So I won't make a motion, but I really want to emphasize that in spirit, I think we should get back to work, but we need to focus on safety. We need to focus on a safety net for those who are working, and we need to acknowledge that this crisis has not impacted everyone equally, and we have some very vulnerable people in our communities that we are relying on for essential services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and I certainly embrace Councilmember Carrasco's memo and your sentiments as well. I just wanted to clarify, item 3.1 is just for the city manager to report to us. The memorandum that I submitted was to encourage some of that information to come to us. It wasn't, I can't use it to take action, I think, as Rick described. I just want to let everyone know we're now at 1:15. I know several folks would like to still speak on the council. So why don't we take a break at this time for lunch, since I don't think anyone's had a lunch break yet. Why don't we resume? Is 1:45 acceptable? Does that work, Dave?
It works for us.
Okay, great. I want to give everyone a chance to get some food. And I know we've got a long meeting ahead. So thank you, everybody. So I have two colleagues who wanted to speak, council members Arenas and Perales. I want to ask if either of them are on at this time. They'd like to ask questions.
Councilmember Perales is on.
Great. We'll take you first since you just joined us. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the presentation. Again, as always, thank you for the details and an update. And a couple questions that I had. One was coming from some of our businesses, although certainly not able to entertain at the moment. They're interested in when that happens, and a number of entertainment permits are expiring, and my office is getting contacted to find out what they should do. Is there a temporary pause on that, on the renewals, expiration? If anybody from city staff has an answer on how they should go about that.
Councilmember Perales, this is Lee Wilcox. You know, we do have the administrator of our entertainment permits is the police department, as you know. We do have the ability to communicate out directly to entertainment permit holders. So why don't we have Kim and the liaison branch kind of touch base with PD and then push something out to those businesses so they're aware. I would imagine we'd be working closely with several of them as we start to kind of open up the economy. I'm imagining those occupancies and kind of social distancing is going to require a lot of kind of hands-on approach with those businesses. So we'll need to be in communication with them anyway.
Okay, great, thank you. In regards to the 178 million, the relief fund, understand the restrictions that we have on those dollars, but I am curious if they are covering the cost of staff that has been reassigned to work on specifically overseeing and administering aspects of those dollars.
So it does some portions of the response, yes. So we're further breaking that down right now to better understand what the impact of that would be and how much of that cost. I think as we told you, the Treasury Department released kind of very broad guidelines, and we're now in a process of kind of FAQs back and forth with Treasury, trying to clarify kind of further details. But that is one of the things that we're shoring up in the next week or two.
Okay, so could we expect then to have another update similar to today on item 3.1 that would indicate sort of how much we are actually able to cover in regards to staff time?
Yes, I think kind of the topic of recovery, kind of as we transition into that, I think you will hear from the organization much more regularly on recovery, as well as the financial recovery, which we spoke about today.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Arenas.
Great, thank you so much, Mayor. I have a question about the, and I thought I heard somebody mention, I apologize, I didn't capture who from our staff, said that there was some legislative or general advocacy for the undocumented community. I wanted to know what that status was and what that advocacy also was for.
Benna, actually, why don't you, I didn't know you were still on. Benna is much better at answering this than I am, so I'm gonna mute myself.
So we talked in general about how the previous federal packages have really left a huge gap for our undocumented community members. And so we talked about how there's still tremendous need in that community for some of this relief as well. I will say the political outlook for that is also pretty uncertain. But again, we felt like we had to highlight some of those community needs that we are observing out there and bring that forward for people's attention.
Great. I know that the 5 of us Latino leaders signed on in support of the Latino caucus in their letter to advocate for employment type of payment and as well as some tax credits and just other benefits that we think that our undocumented communities will benefit from. Have you seen that letter, Benna? And is that something that you can help with advocating to our governor?
Yes, and I understand that that letter helped with the governor's decision recently to put some state funding towards direct payments to undocumented families as well. So I understand from the governor's office that they will be releasing the money in a few weeks, and that more information is upcoming on how people can access that funding.
Yes, and that's the 150 million that you're referring to.
Yes, I think there was a portion from the state and then also additional foundation money to go with that.
Great. I think as we're looking at how we can be creative with some of the monies that we are getting, and making sure that we're not supplanting and that we're not subsidizing our holes in our own budget, that we're also continuing to be as creative as we have been in the past. I know that our mayor has also raised quite a bit of money, as well as other nonprofits and philanthropists in this county. So I would love for that just to continue to move forward, and receive a little bit more of a detailed report on this as you see any movement. I know it's kind of slow. Everybody's hurting, but our undocumented community, I think, is definitely in a pinch, and is relying on us to be creative about how we can gather some additional monies. I also wanted to, so thank you so much, Benna, for that. I want to thank Michelle McGurk, as she happens to be online with us. She joined me on my faith-based leaders lunch over Zoom last week, and I thought it was just really wonderful for her to connect with our faith-based community. They were really grateful, and they also gave us some feedback about the way that they see themselves as part of essential services. We may not always think about faith-based communities as essential services, but we have the Sikh community, the Gurdwara, that provides daily lunches. Even previous to COVID-19, they provide all year round daily lunches to anyone in the community. They don't have to be in the congregation, or they don't have to prove anything either. There's no documentation. And we have also our East Valley Pentecostal Church in our community that provides substance abuse programs, and they're not able to do that at this time. They're also, of course, there's also the issue of worship, and such as is in the Pentecostal Church, they, and in the mosque and many others who have prayer on a daily basis. And we've seen how creative across the country community. I've seen them gather in large parking lots and listen to a sermon or the message from whatever lead of that faith-based community is. And so I wonder, are we making any changes to our faith-based organizations and allowing them to maybe congregate in a very safe manner? They also brought up that if we're allowing cannabis to remain open, they should definitely have our faith-based organizations opened. So I told them that I would relay that back to you.
Thanks, Council Member. Certainly, as the current orders are constructed, it wouldn't permit that a gathering as you're described. But as we've discussed, we would expect revised orders coming out in the months ahead and weeks ahead, and certainly would be working with all of them to how to conduct those special meetings in a safe way.
How about the substance abuse programs that are conducted out of these organizations?
I don't know if Lee or Kip, I don't know if that issue's come up, so we can certainly look at that on how those services are being provided and what are the rules and regulations around that.
Yeah, it was certainly the Emergency Operations Center. That has not come up to us as of yet, but I do know through the liaison unit, we continue to be in discussions with our faith-based community. So I think we can kind of assess what's going on and report back at some point in the future.
Yes, and and I've got to tell you that all of them are pivoting and using online social media and formats to connect with their community as best as they can. But I know that nothing beats being in the same space, although that creates a conflict for all of us. But we've seen like some folks stay in their car in a parking lot and hear over a loudspeaker or over some sound system, like I said, the sermon. And so that's something, I don't know if that would be something that would be allowable in our city. Is that something that you've seen any of our other faith-based organizations do, or that it is within, the shelter in place mandate and restrictions?
We have not, or at least I would say I have not seen anything like that throughout the county. And again, I think, on this particular thing, it's within the county's, public health order, which they seem to be following countywide. So I think as Dave mentioned, as we know more tomorrow or the following day on how those evolve, this is something we can look at, but it's nothing that's come up or there's been a demand for, at least through the EOC in the last few weeks.
Yes, and I know that our churches, our faith-based organizations are busy just providing support for our families, and I don't know that they have any real connection with the city of San Jose. We're not necessarily meant to intersect in any real way, although they are part of our community and they provide a support to our community. And so I think this is an opportunity to bring them in and utilize their connection to our residents as a way to maximize our efforts. I know that we always need an extra set of hands, so I would encourage us to use them during this very difficult time. Okay, so the next thing that I have is, I do want to comment on what a couple of council members have already mentioned about last week, and the memo that the mayor has produced, as well as the supplemental memo that he's produced. Last week we had an enormous amount of public comment, and I heard a lot of folks who were just fearful of returning back to work and making sure that things were safe. And so I heard loud and clear. I think, Lee, you were the one who mentioned being compassionate, but also acting and responding very quickly through action. And so I'm glad to hear that. I want us to be as compassionate as we can. And I know that we have these, approaches to our financial recovery. And the first one that was listed was doing the right thing, right? We also talked about maximizing reimbursement, and I actually want to say thank you for bringing that universe of funds and allowing us to understand where FEMA and the state and the CARES money all plays a part. And so that was really helpful. And if you continue to bring that back to us, I would love to hear more about it. And it's clear to me that we're not supposed to supplant, and we're not supposed to subsidize our missing funds. So with that, I know that we want to make sure that we do the right thing. And I heard last week, there were a lot of unions who showed up, construction unions, but not all of them were union folks. And I think as we think about bringing folks back into work, we already have these essential service workers out there working in markets and gas stations and things of that sort. But now we are going to go outside of what we consider essential service and bring in the first wave of workers. And we're going to try this out with those folks. And, I see that most of the time our immigrants are working class, are undocumented community. And I think as Councilmember Esparza mentioned earlier, people of color are impacted by COVID disproportionately. I know that construction workers aren't the first responders, and so their course of work is a little different. But I think we need to be just as diligent and in doing the right thing for those folks as we can. I've mentioned in the past that my dad was a bracero, and usually the bracero is derived from the word brazos, which means arms or hands, and this is always an extra set of hands that the U.S. needs when labor is low. So we find that usually during episodes of war, when a lot of the men are enlisted in the war and leave, and we need an extra set of hands. And so my father was part of this program for many years and would return home to Mexico. But in this instance, and I kind of liken it to the same thing as needing this extra set of hands, which we've been relying on for them to pick our food, for them to cook our food, and then deliver our food. And now we are going to ask them to also be the first ones to be the first wave of workers. And mind you, the first experiment, if you will, of folks who are going to go back into a workplace. And so I think knowing that we've protected our essential service workers that are not first responders with medical leave, and I was really proud of our council and the way that we did that a couple of weeks ago. We protected them because we know that we don't want the spread of COVID. We want to protect them as well as we want to protect our other community. I think we can do this once again. Last week I made a motion to include what I heard from our community, which was a strong set of whistleblower protections, employer funded insurance, and lastly, to prioritize those companies that hadn't had recent violations of OSHA and wage theft. I think these are some things that are pretty basic. But my friendly amendment wasn't added, and I wasn't asking for us to make these issues part of a policy right then and there. I was asking the same thing I believe our mayor is asking, and that is to have staff administration look into these additions so that you can report back to us and let us know, are these things that we can employ, that we can build into our plan as we allow for folks to back to work. And during this is the only time that we really can provide that kind of direction. And so I've heard from my other council colleagues a lot of other recommendations and directions, and we've heard, I think, over the last couple of weeks, our Councilmember Camus, who would like to explore empty jails as alternative shelters for our homeless community, and no one bats an eye. And actually, staff administration says, yes, we will get back to you, and we'll come back and we'll research that, and we'll come back to you. And I'm asking something that I think is relatively reasonable, and which is whistleblower protections, giving priority to companies that haven't had OSHA and wage theft violations, and medical insurance. I'm not asking for something absolutely out of this world. And I actually was told by my colleague that I didn't understand the long-term implications of what I was proposing, but I do, because I lost both of my parents at a very early age in my 20s, because both of them were exposed to field work and a lot of pesticides and a lot of that type of exposure, is heavy on, it creates a lot of impact on your body. And many of those folks who work in hard labor end up having a really tough end of life. And so I understand the long-term implications of what I'm asking for, and that's exactly what I'm asking. So I really like the mayor's memo. I really appreciate his supplemental memo. And I would like to have our city administration add these items that I've asked for consideration so that you can look into these items to see how we can strengthen the environment for our workforce once they return to work.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. I just had a few questions.
Mayor, I'm waiting for a response from staff administration.
Okay. Dave, did you want to respond in some way?
Sure. So I certainly appreciate the input, and I've said this before. I think the report that we are doing under 3.1 is intended to provide you all with as much information with what we're doing, and it is an opportunity for all of you to provide us input. You've got your eyes and ears out there in the community, and so it is valuable to us. We're at this point, we're not passing judgment on what will work and what won't work, but we do take the input into the process and try to factor it into decisions that we're making. And then what we're trying to do is to report back out through subsequent reports, kind of what's going on and what we've been able to incorporate. I don't think we're necessarily reporting out in a fashion that would say, here specifically is what we have not done. But we're doing our best to listen to all of you and incorporate what we can into all the work that we're doing right now.
Well, I appreciate that. Would you accept looking into the items that I have suggested as part of the back to work considerations?
Yeah, we will. I think some of what you mentioned, I do feel like it gets into the policy realm. And I think when we're talking about the policy realm, we are going to want that brought back to the council and have, because ultimately the council needs to make decisions, policy decisions. We're not making policy decisions. We're making operational decisions. And
Absolutely.
there's a distinction there. So, but certainly we can take what you've said so far and look at that, and we'll see what applies to our operational plan, and what doesn't would necessarily need to come back to the council as more of a policy discussion, I think.
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that, Dave.
Yeah, I just asked Dave, it would also follow the standard process we have for all policy proposals that would go through Rules Committee as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilor Menace?
Thank you. I had a question related to the boatload of money we're getting for the COVID response. I understand that has to be allocated to certain things that are obviously under the response, but I think the mayor mentioned something about a clawback provision. And so I wanted to ask staff about just generally what happens if there is some of that money that's used for purposes that it wasn't intended for.
Well, and before Lee jumps in, I just want to reinforce we have no intention of using it, and obviously, and I know that's not really the basis behind your question. We're doing a pretty thorough evaluation, and I'm pretty confident of the team and the consultants we have working on this to make sure. And I can tell you, all the cities are more or less in the same position of trying to interpret these rules, and we'll seek clarification where necessary. But I would not anticipate us being in a scenario of applying those funds inappropriately. If we were to do so, I think the mayor is right. We would be required for paying those back if that scenario were to happen. That's not that different though. In any time that we're relying on outside funding sources, there's always rules associated with them. And we're always following those rules. And, I guess there is some risk if we misinterpret that scenario could happen. And I'm sure it has happened. But, we're doing a lot of work to make sure we're understanding the full breadth of what we can use that money on. And we will be doing our best to use that money as much as we possibly can on all things.
Okay. You anticipated my other question and some of your comments, but has it ever happened, obviously we wouldn't purposefully do that, but say we thought a certain pot of money could be used for this and we tried it or we did it and we had to repay it. I mean, how do those clawback provisions typically work? I'm sure there's a time lag before, say, the feds would identify, hey, wait a minute, you actually use this for X when it was only for Y, and then we would need to repay it. I mean, are we talking about something that takes years to sort of work itself out, or?
I mean, it could, council member, and Rick or others might have. I do believe it has happened. Yes, I know for a fact it has. It's with any type of reimbursement program, there is a little bit of, I think, risk And so that's why we're going to be, extra certain that we're spending the money where it can be spent, because we do not want to find ourselves in a situation down the road, whether it's months or years, where there was a misinterpretation and we owe money back to the federal government. That's just not a scenario that we're willing to take. So yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I appreciate that. I think obviously it's a wise and legal thing to do, right? So that money that we were talking about early in part of the conversation, I mean, that isn't reimbursable money. As someone, I forget who I'm not sure if it was Gloria who said that money has essentially been deposited into an account. So it isn't necessarily reimbursable money, right?
That is true, but it has a very robust set of rules and criteria. I think because Congress appropriated the money, that's why it's been deposited. So it's obviously different than a FEMA reimbursement process, but nonetheless, we still need to be really strong on really following the rules. So I don't know if Lee or
I did want to jump in. I think the Coronavirus Relief Fund is as we've pointed out, since we're a city larger than 500,000, we were able to go directly to the Department of Treasury and receive those funds from the Department of Treasury. As Lou's pointed out, kind of during the financial discussion, we're going to first go to reimbursable type expenses or pots of money first, so like FEMA and other pots of money, before we use that Coronavirus Relief Fund. I will say that they've already told us that Department of Treasury and FEMA are coordinating this very, very closely. So if we were to misspend CARES money, it would also hinder our ability to go under FEMA reimbursement. So it's not like we can, make a sacrifice in the short term and then pay it back. It would absolutely impair our ability to further reimburse costs through the FEMA process is what we've been told. So we're, as Dave mentioned, we're taking it very seriously to track every penny and go through this, question and answer period with the Department of Treasury to ensure that we spend the money in an appropriate use.
Okay, makes sense.
Councilmember, if I can add, there are really three areas I think you need to worry about. One, that it's an appropriate use under the regulations. Two, that the agreements we have, particularly with the nonprofits that distribute the food, for example, that they all reflect and they have the proper language so that you can satisfy FEMA's requirements there. And then, and Lee alluded to this in his presentation, the documentation and making sure we have the backup to trace it. Because when FEMA comes in with, whether it's with auditors or what, we just want to make sure that we can justify those expenses. So those are always legitimate concerns, and I think staff is working on these as we speak.
Okay, thank you. All that's fair. I understand it. Obviously, I agree. I just wanted to dig a little deeper on that and get a better understanding as to how that works and the implications and things of that nature. Before we went to lunch, there was some discussion about Councilmember Carrasco's memo, or she might have asked some questions, I think. It seems to me there was some distinction that was made, and maybe I'm wrong in interpreting this, but some distinctions that were made as it relates to the mayor, the memo from the mayor, maybe not being direction or action, but Councilmember Carrasco's memo maybe being thought of as an action. And I was trying to understand that distinction.
Rick, maybe you can chime in. We're not taking
the mayor's memo is informational for the council purposes. It was direction coming out of the Rules Committee. So the direction from the Rules Committee was, okay, city administration, city attorney, go out, work on this and come back to the full council so they can have a discussion at council. Mayor, I think that's
right. I get it. There were two memos, right? The Rules Committee memo and then the one that came out today, essentially the mayor putting forward that letter from some of the union folks and such, expressing their obviously interest in opening things back up. Okay, I understand. And so is it safe to assume then that the memo from Councilmember Carrasco is not fair game at the moment, Rick? Is that?
I don't have that memo, unfortunately.
The direction is accept mayor's recommendation with one addition, include targeted testing of high-risk.
Yeah, See, this is not an action item. 3.1 on the is city manager's report. So, you know, that was a discussion last week at rules, and the direction came out of committee.
Okay, so it seems like Councilmember Carrasco maybe just needs to find a way.
Right. I mean, it's informational. If the administration can work with it as much as it can.
Yeah, and I think we all embrace the desire for whatever report out that comes from city staff that it would be focused on the equity of the distribution of testing availability as well. Is that fair to say, Dave?
Yes, yeah, yes.
Okay, that's great. The last thing I would just say is that obviously we know full well where we have concentration of residents that I think need the testing, that are maybe high-risk communities. Those, as we know, are spread out throughout the city, whether it be Cadillac, Hoffman Viamonte, whether it be the Round Table area. I think I just want to make sure that to the extent staff takes this idea and starts moving forward, and I think it's valid, I think it's a worthwhile effort and it's very important that we make certain that these efforts aren't concentrated in any one zip code or census tract, that there are many different census tracts across the city that I think could benefit from this. And that's all I would say. I think it's a wonderful request, and I thank you, Councilmember Carrasco, for bringing it forward. I appreciate it.
Agreed. Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco. Thanks everyone for all of the work. And I say that certainly from Dave throughout the entire organization. You know, as I said before, I'm so incredibly proud of the great work that's being done by everyone in the city team. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, our report on the number of meals delivered just went from 2 million to 2.5 million meals a week. And this is for an organization that was not in the meal delivery business or meal delivery organization business until a few weeks ago. And that just is testament to the 160 or so employees who are working really hard with a lot of partners. And I'm very grateful for all that work, as well as the homeless that we've been able to house. You said 360 were housed permanently, I think, Lee. Could you also tell us how many have been moved into those temporary beds or units since we undertook this effort to try to get emergency and temporary housing stood up?
You know, I don't have those in front of me, but I can report back next week. Absolutely.
Okay. I know we've expanded the capacity countywide by more than 1,000, and I'd just be interested in knowing, are we filling that up, you know, as aggressively as we can? I know there are all kinds of challenges getting people into motel rooms. I've heard loud and clear from many colleagues in other cities, it is not as easy as you might think. So appreciate that's not an easy feat, but we certainly want to see more folks get off the street. Question about the senior meals. You know, I know that as a city and with a lot of colleagues, we've all been engaged with the governor's team on this rollout of the senior meals proposal. I think it was finally announced like 4 days ago, involving the reimbursement for restaurant delivery, as many as 3 meals a day, which is fantastic for seniors and other folks who are clearly identified in that executive order. And I know we had hoped, at least in the original formulation of that, grateful for the governor's work, but I think in the original formulation, we saw a much better reimbursement structure. And what I think I understand in recent days is that has shifted. And so the significantly more burden and cost on cities. And I just wanted to check in with Kip and Lee to understand, is it something we're able to use? And if so, are we actively engaged with the governor's team on being one of those cities that's out there doing it?
Yeah, we are working to operationalize this and take advantage of that program. There have been some shifts, as you mentioned, in what we thought the reimbursements were, so that I'll toss it over to Lee on that side, because that's part of the untanglement of the various sources in the waterfall. How much can we use this state program for? How much are we gonna have to go after FEMA? How much are we gonna have to backstop with CARES? But our initial belief is that we can use that program and we can integrate it into our work at scale.
Yeah, and on the funding shift, we actually have a meeting tomorrow morning with our FEMA reimbursement consultant along with the governor's office to better understand that distribution, because one of the things that FEMA still, maybe not on everything across the board for reimbursement, but that removing the local match would shift a lot of those costs over to FEMA. And on food, it looks like they may be willing to do that. So we're trying to figure that out tomorrow morning. And so that's probably one of the things we can come back with additional details next week.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the team in LA suggested that the burden on cities may be quite a bit higher than originally was suggested. I know they're reimbursing up to a high cost on meals. And obviously every city should want to take advantage of that as an opportunity to keep more restaurant workers employed. If many of these restaurants could be kept open, providing food through that program. But I can appreciate there may be challenges. And so I just really appreciate if you guys would let me know as you're encountering those bumps. I think that we got Angel the contact of the guy at the governor's office, but that would be really important both to get meals to people who are needing it, those meals, and a lot of small businesses I know who are struggling, who could get a steady stream of income to be able to keep people working. So appreciate your work on that. On development services, really appreciate that there's a lot of work being done on this, how we can find opportunities in this crisis for longer term transformation to digitization. I think we all recognize that's important anyway, but never more so than now. And I know a lot of work has been done for several years around upgrading software and infrastructure to get us there. So I'm hoping that we can take advantage of this moment to do that. Rosalind made some observations relating to the county rules. And it was to the effect of there are county rules that we have to abide by that dictate what we can do inspections on and what we can't, what permits we can issue and what we can't. And that development services doing more or less what they can or they're able to conduct under the county order. I think those are the words I took down. And I'm assuming that means that inspections and permits on commercial, industrial, or housing that's other than 10% affordable has been constrained in some way. And could you just tell us, what are we not able to do in your belief under the county order? What are we not able to inspect? What are we not able to issue a permit for?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So our understanding from the county order that construction activity is quite limited. So we are able to inspect affordable housing projects that contain at least 10% on-site affordable units. I know that earlier there was a discussion about projects that actually paid an affordable housing impact fee if they were going to be allowed to move forward with their construction. And there were lots of discussions and coordination with the county, and the final determination was those projects would not be able to move forward. So on the residential front, it's just affordable housing projects with at least 10% on-site affordable units. Other than that, we are able to do inspections related to essential services as it relates to shelters, or if there's a project related to a medical facility. So any of the essentials services and operations that are needed during the pandemic. Additionally, we're able to inspect those sites that need to shut down, but they need to take time and do what's needed to secure the site, to make sure it's safe. So we've been working with many of those customers to make sure that they're able to shut down their sites safely. When it comes to single family home projects, we're very limited. We are able to do some video inspections for some of the small projects. We've actually gotten a number of inquiries about homeowners who were midway through, let's say, a bathroom remodel. And obviously we know it's important that a bathroom is functional so that people can stay in the home. So we've been able to conduct those inspections as well.
Okay. And in the memo that I submitted, I asked if we could describe in quantitative terms the backlogs that we have in various inspections, permits. And I know that that was only recently approved by the rules, so you may not have had time to get any of that data available. But I think there was going to be a more full description next week. Is that right?
That's correct, Mayor. We are actually now pulling our data. So just to put things, I think, in context for the council, on average, we do about 2,500 inspections a week. And currently, we're seeing a decline in our volume of 30 to 40%. Obviously, because there are many inspections that just can't move forward. So obviously, we're going to be working on a plan for those inspections that were scheduled between March 31st and May 1st to prioritize those inspections. Obviously, we have many high impact projects in downtown, commercial projects across the city, big retail projects that we know are going to be important. So we're going to be working with the Office of Economic Development in terms of prioritizing those inspections so we don't really have a substantial backlog.
Okay, so we'll get a fuller description, I assume, next week with data and all that stuff. Is that fair to say, Rosalind?
Yes, Mayor, we'll be able to provide more data and information to you. I would just want to add that we are able to continue to issue permits, although for many projects, they're not going to be able to start. But we do have the capability to still do plan review and actual issue permits, so there won't be such a major backlog in those things.
And I appreciate that. I want to come back to that in just a moment, because I think, as you know, there's been a lot of rumors swirling about what may happen with the county order tomorrow or in successive days, and that their construction may be back open again. And as I articulated, my great fear is that after months of people being out of work, and I was just talking to Enrique Aguayo, for example, who's the head of the laborers here, and he's got more than 2,000 local 270 laborers who are not getting a paycheck right now. And we'd want all of them to get back to work as soon as possible, as soon as the county says construction's back on. And the concern would be then that we would have cleared all of our inspections and permits backlogs so that everyone can get to the starting line ready to go on day one when the county says the light is green. And am I right in assuming there is some backlog so people could not do that today? In other words, if tomorrow there was an order that says construction is on, there would be people waiting for permits and for inspections before they could get stuff done. Is that right?
I would say on the permit issuance side, not such a backlog, because again, we're able to issue permits. On the inspection side, yes. We know that there's going to be somewhat of a backlog. We are actually able, for inspections that were previously scheduled where the work was finished. So we're talking about no additional construction on a site, but the work was actually finished and the customer just needed to come in for a final inspection. We're actually performing those now, and that will help us clear up at least that backlog.
And why wouldn't you just allow everyone to get an inspection and tell them you can get inspected, but you can't build if you're not within these essential categories defined by the county? Why wouldn't we just do all of our inspections?
Well, for a couple of reasons. I think we want to make sure that we're adhering to the county order, and it's our understanding is that because construction is supposed to be ceased, except for those few exceptions, that we should not be sending inspectors to those sites unless the site is completely finished.
Okay, and I'm going to beg everyone's indulgence for a moment, but Rick, could I ask for you to go with me for a moment here, because I'm looking at the county order, and I've read this order several times. And I don't understand the city's role as being construction. I understand our role to be regulatory. We're a governmental entity. We don't build stuff, we inspect it and permit it. And what I see in the March 16th order in paragraph 10D, it describes that all first responders, emergency management personnel, et cetera, are obviously categorically exempt from the order. So that's obvious, right? Then the next sentence is really important. It says, further, nothing in this order shall prohibit any individual from performing or accessing, quote, essential government functions, unquote, as determined by the governmental entity performing those functions. The next sentence says, each governmental entity shall identify and designate appropriate employees or contractors to continue providing and carrying out any essential government functions. Now, cities throughout the Bay Area are believing that inspections and permitting are essential because they're going to know that as soon as this green light is on, they got thousands of construction workers that need to get back to work in the middle of the worst recession in anybody's lifetime. So they're deeming it essential because it's a governmental function. And I'm trying to understand why we are interpreting what we do to be construction rather than an essential governmental function. I read through the FAQs that the county prepared, and the county's very clear that it's up to us to decide what is an essential governmental function. I talked to the county, the chief executive and the president of the board of the county in the last couple of days, and they didn't understand why we would have any reservation from inspecting and permitting as long as people aren't obviously building in violation of the order. So why are we holding back?
You raise a good point, and I think it was my understanding that it wasn't that inspections would not go forward, but there were priorities given, and the priorities were obviously the affordable housing. Those projects were allowed to go forward. There were construction continues, and those were given the priority on inspections. But the issue of whether or not the city can't go out and do inspections, I think, is one that, you know, your point is well taken, that it doesn't say that. It says that, you know, it's a regulatory function and you can inspect, you just can't give people the green light to go ahead and do inspecting without without the county order being amended or further guidance that these are now allowed to go forward. I need to look back because I don't know what conversations have been taking place with my building people. And
yeah, so Rick, if I could jump in for a second.
Sure, Dave.
Yeah, so I think, you know, let me put it this way. The county controls whether construction proceeds or not. We decide whether we inspect or not. That is clear to me. So we have that ability, and we should be prioritizing inspections in a way that would allow construction to proceed once that order is lifted. And so I think that's important. I think we're committed to that. I don't think we've got it all worked out yet, but we are. And so I don't think that there's anything, Mayor, that prevents us right now from doing inspections that would ready projects for continuation once the orders are modified, which we expect pretty soon.
So inspections could be happening today, even if the construction's not allowed to proceed.
Yeah, I believe so. I think there's a lot of work that's going on, though. So that's what I said. There's work to be worked out, and there's a lot of effort involved with that. And I just want to say this, Mayor. I know a lot about construction. Okay, and so the project has to be ready for inspection. You just don't go out in the middle of a cycle or the middle of a phase and start inspecting the work. That would be completely counterproductive. So what we need to do is identify the projects that are ready for the next inspection. And there's hundreds of inspections on a project that are ready so that we can get that done. And so once the order is changed, that they can proceed and don't have to wait a week or two for an inspection. So I think we're committed to doing that.
I really appreciate that, Dave. I think you can probably appreciate my frustration because I know we've had this conversation several times. And at the top of the organization, there appears to be a concurrence that we decide what is an essential governmental function. That's what the county says. And we can inspect and we can issue permits on all forms of construction as long as we have the capacity to do so. I understand why we might prioritize if we have capacity issues. That's a different issue. What I'm routinely hearing from folks who are trying to build is the city saying, we can't even inspect because the county's telling us no. And that's what I've heard 4 or 5 times now from Roseland. And that is consistent with what we're hearing from line staff, which is we can't do it because the county says we can't. And I'm trying to ensure that the left hand and right hand are actually talking to each other here because I'm frustrated that we're going to have a green light go on, and a lot of very angry people are not going to be able to get to work and get paychecks because they don't have a permit or inspection from us.
Yeah, but let me just say this. I think, we've made a shift, but it didn't make sense for us to do an inspection 3 weeks ago when we knew there are capacity issues and there's process issues that we have to work through. As we now anticipate that order is going to be changed, and I think we have a pretty good feel for it, it completely makes sense that we do those inspections so that those projects aren't waiting.
I don't understand why it didn't make sense a month ago.
We were in the middle of the process of transforming how we do the work along 8 different dimensions, including trying to figure out how to do video inspections, how to do inspections safely, how to make sure we had enough PPE and safety protocols in place. So we did not have the capacity to do the broad range of inspections. So we prioritized the construction orders that were clear from the county, which were proceed with affordable housing and the other essential services. And we put the top priority on those services and delivering them in a completely new manner, which is both digital and safe for our employees. So at this point, I do agree, and we've been working on this. How can we accelerate our inspections to make sure that we are ready to move forward when the orders change? But it's not like we've been holding back on some capacity that we've had to be able to do a bunch of other inspections. Folks have been working beyond their max, beyond their capacity to deliver an incredible amount of work in what has been a rapidly shifting environment. And so I do think now is the time to see what can we do to prepare for development. But I don't think this is any lack of capacity where we've had crews sitting around that could have done these inspections that we've been pulling back. I think it's a matter of prioritization, and the prioritization has gone to those projects which had priority under the county order.
Kip, if I had heard that it was simply an issue of capacity, I think we all would have understood. Although I have to admit, we are, I would assume, seeing far less economic activity now, far fewer applications today than we ever saw 2 months ago. And I would hope that in that circumstance, we could use this opportunity to clear those backlogs that are substantial so that people could be ready to go. But we haven't been told it's a capacity issue, and that's not what our customers have been told either. They've been told exactly what Rosalind told us 4 or 5 times today, which is the county says we cannot. And so we just all need to get on the same page here, because a lot of people are depending on us when this green light turns green. And I want to ensure that we're all aligned in messaging that we can.
And I want to ensure that you understand that we have pulled 400 people off the line. We have had to understand how to completely transform our services in the course of a week. We've had to understand how to do this with the safety, health, and welfare of 7,600 people in mind and 1,100,000. And so I take very seriously the charges you have put for us, but we are on the edge of our capacity. People are working well beyond the 40-hour week, some cases well beyond the 80-hour week, often without additional compensation. And we are doing our damned level best to respond as best we can.
And Kip, I will say it again, this is not about capacity. If people had said it was about capacity, that would be a different issue. That's not what's being conveyed to the public or to us as we are engaged. And so it would be helpful if we all had clarity about what the city is authorized to do.
So Mayor, I think I've been pretty clear. And I want to just go back to what I said. There's definitely been, we've shifted our thinking on this. And I do think that we understand what we need to do to ready projects for construction.
Thank you. Councilmember Camus.
Sorry, Mayor, thank you for the questions there. I had a quick question. I don't know if this was, I know Councilmember Arenas did bring it up, but I don't know if staff answered it. Last week I brought up the use of the South Jail for our homeless population. There was over 450 empty. It's actually completely empty, that building. Did anybody ask, I think you were gonna ask staff to ask the county what they're gonna do with that building, and did we get an answer?
I'll see if anyone knows. I certainly remember the question, and I know we haven't lost track of it. I just don't know. I never did hear back an answer, so maybe Lee knows.
Yeah, the county is going to be using that facility for additional jail thinning capacity so that they don't have the exposure rate in the jails. So that will not be an option for us to locate our unsheltered residents.
And I was told, I actually got the record from the county that the other jail was also was well below capacity as well. Could you ask for more specifics, because it doesn't make sense to me? Because I actually drove downtown. I actually went into the office yesterday, and I still see a lot of homeless individuals on our streets. And you know, driving down I'm an expressway, I still see homeless individuals, and I don't know. You know, we can't always be paying for hotel rooms. So when we are out of money for hotel rooms, we need to look at other resources. And so what you're telling me is they want to use it for extra capacity for the jails.
Yes.
And have they started using it? Because I got an email 2 weeks ago saying that they weren't using it at all.
I'm not privy to whether they're using it or not yet. That's under their operations. I was told that they needed the capacity for that issue. So knowing that we need to be quick and efficient with some of our actions, we've refocused the housing team on the emergency housing solutions that were brought forth the other week, as well as the continue standing up of the Camden Community Center and other thinning, other shelter thinning strategies, which has been the most effective for us to prevent the spread of COVID-19 within our unsheltered community.
And I appreciate that. And I would love to have a follow-up email sent saying, have you started using it because if it's still an empty building, they should be looking at it.
Okay.
That's all my questions.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, thank you. The next item is the consent calendar. Are there any items that the council would like to pull from the consent?
Mayor, I'd like to pull 2.9 and 2.10.
Okay. Are there any other items? I believe that was Councilmember Arenas, is that right?
Yes, that's me, Mayor.
Okay. Is there a motion on remaining items?
Move approval.
Mr. The motion from Councilmember Foley. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Blair.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me jump over to my Gmail here and my letter. Okay, thank you. Item 2.1 today is about the approval of many previous committee and council agendas from the past year. And with what I think is terms of city government, items of city government tech and complete street design studies with the VTA. I feel the results from the San Jose Sunshine Ordinance and its study sessions of 2006 and 7 is currently proving we are now better prepared with more thought out guidelines and legal precedents since the time of 9/11/01. From this, I hope all parts of the community are beginning to understand what can be more responsible, transparent, minimal use practices for the future of technology, data, and surveillance. It also can very much help define terms, terms proactive and sensitivity in the time of emergency and for our collective future. Also, good luck today with items 2.8 and 2.9. I think they are with current issues of childcare and with the growing issues of coronavirus and young people as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, on the motion on consent, are there any objections to the passage of the remaining items on the consent calendar, all the items other than 2.9 and 2.10? Okay, hearing no objection, that is passed unanimously. We'll move on to item 2.9. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. As we all know, COVID-19 virus really spreads among large gatherings, and isolation puts a stop to that virus, as we have all been witnessing. But the opposite can be said about sexual assault, about domestic violence and child abuse, because as we know and research shows, isolation breeds these kinds of abuses and crimes. And with all of the insecurities of this COVID crisis, including medical, social, and financial impacts, people may be feeling very unsure of the future. And when they feel unsure, they feel out of control. And when they feel out of control, they tend to hurt others. And so we wanted to give an opportunity to create awareness, despite not having proclamations during this month. As you all well know, and I've mentioned in the last couple of weeks, April is Sexual Awareness Month. It is also Child Abuse Prevention Month. And I wanted to continue to raise awareness. This year, Sexual Awareness Month is celebrating its 19th anniversary with the theme of I Ask, to raise awareness and prevent sexual assault by empowering all of us to put consent into practice. And so we have seen a rise in sexual assaults in the past 8 years. We've seen them very disproportionately impact children under the age of 12 and children of color. And so we all recognize that this intersectionality of sexual assault, child abuse, and domestic violence is a crime of opportunity. And under these conditions of stress and isolation, we know that it's happening despite there not being the calls of service from the San Jose Police Department, but from speaking with our service providers, we know that there's a call for services. And so we know that this is an uptick for all of our service providers. This morning I had a press conference discussing this very issue and my shared support for approval and prioritization of the sexual assault work plan, spending plan. And I asked our chief of police, as well as all of our service providers, to create this awareness and give some of the resources. And so in that spirit, I've created a social media toolkit that's equipped with resources, graphics, activities, and samples social media posts. And I've sent them to yourself, Mayor, as well as to all my council members, colleagues, to promote prevention and of sexual assault and this awareness. And so I encourage that we share the hashtag SJSAAM, so SJSAAM, collectively to show the City of San Jose's commitment to promoting this awareness. And lastly, I will be hosting an online story time reading of a children's book to teach about consent and set a really healthy foundation in relationships. And we're doing this in partnership with the San Jose Public Library, Community Solutions, YWCA, Silicon Valley. It'll be at 6 o'clock. It'll be from 6 to 7:30 on Facebook Live. I hope that all my council colleagues and yourself, Mayor, you can join me and share the online story time as a watch party for all to join. I know we can reach a lot more people when we work together. And so thank you so much for the time, and please help me by supporting me and using the hashtag and using our all of our tools that we provided in an email form to create Sexual Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you.
And motion to approve.
Yes, that's to both 2.9 and 2.10?
Second.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Motion from Councilmember Arenas, second from Councilmember Esparza. Anyone like to speak? No? Okay. On that motion, are there any objections to the passage of that motion on consent? Hearing none. All right, that passes unanimously. We'll move now on to the calendar item, the agenda item 3.3, which is approval of various budget actions for fiscal year 1920 to address COVID impacts.
Thank you, Mayor. And Jim will be queuing up here as well. I just wanted to make a few comments as we jump into the presentation here. And first, by just thanking Jim and the budget team and really all the departments for all the work that they've done. It's pretty unusual that we're having to go through a process of bringing down our budget by $45 million with only 2 months left in the year. But that just goes to show of kind of the crisis that we're in. I did want to just mention an action that we have taken outside the budget process, because it's really an administrative issue, and I was going to report out under 3.1, but I think it fits better here. And so I just wanted to let the council know that we have been providing paid administrative leave since March 17th to all employees that have been unable to work. And the vast majority of our employees are working in some capacity or another, but there's some that have not been able to work for various reasons, and we've been paying administrative leave to that. And we've committed to doing that certainly through the current order that expires on the 3rd. So after a lot of thought and careful consideration, we've come to the decision that we're going to end administrative leave for part-time, unbenefited, and temporary employees. And so those are the part-time, unbenefited, and temporary employees that are not working and who haven't been reassigned to roles in the response. And so this is in essence a furlough for the unbenefited and temporary employees. And that furlough will begin on May 4th. And certainly there's always the opportunity to assign those or reassign those employees work should we need their support in terms of how our response continues. The fact that they're on furlough means that these employees are still going to be in our system. They're still considered city employees, and they will be exempted from any type of process to bring them back on. They're not going to have to reapply to continue to do work for the city in the future. And I just want to emphasize that administrative leave will be continued for further notice for all the full-time employees and part-time benefited employees. So just wanted to make sure the council was aware of that administrative action. So now we're going to jump into the presentation of the actions that we're proposing or that we take to address the revenue shortfall in the current year. And so this is really step one, if you will, to address significant revenue loss in the current year. There will be future steps that we will need to take in the proposed budget for next year, and that'll be coming very soon. I think the approach that we're taking is not an overreaction. We need to take these revenue shortfalls seriously. They are real, and we certainly cannot assume that we are going to be reimbursed for lost revenue, as we discussed earlier in the day. The recommendations that you're seeing come forward in this proposal are consistent with what we shared with the council in early April. And just once again, to emphasize the great job that Jim and the team have done in bringing this forward. I will acknowledge, though, that this is not our normal process, both in terms of having to take down the budget this much at this time of the year, but also the fact that our proposals and recommendations, although consistent with our previous discussions with council, only came out on Friday. And so I understand that the time frame is greatly compressed. And this is really over the weekend, the first time that you're seeing the details on what we're proposing. So I understand that. I will tell you that it took a huge effort to get this out to the council by Friday. And as soon as we pushed send on the staff report, we immediately jumped over Saturday morning to working on the proposed budget. So not a lot of time for any of this work to be done. So I'll just end my part by saying this is step one in a process. And Jim is going to go through the details of what we're proposing to address the revenue shortfall for the current fiscal year. Jim?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Dave. Hi, everybody. Jim Shannon, the city's budget director. Going to walk through what the recommendation has to rebalance the general fund with the expected impacts from COVID-19, as well as a few special and capital funds that are similarly impacted. See here, make sure I can get my slides to advance. So just a brief background, as Dave mentioned, back on April 7th, the council accepted a report that was describing the estimated impacts from COVID-19, and then also the approach that we would come forward with to rebalance 1920 and 2021, we talked, a lot about how it's a sort of a shifting environment, and a lot of the old rules that we use to estimate revenues and the economy are kind of thrown out the window here because we're sort of in an unprecedented situation. But our best estimate currently is a $45 million shortfall for 1920. And a few other funds are also impacted as well. So our approach, as Dave mentioned, it was also consistent with how we had talked about it back in early April. On the expense side, we're looking to reduce or eliminate some existing expenditure appropriations, a significant chunk from personal services vacancy savings. So at the end of March, Dave had issued a memorandum to the organization implementing a hiring freeze that froze most positions except for some public safety, sworn and communications positions. And so there's the vacancy savings from that action as well as the normal vacancy savings that we have been accruing throughout the year. Also looking to reduce those non-COVID-19 personal equipment expenditures that we can reduce. So that's going to generate some savings as well. Halting those citywide expenses and those general fund capital projects that hadn't yet started, that can be frozen, and then those savings taken. But we're also are considering what the impacts, especially in this short time frame that we have. Make sure that we're considering what those community impacts might be, as well as factoring in what our organizational capacity is, kind of given the environment that we're in right at the moment, and then our very real future budgetary constraints as well. So that was all kind of part of the decision making for how to reduce the expenditures for 1920. We also will step through a couple of different increases to a couple of different revenue categories. One related to the revenue capture agreement with eBay that we talked about the last time, as well as another transfer from another city fund related to the Hayes Mansion closeout. There's a little bit of extra revenue over there that we're going to bring back into the general fund to help solve our shortfall. And then we also evaluated the use of the various reserves that we have in the city to see which ones we could liquidate to help us solve our shortfall here. So high level for the sales stat for all the revenue adjustments. We went over this in a little bit more detail back in April 7th, so we won't probably get into quite the weeds as much. But the biggest component here for our 45 million is the sales tax reductions, and this is going to be one of the it's certainly the largest, and it's also going to be the hardest to figure out because we get this data the latest. So although we get sales tax revenue on a monthly basis, we really get true ups on a quarterly basis, and that we get data with that tells us where we receive that revenue from and exactly how much it is per quarter. So we're not going to get the revenue data for January, February, March until toward the end of May, and then we're not going to get April, May, June, which is our most critical time, as you know. We're not going to get that until mid to late August. So that's kind of the uncertainty that we're dealing with here. But looking at a $27 million reduction in sales tax, which would drop us down year over year, or drop us down 10% from what the budget is. So that's that sales tax drop all in just a short amount of time, because sales tax was trending higher prior to this reduction. Pretty significantly impacted on the TOT tax as well. So the transient occupancy tax is a tax placed on hotel room nights. We also have some impacts related to TOT that's as part of some special funds. So some pretty significant reductions there, dropping that by a third from where it was previously budgeted at. Some impacts to our fees, rates, and charges. So because we're not able to do programming, we have some reductions for various fees that we won't be able to collect because we're not providing that service. And we have some smaller reductions here for utility tax, business taxes. Business taxes is a little bit smaller because we had actually been performing pretty well to date. And so a little bit of smaller reduction, although we are expecting a little bit of drop off here toward the end. And some fines, forfeitures, and penalties, a lot of them related to parking fines. So that's sort of what we call like sort of the pure general fund reductions estimated due to the COVID-19 impacts. But they're also, we also are going to see some drops in revenue related to our development fee program. So although right now these are in the general fund, that's a fully cost recovery program. And so I kind of showed that here below the line a little bit just to kind of provide some visibility into that. So assuming a reduction of about 5.25 million in the development fee programs, that's mostly related to the planning program, which would be about 1.75 million, and the public works program, which is about 3.5 million. So in planning, we're looking to cover that with anticipated vacancies for personal services savings. And then the public works department looking to offset that again with a little bit of public service, personal services savings, along with using some of the reserves they have in that program. And so those are those components there. And then we're estimating $18 million in additional sales tax, sort of separate, related to the revenue capture agreement with eBay. Again, we only have a quarter's worth of that data in hand, but thinking, kind of just based on the analysis that we've done, that we want to estimate an $18 million total revenue for the remainder of this fiscal year, which will help us. Again, we were waiting to receive that from the California Department of Tax and Finance Administration, CDTFA, if I got that right. And once we got that in late February and went through the process of evaluating it and making sure that it was there, felt good enough about recognizing that revenue to help solve our shortfall here. And then there's a $2.6 million amount, which, in last budget for the 1920 budget process had assumed, had used some of the one-time savings related to the Hayes Mansion sale to pay off both the debt related to Hayes and also pay down some other debt. We had intentionally set some money aside because the transition of the new owners and making sure that all of the liabilities were properly transitioned over to the new owners. And if there was any disagreements between parties about how those closeouts should work, we had intentionally left a $2.6 million reserve in the Community Facilities Revenue Fund. And now that we're almost through the end of this fiscal year and still feel good that we can transfer that $2.6 million into the general fund, which was always the intent for this funding. Just wanted to wait out that final transition cost. There's still a little bit of money left in Hayes, about $2 million in that Hayes Mansion Fund, just to make sure everything else is ironed out. But that's where we currently are at this point. So in total, all that together, the total revenue adjustments in the general fund are $29.7 million. And so here we are on the expense side. So we have a source of $29.65 million that we need to reduce by, and so we need to reduce the expenditures by that same amount. And so before I go down all through the list, I'll just point out here the development fee programs. You see the offsets there for the personal services side, or for the planning development fee program and the public works development fee program, taking down some of the personal services and a little bit of non-personal expenditures there, and then offsetting the rest of it by the reduction to the reserve. So that takes care of the development fee portion. And the other items on this list are sort of what the pure general fund components are. And we'll walk through these series of lists here, but the biggest component are the departmental expenses. And so these are the appropriations directly overseen by the department for the personal and non-personal equipment charges. We've got statewide expenses, which are generally multi-departmental in nature, for normally like specific projects that multiple departments collaborate on. We've got our capital contributions and expenses. We have some savings there. And I'll talk through what we're doing with our reserves to help us balance out. We're not yet needing to tap into the budget stabilization reserve, but we are able to be able to repurpose some other reserves to save that budget stabilization reserve for the future budget process. And then we do have a reduction in a transfer. So we had a transfer to a special fund, and after additional analysis, looks like we're not going to need that transfer after all, so we can pull that back into the general fund. So I'll talk about that as well. So for the departmental expenses, here is a listing. This is also shown in the memo of each department and what the total departmental savings are, both split up between personal services and non-personal equipment. As I said before, the bulk of this is related to personal services savings, vacancy savings, either attributed to the hiring freeze or for other vacancy savings that have occurred throughout the year. I'm sure council is aware that we do have a pretty high churn rate for our vacancies, so we always anticipate a certain level of vacancies. And so here we're taking the budget action to recognize those savings by reducing those department budgets by these amounts to make sure that we capture that savings on a budgetary basis. And similarly, on the non-personal side, there's a mixture of general savings here, and then there are some specific, there's a handful of specific actions that won't be able to go forward, or a few programs that will be halted, because we're sort of really focusing on those COVID-related expenditures and minimizing all non-COVID costs. We're capturing that savings there on the non-personal side. So between the personal side, the non-personal side, that's a pretty good chunk. And then also, as directed in that April 7th action, which was a memo from the mayor that was approved by the city council, for a contribution from the mayor and city council budgets as well. And so that totals $610,000, which includes $200,000 from the mayor's office budget and $40,000 from each council district office. So that's a proportional reduction, as well as I think about $10,000 reduction in the council general appropriation. So all total there is a $9.7 million reduction. So then the other different categories. And so, I think we've, feel good about the package that we're bringing forward here today has some minimal impacts to both the organization and the community, but it's not without impact. You just can't do that. So there's some of the things that are going to be felt here. So in the citywide expense category, we have savings of $7.8 million. I'll just talk through a few of the larger items here. The listing of all of these items are in the attachments to the memo. We'll list out each individual appropriation. And so one of them is the South San Jose Police Substation appropriation. This is $1.5 million that was previously set aside to help out start the activation of the police substation. This was a couple of years ago in a previous budget message. Shortly after this allocation was made, we had the Measure T measure had passed. And so as part of Measure T, there's funding for a new police training center, whereby once that is built, the training capacity that's currently at the substation would move out into that new police training facility. And then we'd be able to activate the substation for what its original intended use. And so what that $1.5 million really is set aside to help us with fixtures, furnishings, and equipment, or FF&E needs that will ultimately be needed for both the new training facility and to help activate the substation. So this funding is recommended to be taken down at this point because the police training facility is still a few years out, but we recognize that, to open that facility and to reactivate the substation, we're going to need to find probably this and even a little bit more in the future to open those back up. Workers' compensation savings of $1.3 million. So we're in looking at what the current trend is. I think our HR team has done an awesome job working with departments, working with bargaining groups to have a safer workforce and to be working on finding ways to reduce our compensation claims. So those items have been trending down. So we're assuming a savings of about $1.3 million here. And then we have the San Jose 311 application where we have some savings. So this we went forward with a few of the functional upgrades for that project, including language. But we are recognizing the remaining savings, which is a $786,000 there. Move to the capital expense category of $4.1 million. The bulk of this is related to the emergency power generation for critical city facilities. This was a $5 million allocation that was done as part of the 18-19 annual report action. And so what this recommendation does here is that it preserves $2 million of that $5 million funding for the most critical facilities, but then does let go $3 million of that original allocation. And I think this is going to be a continued priority for us. So we're going to need to keep searching for one-time bits of money as we go forward the next couple of years, because energy resiliency is going to continue to be a key focus. But I think we have the top priorities. We'll be using the remaining $2 million. There are a number of traffic safety projects totaling $609,000 in that was a part of the last budget message, the 1920 June budget message, I believe. And those are being recommended because they didn't start yet this year, although there was work to get those going. We're recommending to take down the expense in the general fund And those costs will be absorbed and prioritized into the traffic capital program in the neighborhood traffic calming section and the building and structure construction tax fund for those safety improvements. So hoping to carry on with the same level of service, just funded a little bit differently. And then the quiet zone, which was another large item in the message from last fiscal year. There is this study that is currently ongoing to identify the potential improvements for the quiet zone, but the funding available for those improvements would not be available with the action taken today. I think the administration will try to identify some other sources, but it will be more of a challenge going forward to implement the quiet zone. But again, we're still waiting to see what the study results of those are. And then the transfer, so we had transferred, and for a couple of years, we had been supporting, the general fund, had been supporting the self-insured medical fund, which was established because the previous plan offerings didn't have that type of PPO plan. So we had a self-insured fund that the general fund had to subsidize. And so with the new healthcare provider, we do have this fund will be closed out by the end of the calendar year, but so that won't be going forward, but also the previously anticipated claims that we had thought at the start of the year are coming in less. And so we think we don't need this subsidy transfer anymore. And so we can pull that back. And so we can recognize that as savings as well. And reserves. All right, so we have two different categories of reserves. So one of them are earmarked reserves that we're recommending to reduce by $9.3 million. And so these were previously set aside for other purposes that we're going to liquidate for our purposes here to solve our shortfall. The largest of which is the salaries and benefits reserve, which has we're recommending to take down by $5.1 million. This is an amount that was previously set aside in past years for potential payroll errors and for increases in health rates and management pay for performance that was set aside as part of the budgetary process, calculated and set aside only to be liquidated if needed. And so in some cases, the departments in a lot of times are able to absorb some of those costs. And so we have the savings that we can recognize here to help offset our shortfall. We had set aside a city health plan restructuring reserve a couple of years ago. The current balance is $2 million. These were different ideas to help broaden or diversify how our employees choose our health plans. We've been doing a few of those efforts, and we've been able to absorb those costs within the departmental budgets. So this one we're recommending to take down by $1.9 million, leaving about $100,000 left. Sick leave payments upon retirements reserve. This is a reserve that we've been taking down over the number of years, little bit by little bit, as our liability for what the sick leave payout may be for those folks who are pending retirement in tier 1, their sick leave payout. That liability is slowly coming down over the years as people are retiring. And so we are recommending to reduce this amount by $1 million. And then this last one on the slide here is Parks Rehab Strike Team of $745,000. This was a 3-year program that was initiated last year. So this is year 3 of it. That would have been in 21-22. And so this is a reserve that we're recommending to eliminate at this time. And then this one's a little complicated, so I apologize for the technicalese of this last one, but the 1920 ending fund balance reserve, you may remember back in mid-year, we had said that, hey, as part of our adopted budget process, we assume an ongoing ending fund balance of $23 million. And what that means is that even though we go forward and we budget really closely on the revenue side, we budget very closely on the expense side, we still know we're probably going to have some amount of extra revenue or some expenditure savings, and we want to capture that as fund balance. It helps us budget tighter. And so what we had assumed is we would have $23 million of a combination of excess revenues and expenditure savings as part of our budget balancing process. So if we don't hit that $23 million, that means that any shortfall will be carried forward into next year to make next year's deficit worse. And so what we said here is, okay, we want to make sure we kind of fill up that $23 million bucket and to make our next year's problem not worse. And so what this does is we had already set aside $10 million with 23 at mid-year. That $10 million is temporarily sort of on loan to the emergency reserve fund we used to sort of front load some costs related to our COVID response, but we expect that to be brought back in prior to the end of the fiscal year. So we need another 13 more million there to get us to the 23 million. We're only doing 8 because we're also assuming a savings of $5 million to liquidate old carryover encumbrances greater than 3 years that we want to capture as a savings. So that will ultimately offset what needs to be officially budgeted in that reserve. So hopefully that was followable. That's a tricky one. And then we do have a few special capital fund adjustments, and they're primarily are related to the impacts to our hotel and convention center community. So we have of the transient occupancy tax, that's a 10% tax. For the 4 percentage points that goes to the general fund, and we got 6 percentage points of it goes to the special fund. And so we're recommending to take that down by a pretty significant amount, as we saw earlier. And so that will impact the 3 partners that by municipal code receive that funding. So it'll be a reduction to our cultural grants partners by 2.2 million, the CVB by 2.2 million, and then it'll be a reduction of the transfer to the Convention and Cultural Affairs Fund by 4.4 million. So this is so that's the impact of what that TOT reduction will be. The good news is we do have some in all of these funds here. We do have some reserves and backups that we're helping to get us through this process, including in our cultural grants program. So that will be helpful. But on a going forward basis, we're going to be very, very careful about how we budget and allocate funding. In the Convention and Cultural Affairs Fund, this is the fund that funds Team San Jose operations for our convention center facilities operations and our cultural facilities operations. What this does is this, because of the lack of events and the lack of conventions that are happening between the COVID shutdown through the end of the year, without that revenue coming in and hitting us so short and so late in the fiscal year, especially when we anticipate some pretty big events in the late spring, what this does is it's going to drive up the subsidy requirements for Team San Jose by $6.3 million for almost a little bit over about $11 million total subsidy, which is tough. And that's even with the Team San Jose going through the really tough choices that it's had to make over the past few weeks. That's offset a little bit. Again, we have some reserves in both the Convention and Cultural Affairs Fund and in the Convention and Cultural Affairs Capital Fund. We have revenue stabilization reserves or capital reserves that are helping us through this time. Similarly, in our Convention Center Facilities District Revenue Fund, another special tax that is placed on a large number of hotel rooms in the city. We have liquidating a reserve to help us through offset some of the shortfall there to make sure that we can make all of our debt service payments, which we feel that we can even going into the following year. So our foresight and council's foresight in setting aside some of these different reserves is helping us through these funds here. I'm almost done here. Evaluation follow-up. So we're going to continue monitoring our economic situation and the revenue impacts, all the way through the end of the fiscal year and beyond. Like I said, it's really difficult to see where we're going to be. We're going to do our best, and we're going to keep you updated as best as we can. We will have in June our March, April bi-monthly financial report. Again, that won't have sales tax data in it, but it will have some other revenue components there. And we will come forward with a recommendation on June 23rd to do the final trips for 1920, which we do every year to do. So it will be anything that we're learning new, plus any other shifts that we need to accommodate in accordance with our normal year-end actions. And so with that, I just want to say thank you for listening, and also a big, huge thank you to my team, who is just killing it out there at home. And so I really appreciate my leadership team that we have here and everybody that's not on the slide that hopefully is watching online for all of the stuff that you're doing to get us across the goal line here. And with that, I will stop talking.
Thanks, Jim. And thank you also to, as you said, all the members of your team who are working so incredibly hard in a really difficult time, a fast-moving environment, a very dynamic, fluid situation, and trying to see how we can keep the wheels on. So thank you to you, to Bonnie, Claudia, and everybody on your team. Let's hear from several members of the community who'd like to speak, beginning with Eric Haynes. Eric, if you could take your device off of mute. Thank you.
Can you hear me good?
Yes, thank you. Welcome.
My name is Eric Haynes, and I work as a representative for the members of Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. And I wanted to first thank you for discussing the City of San Jose's efforts to guide us through this COVID-19 pandemic. I'm all for getting back to work and getting our economy moving forward, but only if it's done in the right way that keeps me, my family, and my community safe. Any resumption of construction work must be looked at through a public health lens first and should include every worker and their family being provided employer-paid health care coverage. If ever there was a time for this requirement, it is now during this pandemic. What will the city of San Jose, or what will the San Jose City Council do to require healthcare coverage for local construction workers? Thank you.
Thank you. Diana Zamora Marroquin. Welcome. We're going to try that again, Diana. I think there we go.
Hello.
Hi, Diana.
Hi, sorry, it's enough to press the unmute me button. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Diana Zamora Marroquin, Labor Council. Thank you for discussing all the efforts that the city is making to guide us safely through the pandemic thing. As you consider the impacts of this crisis on the city's budget, we really need to make sure that we're remembering the health and safety of our community, understanding that it is of utmost importance. As we continue to discuss around starting up construction throughout the city, it's imperative to focus on how to best keep workers and our community safe. As you know, many of the construction sites in our city are actually a blend of workers who work under a collective bargaining agreement who do not. Those who do have a collective bargaining agreement have health insurance, which is always important and even during this time, as it allows them and their families to stay safe and access health care. However, workers without a collective bargaining agreement are not always as fortunate as the workers to have a higher likelihood to work, even feeling sick. And this is really terrible. Jeopardizes not just their health, but also the health of their families and their coworkers. So as such, the city of San Jose should mandate that only those contractors and developers family health care coverage for their workers be allowed to resume operations during this pandemic. Literally a matter of life and death for folks at home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker named either AI or Al. Welcome.
This is Al Gonzalez. Yeah, I work as a business representative for UA Local 393 Plumbers and Steam Fitters. And again, thanks for what the city of San Jose is doing to guide us through this pandemic. Nothing is more important than the health and safety of our communities. By protecting all workers who are on the job during this pandemic from disease transmission will in turn protect the public. Contractors and developers should be required to abide by strict guidelines established by the county to ensure safe job sites. To address the inequities, we also need family health care coverage for all workers prior to those sites being allowed to resume construction. As a union member, I already receive the benefit of health insurance and access to testing if I get sick, but the uninsured face significant barriers to testing and health care. Therefore, the balancing between safely opening construction sites during the pandemic and remaining shut down tips in favor of opening only if health care coverage is provided to all workers and a plan is established by the county public health professionals to safely open up construction.
Al, I'm going to interrupt you at this point because I think there are several folks, it sounds like, are wanting to speak on this issue. And this not the issue we're discussing right now. The issue we're discussing is the budget. And I don't believe there's any discussion involved here relating to restarting construction or benefits of employees of private sector companies or anything like that. This is just the budget. Is there anything you want to say on the budget, Al?
Not at this time.
Okay, let me then, I know there's several people who are waiting to speak, and let me just remind everybody that This is with regard to how we're going to solve a $45 million budget deficit in our current year. I see our next speaker is, looks like José.
Hi, Mayor. Yes, this is José Garcia.
Hi, José. Did you want to speak on the budget?
Yes, I do, Mayor.
Great. Welcome.
Thank you. And we, by the way, we didn't have a chance to speak on 3.1. It was a lengthy conversation, but us in the construction industry, unfortunately, didn't get a chance to speak on it. But
There's no public comment on 3.1, José. So if you'd like to speak on the budget, you're welcome to speak on the budget.
yes, and yes, my point is that we needed a chance to speak. But on the budget, yes, we think, and I echo Al's and Eric's comments, that we need to put in the budget safeguards for the workers. I know you don't think this is a budget issue, but we think it is. And that's why we are speaking on it. The safety of the worker is very important, Mayor. You were talking about opening up the economy and starting.
You're speaking about a different item, José. Would you like to speak specifically to the budget?
I am speaking on the budget. You mentioned that you want to start doing inspections, and to do inspections.
Oh, that's not this item, José. José, we're talking about the budget. Would you like to talk about the budget?
I am talking about the budget, Mayor.
No, you're not. You're talking about inspections. So let's talk about the budget.
Well, the budget needs to include financial resources for worker protections.
I don't believe that's in the budget.
Well, I don't know what you want me to talk about then.
How about just talking about the budget?
Yeah, well, you tell me what you want me to talk about then. Tell me what to say.
Well, the law says that you're able to talk about the item, which is item 3.3. So, thank you, José. All right, the individual with the phone number ending 8964. Welcome. Okay, we're not actually able to hear you. There may be a software or device problem. So if you have the phone number 8964, it appears that you're not muted, but we can't actually hear you. Okay, we'll try to come back. If you can maybe determine if there's a problem with your device, we'll come right back to you. Dominic, welcome.
Yeah, you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Dominic Toriano. I'm a business representative for the Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. The COVID budget discussion impacts the planning and construction workers, which is directly linked to the public health and safety of workers. The city didn't allow for us to speak on 3.1, so I would like to, talk about it in this related fashion.
This is item 3.3, and we're discussing very important matters relating to resolving a $45 million budget deficit. If you'd like to speak on that, you're welcome to do so. Thank you. The speaker with the phone number, I'm sorry, let's go to Blair Beekman next. Welcome, Blair.
Hi, am I unmuted?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. You've always offered myself a nice latitude in how to talk about issues, and I thank you for that. I wish you could be able to hear the complaints at this time of others, or the reasoning of others at this time. For myself, I'm going to try my best here to talk about issues of the city budget and the furlough situation. And I think furlough ideas were first introduced back in 2008 with the economic recession at that time. And there were very important ideas, not about a furlough process, but about a tiered system of work time and time off strategies. And, with what we're going to be expecting possibly in the fall, with another, smaller possibly outbreak, that we might be on, this shelter in place again. So I'm thinking a tiered system. I hope you guys are considering those kind of ideas and time off strategies to not cut out your workforce, but to simply create, ways that, their work hours are less, but are still a part of your management, and those kind of ideas. And, um, you know, to ask just out of curiosity, are issues of, say, placing the many 5G poles that you're going to be permitting with Verizon at that time, would that technically fall under a city budget issue or not?
The revenue relating to that, yes.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get a way that other people can maybe talk about their construction issues. So thank you for that, and good luck with this issue. Thank you.
The person with the phone number ending 8964, no, okay. Jeffrey Buchanan, welcome.
Thanks so much. So a couple of things. Realize it wasn't in the staff memo, but I think it would be really helpful to hear from the city manager's office how many workers will be impacted by the furlough that was just announced for May 4th. I think, you know, while we understand there's a lot of difficult choices in front of the administration, it's helpful to understand the scope of some of these decisions. Additionally, you know, obviously for this round of cuts, there were a lot of choices made around, you know, how to keep existing services at current levels and roll some things back. But I do think going forward, trying to get a better sense with some of these decisions about the how the equity lens, how we're thinking about the equity lens and how these decisions are made. Realize this particular staff report didn't really lay out how equity lays into these decisions, but hopefully going forward, particularly as we look at FY 2021 and decisions on how we're dealing with fiscal issues, it'd be helpful to make sure that we're not forgetting that very important discussion that we've been having as of late. Additionally, it would be helpful to hear from the administration what we're thinking about in regards to the Federal Reserve's municipal liquidity facility as a part of some of the recent stimulus efforts by the federal government and by the Federal Reserve. It does appear that the city of San Jose would be eligible to use that liquidity facility. So it'd be helpful to understand what kind of strategies may make sense for San Jose in dealing with some of our potential revenue shortfalls, looking to the Federal Reserve as one possible strategy moving forward. Just interested to hear how the city's starting to think about, or whether the city's starting to think about using that as a potential option. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Gene Cohen, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Can you hear me?
We can, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to, again, reiterate our thanks to the council and especially to the staff for just trying to navigate these challenging times for everybody. And just a couple of points about the budget related to construction and some concerns for UA Local 393. One, just making sure that the Office of Quality Assurance and the Planning Department are kept whole. I know that you're already prioritizing this and we want to support you in that effort. Two, we want to just make sure that we're all collectively addressing the concerns laid out. I think it's on page 9 of the staff report about the drops in reserves, and just making sure that construction is active because we all have a collective interest in making sure the TOT and taxes associated with that are robust and coming in a timely fashion. So once again, thank you for your work on this.
Thanks, Gene. Dylan Bolt, I believe you're our final speaker. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
We can, thanks.
All right, thank you. So I just wanted to say we appreciate all the work you guys have been doing on this. These are very trying times. Some of it we're going to see remnants for years to come. In reference to page 9 in the budget, and over a 40% drop in the revenue is tough. We have to figure out ways to come together. We have to figure out ways to make this work. I am a representative of sprinkler fitters, but also a representative of the community. We do worry about all the different scenarios that the city has to adhere to just to make this possible. When speaking about the $145 million money that you had coming in, some of those furloughed workers, if there's ways to reclassify them, I'm hoping there's ways that we can use that money. But when we do use that money, I want to make sure that they are getting health care. Them and their families are getting paid health care in this. It's very important in these times that health care is provided to all workers and their family. No matter what the scenario is, no matter what we're talking about, we always got to come back to the people. We got to make sure that everybody's safe. If we decide to open up some of these job sites, which I hope we will, under these classifications, the budget is important, but we also need to make sure that the safety of the workers across the city have health care, and this is done systematically. So thank you guys for your time. I appreciate all the work you guys have been doing. Again, let's work on healthcare in this budget.
Thank you, sir. All right, well, back to the council. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. First, as tough as it is, I think in the future, we're gonna look back now and really appreciate the type of leadership and inclusiveness that the city has demonstrated during these tough times. I'd like to especially thank city manager staff and the budget staff for the town halls and being as transparent as we possibly can with everyone. And I think that's the kind of leadership that we need right now. I read in the report that we did consider impact to the community, and that came up a few times in the staff report. And so I wanted to ask a question, and I don't know if this is for Jim or Jennifer or Dave, but what is our sort of mission statement that we are using to protect the most vulnerable in our community? How are we measuring that?
Yeah, and I think I'll start off if it's okay, and then Jim can jump in. You know, I don't want to dodge the question. I want to just acknowledge that the process that we just went through for this interim adjustment is way different than we would normally use, for sure, and it is different than we're going to use for the proposed budget. I mean, just the fact that you know, we put this proposal in front of you on Friday. And we were working up to the wire on it. And so, and the fact that there was no community engagement on this at all, it's just a very different thing. I think with the proposed budget, although we're gonna have to compress that schedule, as Jim laid out last week or sometime recently, we still plan on that you know, the proposed process to include in community engagement. I do believe the mayor's office and the mayor's going to lead that. You know, we do plan to have study sessions with the council. So we do, and we do plan to be able to kind of bring, you know, the value questions into the formation of that budget. Absolutely. You know, I know it says in the memo here that we certainly did look at kind of the programs and the impact that the programs have on the community and how the community is relying on. I think it's fair to say, though, what Jim's putting forward here really minimizes impacts to the community, because we're really talking about vacancy savings and the use of some of the reserves and some other things. So this is a pretty minimal impact that we're, you know, doing right now, recognizing the numbers are big. But I just want to emphasize the point I was making earlier. As we go into the proposed budget process, we got to be able to integrate the things that you're talking about into that process. It can't be just us throwing a budget at you on a Friday and expecting you to be able to do something with it on a Tuesday. Community, mayor and council, staff, all of us need to be involved with that, and it needs to be a more thoughtful process. This is just a crisis response to the end of the year. So I don't know if there's anything more you want to add to that, Jim.
Yeah, and I'll add, I think I said this before, I can't remember, it's a little bit of a blur, and so I can't remember at one point, but it is very apparent. It has been very apparent since March, when we were still meeting in person, the budget office is trying to go for the lowest hanging fruit as much as possible and for as long as possible before we have to kind of get into some more difficult decisions. So, so back to the question, which is bringing the value questions, because this report references, Rick, you're on mute. Are you talking or? Oh, okay.
Sorry, I've been on the phone. I've been on the phone.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
Rick has some very strong opinions about this right now. Okay. In terms of how we can bring in those value questions into some of those more difficult decisions, and that we get to some of the work that we've been talking about equity, but about impact, looking at the populations who are most severely impacted and really trying to protect the most vulnerable people in our community as much as we can. And so I'm looking forward to those conversations moving forward as we go into sort of the next round. And I also appreciate in the presentation and in the report that we're using a tiered approach. So Jim, can you talk a little bit more about that tiered approach so that we can prioritize reinstatements if the federal funding comes in?
I think that the tiered approach is maybe something that, Dave talked about in his introductory remarks about how of the budgetary challenge that we're facing, want to get it in bites. So the first bite is getting ourselves for 1920. And then, what the April 7th memo had talked about for our budget balancing strategy for 2021. And I'll only touch on this maybe briefly because I know we're not really agendized to talk about 2021, but just to reflect back on what that April 7th memo said is that we would be looking to bring forward a budget proposal package. We're calling it, a package one that would be effective with the adoption of the budget. That would have a mix of ongoing and one-time solutions for our problem. As we all know, our problem is really kind of undefined a little bit. So we've put a number on it, but that's a really squirrely estimate for us. And so what we're also wanting to do as part of to describe in the budget our approach, should we need to come back later in the year, say in October, after we have our sales tax data and we have more information to implement further cuts to the service levels and organizations potentially to address that potential shortfall. So that was the multi-tiered strategy approach that I know we were looking at for the budget balancing process.
And so how are we reviewing our current dollars, such as CDBG funds, for example, in the context of the entire city's need, right? Those funds belong to the entire city. How are we looking at those specific pots within what stands before us?
So here, this is really just the mostly the pure general fund component. So we felt good about being able to solve what our shortfall here is with general fund resources. The federal sources such as CDBG and others, we're looking at that. There is a number of, the legislation that's passed at the federal level has also increased and reallocated those federal fundings that's going to help us with our response, especially with the homeless sheltering component. And we'll also be looking as part of our budget launch process for 2021, that's where we're really going to be looking at how to best leverage those resources there to continue the services or that the general fund may not be able to provide.
Okay. And then, so, one of the things that I think we're all trying to figure out, right, is how we sort of bridge these gaps. And so are we incorporating other federal funding sources and being especially aggressive? And I'm talking about specifically non-COVID opportunities such as public safety grants, transportation, right? Like, are we being especially aggressive to go after some of those opportunities, especially given our financial outlook? Is that a question for Lee?
Yes. Yeah, no,
Okay.
I mean, he's happy to answer. I'm always happy here.
Okay.
But no, for sure. And, you know, we're always pretty aggressive on that, but that will be a key focus. You know, especially because, you know, the shortfall was going to be pretty severe. And so, you know, oftentimes we set ourselves, you know, we're maybe more one-time rich and ongoing poor. And maybe we felt that a lot in 1920 when we had a bunch of one-time money, but we didn't have a lot of ongoing money. You know, this year we're going to kind of have none of those things. And so securing grants and those external funding sources is going to be good to help us with those one-time needs. But we really need to be thoughtful about our, you know, we're solving right here for 1920, but we expect to have, and we know we're going to have an ongoing issue. So when we come forward with the balanced budget, we got to make sure we take a good chunk of our ongoing expenditures and deal with that issue too, which grants helps us, but it doesn't really get at the ongoing aspect of it.
Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales. Councilmember Perales?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation as well to staff. Oh, sorry, turn the camera on. Most of my questions were answered through Jim in the presentation, so thank you, Jim, for that. And in regards to some of the funding here, and I know we had talked about it on the last item on some of the government dollars that we're getting, federal government dollars we're getting. I see in here, this is page 14. There's two items. There's a homeless housing innovations at 500,000, and then a homeless response team at 150,000. I'm curious if those are, you know, that's something that their dollars right now still going into those needs, but they're just coming from, you know, the FEMA support, or just if there's any further breakdown on those two.
Yeah, sure. So the homeless housing innovations, that $500,000, that was an allocation from the a mayor's message maybe back in 1819. I think that was to investigate some alternative housing solutions that you know, didn't probably really work out the way the folks had hoped. But there are, given that there are a number of other sort of so again, this is general fund money. It's not a special funding source. It was general fund money that was allocated for that purpose. You know, what the good news, at least, is that the federal response has been pretty robust when it comes to allocating additional funding and resources for homeless support for the short term. And so that limits the impact there. The items for the homeless response team is really more just vacancy savings kind of related to those work efforts. That's also part of the general fund.
Thank you. And then in regards to Dave's comments on furloughing part-time, temporary, and contract employees, do you have any other details you're going to be sharing in regards? I'm curious myself, you know, which employees we may be talking about, what departments are impacted. I don't know if you have a slightly more detailed summary you can provide.
I see if any Jennifer have that. You know, I think just want to emphasize the employees that we're talking about. I know many of you know this, but I just heard in some of the questions from the public comment that maybe there was a little confusion. So this is part-time, unbenefited employees and temporary employees. And so these are not our salary. These aren't salaried employees. These are employees that work on specific items when we have work available to them. And so I want to guess I don't want to guess the number. So I see Jennifer turned her mic off. So Jennifer McGuire, can you help give more specifics on the numbers and who we're talking about?
Yeah, so we're trying to nail down the numbers. Just to again, these are people that are that would normally be that are not assigned. They're at home. They're not doing work presently. So I want to make sure we're clear on that. And many of these people would not be working beyond the time that we started to give them admin leave. But it is the unbenefited part-time. The departments that generally have those positions would be in the police department, were like crossing guards to the library to PRNS. So some of those departments would be the main ones that I can think of. So we do have some in other departments. I believe we have some in transportation, not a lot. But those, I think, are the main departments that would be affected. We need to figure out how many, we're trying to work on the number of how many people are not assigned right now to do work who would be subject to this furlough. And I know that Jennifer Shembry and her team are looking at that right now. So we should be able to get you a number on that shortly.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just curious, obviously, right, as well on what those impacts may be. Appreciate a little bit more detail on that. Thank you. Jim, you described a number of reserves and you used the term liquidated. Is it safe to say that means that we're eliminating or using up all the funds in those reserves? Or is there, are there some of these reserve funds that we're not using all the reserves, we're just using partial?
Yeah, so some of those are, it's a combination. So let's see, some of the bigger ones are partial. So for instance, get my sheet here, right, on my papers. So for example, the health plan, the city health plan restructuring reserve. So that reserve currently stands at 2.0 million. And so we're reducing that by 1.9. I think there's one more effort, to do some diversification of options as part of next open enrollment. So leaving just a little bit of resources there because that's going to be a really important thing going forward. Another example would be the sick leave payments upon retirements reserve, where that is, that's $5 million, and that now goes down to $4 million. You probably recall a couple of years ago that was up at $6 million. So we've been keeping an eye on that and taking that down over the course of time. And the salaries and benefits reserve would be remaining at $5 million, which is our normal level that we carry forward into the following year to help with any unforeseen shortfalls. That helps.
And it does help. Are those the only reserves then that there would still be a remaining balance, and safe to say the rest of them we're using the full amount in the reserve?
I don't know if I could say that necessarily. So, I mean, if I look at, actually, I could say at least with the ones that are on here, I can at least speak to those for sure. So let's say, so the 21-22 strike team, that reserve of 745 would be completely reduced to zero. The 311 call transition reserve, that reduces it. I think there would be another $100,000 in there, but I think there's some one-time uses already for that, so that will effectively be eliminated. Let's see, the Japantown neighborhood parking pilot program is a partial reserve liquidation because I think there's future development that will need to happen there. That reserve can pay some TIF fees in the future.
How much is remaining in that one?
I think that would be 150.
Okay.
I think it's $400,000 currently. I'm gonna look at my teams to see if someone is gonna correct me, but I think that's what it currently is.
You mean you know that one off the top of your head? Pretty good.
Well, I mean, we spent a lot of time with these numbers, man. It's that's all I do now. So I think that's what that one stands at. And so, there are other reserves, so there are, in full disclosure, our budget has a lot of earmarked reserves for specific things, that are for artificial turf replacement, which is money that was received and set aside. And so there are various restrictions depending on the reserve. But, we try to do our best to go through there and repurpose those except we can. And some of this is the work that we do every year in the budget process, whereby we look at all of our fund balance and our reserves and see which of those we can liquidate and use as one-time funding for the following year. So that's one of the reasons why we can generate, a little bit of one-time money. But the challenge is that, so we're kind of doing that work now a little bit to solve our problem, which means we don't have that tool available with the 2021 process. And I see Jennifer maybe wants to jump in.
Yeah, I just want, you forgot about the sexual assaults.
Oh, yes.
Law enforcement training and supportive services reserve, that sits right now at 690,000. council member, and there's another agenda item for use of 515,000. So that puts 175,000 into this budget balancing action. And that's for a separate discussion about the use of that, but I just wanted to point that one out as well.
Okay, and I recognize there was a lot of work, put into this to try to get this done very quickly. It just does help to have a better understanding of when we're looking at the reserves, which ones are fully used, or I think the word is encumbered, and which ones are not, and just kind of helpful to understand, especially, if we're either there's a use, right, that we think that we need. So for instance, on the sexual assault one, or if we think there may be more wiggle room, and we want to be able to chip away at that, because we're just trying to turn over every single stone here for nickels and dimes. Speaking of doing that, I know the sick leave payment upon retirement, Jim, you may recall, I've been looking at chipping away at that the last couple years, and just looking at the reality on how much we may need. And I know that previously the need was very high, and that has not been the case for a number of years. And I was happy that we did decrease that. I was going to make that recommendation last year anyways, but I know that came out of your office, so I appreciate that. I did feel we could go lower, and so I'm happy to see that we're trying to utilize that. If there is more wiggle room there or in other reserves, certainly I know that you'll be looking at that as we get into the budget discussions for next year, to try to see what more we may be able to do. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate all the comments that have been made and agree with, I think, all of them. I appreciate staff working really hard to get all this information to us in a very quick pace. I know it's a lot of work and a lot of numbers and a lot of things to evaluate. I also really appreciated seeing the fact that there are no reductions at this time, Dave, and I very much appreciate that. And I'm certain that the employees appreciate that. The other thing I just wanted to say is that I think there's $32 million in the budget stabilization reserve that I think we're going to reuse for the next year, which I think is a great thing, obviously, that we're not utilizing that at this time. It's great to have that on hand as we face uncertainties in the coming years. The other thing I just wanted to say as well is the 1.5 million from the South San Jose substation. Obviously, it seems to me to be very apparent as I read this document that we're looking everywhere. We're scouring sort of what's available and where to pull money back from. And so I understand the need for it. Although that substation, we're going to need that money at some point. So I'm hoping, even though we're taking that out, that it gets replenished somehow in the years ahead. Although it sounds like a lot of money, I certainly don't have $1.5 million. In the grand scheme of things, I think with this budget, it isn't something insurmountable. So I look forward to seeing if we can plug that hole in the future. I did have some questions just on the breakdown of the different deductions from the various departments. I see that personal services are obviously, there's a lot of cuts or deductions there, right? And so is it correct to assume that those are essentially vacancies within these departments? Is that for the most part the case, or?
Yeah, generally those are vacancies that either had never been filled for whatever reason, or had been churned, or that were affected by the hiring freeze. So there's no elimination of positions or reduction to the workforce as part of this effort. This is really mostly capturing vacancy savings. There are probably a few work efforts that won't be able to go forward because maybe they were planning to hire some folks, and so that's going to not like it's without impact to potential services, but in terms of the workforce, it really is more reflective of the savings.
Okay, and the personal services, the deduction that stood out to me is I think it was IT, 1.2 million. I don't know if it's just that IT folks get paid a lot. That may be 2 positions, or that may be 30. I don't know. And so, can you give me a sense as to the 1.2 million? I mean, are they going to be? I don't know if anyone from IT is on the call, but
Yeah.
I assume that they give you these projections or they put these up, so it's something they can absorb and deal with, right? As they go.
It is, and I'll ask Rob to jump in because I think he's on the line, I think, so I'll give him a chance there. But these are projections that the departments and the budget office collaborate on to make sure that we feel good that we can take these. We might need to do some final adjustments as part of the year-end process, but we work on these together. And IT for the last few years has had a pretty significant level of vacancy savings. Rob, do you want to jump in?
Sure, and council member and Jim, yeah, there is a combination of those. We did get more positions this year, and we've had to go through the process of hiring them. We hired, I think, a total of 8 or 9 in the first 4 or 5 months of the year. But with COVID-19, we also have a delay in some of the work and projects that we were going to have. So the combination of both the pay of the positions, the pace of hiring and what we could get through in terms of speed, where we are in the year, and then COVID and what we're focusing on now, and then the hiring freeze all combined to create that $1.2 million number.
Okay, all right. Just on paper, it seems like a massive hit, but you know what you're doing, Rob. So
I feel it too.
So thank you for that. The other question I had is this: I know obviously it seems like eternities ago, but Measure T, the passage of Measure T, I think you touched on it, Jim. That money is obviously allocated to different projects and such. I know there's restrictions when certain things get passed, and can you refresh my memory if Measure T money, I mean, so for example, if we're building out a police substation or a training facility or a fire station, I mean, the money that we get from Measure T pays for someone that we're hiring to build that out, right? Is that correct? I mean, or does that go to fund some of the work from the employees internally? Are there any restrictions on how we can use that money with regards to spending money on positions here within the city?
So there are, and I think I'm going to let Matt Kano jump in just a second, but I know that those work for Measure T, and I'm sure Rick can jump in too, is that those monies have to be used to improve real property. And so, those are folks that are directly working on those projects or are facilitating that work directly. But I'll let Matt or Rick jump in here
If you don't mind, let me just
sure.
just do one thing to give a little context as to what I'm curious about. I guess the concern for me and what I'm curious about is, do we expect the budgetary situation here at the city to impact any of those projects or prevent them from moving forward or slow them down in any way? What I'm curious about.
Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you. This is Matt Kano. Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. From a project delivery standpoint, no, we've still been moving forward with Measure T during the closure because a lot of it is design work that people are doing from home. All my public works team bills to the projects, and so all the staff on the 5th and the 6th floor and in the transportation department as well. The ones that are working on those portions of their salaries are paid by the projects, and so we do and can use Measure T money to fund city staff that are actually delivering the projects. And there is a nominal amount of administrative charges we can do for the analysts and accountants who are doing, and the finance folks who are doing the cost tracking. And I'll defer to Jim regarding any operational impacts of Measure T projects in the future. But from the project implementation standpoint, no, it's not being slowed down except for a few slight hiccups for the first few weeks of closure while we're getting used to working from home.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could just jump in, and Jim can add to this. So I think, Matt answered the question correctly. We have those dedicated dollars for the delivery of the projects. As this fiscal crisis continues, though, we're going to have to confront the issue of the operational expense. So those Measure T dollars can't fund the staff that go into a fire station. And so we're going to have to confront, how do we pay for the operational costs? That comes out of the general fund. And we had to confront that before, years ago. And that's why we ended up with facilities built, as you well know, in your district that we were not able to operate. We're not there right this minute, but it's a big but that we need to really keep our eye on as we move forward through this budget process and subsequent budget processes. So I don't know if Jennifer and Jim want to add anything, but it is something that we cannot lose track of.
I think you captured it.
Yeah, so Dave, would you say that this is that thinking around that and the planning around that, is it more of a function of the budgetary sort of levers of the city, or would you say it's something that's going to be happening? Well, it's all within your office, I guess, but I'm trying to better understand how those decisions are going to come forward, and is there going to be action from the city, from the council on what buttons to push and what to move forward with, obviously with recommendations from your office as we move forward through this crisis?
Absolutely. Yeah, these are budgetary decisions that the mayor and the council make. We bring forward proposals. You know, we've talked about the process a little bit in terms of how doing this into separate bites. And so, but absolutely, these are mayor and council decisions, and it's a process that we'll want to involve the community on and our workforce on.
And I suspect this is akin to the consideration of mothballing certain facilities or the community center reuse program, things of that nature, right?
It's all part of that same package. Those are, you're pointing to strategies that we used in the past to really address the general fund shortfall in an environment where we had capital dollars to build things. And so, you know, the one advantage that a downturn in the economy can present, although it's a painful one, is that ultimately with the bond measures that we passed years ago, we are able to spread those capital dollars a lot more than we would have been because the cost of construction came down quite a bit. But that's a minor silver lining to what's our pretty large operational impacts here.
Okay, well, I look forward to having those conversations. I know there's been questions as we discuss a variety of things on the council about the reuse program as an example, right? You know, because I suspect a lot of us weren't here for that. Only a very few of us, probably only the mayor, and maybe Johnny, I think. I look forward to those conversations. Thank you for that. The last question I had, and someone touched on it, and I apologize if I missed it, but I know on page 7, it talks a little bit about traffic calming projects that are essentially being stopped, I think $609,000, and looking for other ways to replenish that money. But I don't think in the document, I don't think you all went into the details as to where those projects are and what districts they're in, right? That detail wasn't in there.
Right, it's in the attachments there, but it's not going there, so I can pull that up for you. But those, so what we would look to do is to have those, and I know DOT is on the line here, I can speak to it in more detail, but there is a neighborhood traffic calming appropriation within the traffic capital program that we would look to prioritize that work within those existing funding streams. And that would be the intent behind that. As I'm stalling, I'm trying to pull it up here. So those ones were Charmerin Avenue Crosswalk, Eden Avenue Road Humps, New Jersey Ave and Foxworthy Ave Bulbouts, Fox Lane Crosswalk, and the Cope Lane at Marshall Way improvements.
Right, I had identified that. Okay, thank you. And a question, thank you for that. A question I'll ask Councilmember Jones offline is how we got those humps at Eden Avenue. But that's a different discussion. But thank you so much for all the information. I appreciate all the work. I know these are odd times, and I'm hoping we can find strategies to cause as little pain as possible to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, could I want to correct what I said earlier, Councilman Peralta. So that Japantown Neighborhood Parking Pilot Program reserve, that is the full amount. So that reserve stands at $250. So that would be reduced to 0. Sorry about that confusion.
And if I could also jump in to answer the remaining question, or at least a little bit better for Councilmember Perales. The staff has informed me that it's 1,183 part-time unbenefited and temporary employees that have not coded regular time. So they've just had admin leave. They've not been working as disaster workers during this time. And the classifications they're generally affected are recreation leaders, crossing guards, community service aides, library aide, student interns, and class instructors. So just to give you a better flavor of what that's impacting.
Thank you.
Mayor, since I know I just stopped asking questions, but that
Go ahead.
I suspected PRNS was going to be negatively impacted. So I forget the exact number you said, but I know they contract a lot of part-time folks, typically folks right out of college working some of the rec programs and such. What work is going forward to make sure that PRNS is able to function, assuming things open back up and we end up operating a little differently, but nonetheless operating some of the centers and things of that nature.
Well, yeah, I think it's important to note, and I know we've emphasized this. So these employees are obviously a value. They're just currently not working. And certainly with this strategy, should that work come back, as we lift restrictions, and certainly as we're able to afford it, we will be able to bring them back actually effortlessly, because they're still going to be in our system, and so we'll still be able to tap the value they bring to the organization.
Okay, very good. I was going to ask you if you just had to flip the switch, and it seems you have the ability to do that and just bring them back on board. Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation on the budget and how we're going to balance a $45 million negative between now and the end of June. Just a couple of questions. Regarding the COVID funds, are any of those required to be paid back? Are they loans or are they all grants if we meet the terms of the funds?
So my understanding is that, and I'll let Lee jump in if I screwed up here, but the CARES Act is money that we have. So the coronavirus relief funds are dollars that are in city bank accounts. And so we can spend from those. We have to document all of our expenditures. And to the extent that we didn't spend it all, then we would have to return that. FEMA is a combination of a fronting and a reimbursement process. So there's a combination by which we could get 50% of the estimated costs of the 75% FEMA share of those costs to us early. And then they would reimburse us for the remainder as those efforts continued. And then some others are reimbursement based too, or they are when you got into the other mix of funding sources, because what's been in these federal pots is sort of an amalgamation of different sources. So some of them are reimbursement based, some of them are allocations that we need to keep track of when you look at the different CDBG, or there's a couple of small ones for the police department too. So it's kind of a mixture.
So there's no, my question is to whether there would be any impact on the general fund as paying back interest or anything, and that sounds like the answer is no, it isn't. That from FEMA and other pots we're reimbursed, and then the CARES Act isn't a reimbursement per se, but it has to be used directly for COVID related things. I understand that. I'm just looking at impact to the general fund.
Right. No, so we have that in a separate fund. So for the coronavirus, that's in a separate, it's in a separate account. We will likely have a separate fund when we bring that forward. And so I don't know the specific answer. We can count the interest and keep that if we have to give it back, but we'll keep track of it all separately. So in case we do, we can.
Right. I know with the CARES Act for the individual employers, if we benefited from the PPP funds, that if we use it for payroll or how the funds were intended, we don't have to pay anything back. There is a 1% interest per annum, I think, but we don't have to pay anything back if we use it for the funds the way it was intended, which is to maintain our employees. Regarding Measure E was approved by the voters, and it is a general tax, and I'm not suggesting that we look at Measure E at all. I'm just wondering if we have started collecting on it yet, and if we see that fund being affected, well, of course it's going to be affected by the downturn because real estate isn't going to be selling, but main question is, have we started collecting any funds in connection with the transfer tax?
We haven't yet. No, that will become effective July 1st.
July 1st, okay, I wasn't aware of that. The reason I ask is that they're in escrow and they're closing their transactions, and they're being told title's not collecting it, and neither is the county, and they're asking me because they think I'm some sort of expert, and I'm not, but now I know July 1st is when the tax goes into effect. Okay, so anyone selling should sell right now, I guess, right?
Actually, we'd like that.
I mean, it depends on your perspective.
It depends on your perspective.
As the budget guy.
Regarding the regarding the capital projects, and thank you, Councilmember Jimenez, for asking the question, but 3 of those projects were in District 9. and were approved under the essential service budget last year. I have to say I'm a little disappointed that those projects haven't been implemented yet. But you, Jim, you had mentioned that they're going to be funded differently. Can you tell me how they're going to be funded? And you're saying that they are going forward.
Yeah, I'm gonna start this off, and then hopefully John can come in. John, Director of Transportation. But yeah, so my understanding is that the responsibility for doing those projects will be part of the traffic capital program as part of the ongoing neighborhood traffic calming allocations. But I'm gonna let John fill in the gaps there.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. John Russo, Director of Transportation. Councilmember Foley, yes, we will be able to absorb those projects that are in your district, as well as districts 1 and 4 also have projects within the traffic capital. So we do have some, you in your district as well as the other 2 do have some balance remaining in our pedestrian safety account funds, so we'll be able to do that. And we are intending, if everything goes well, we're going to deliver those projects this summer, all of those that are on this list. So they'll get done this summer.
That's really good to hear, because we've been out telling our community that these 3 projects are going forward, and they're all pedestrian safety type projects that are near elementary, middle, and high schools, and that will really keep our students safe. So I'm glad to hear that it's going to happen during the summer, because obviously kids aren't in session right now. And when they come back in the fall, they'll be able to use those crosswalks and bulb outs. So I'm really, really happy to hear that. Thank you.
You bet.
Regarding the general fund and any bonds or I think I'm done with you, John. Regarding any refinancing or refunding of bond debt, is there any way or any funds that we might be able to refund or refinance to lower the drain on our general fund that would actually benefit our general fund?
Yes.
Are we looking at those?
Yeah, we definitely are. And so I know Julia Cooper's on the line here, so she can talk a little bit better about that than I can. But just to say that, that is a component that was in the mayor's March budget message that we're moving forward with, looking to refinance the outstanding city hall debt service bonds to help us pay off some other debt. And I know that there's a question that came up regarding the federal facility that I know we're looking at that as a potential option to help us with other items. We wouldn't be looking to borrow costs to solve our ongoing problem, but debt has always been a tool that we've been able to use to help us out, to be more fiscally sound on a going forward basis. And so I'll if she's there.
Yeah, this is Julia Cooper, Director of Finance. Jim hit it on the nail. The biggest one that's outstanding is the debt that's for the City Hall, and we are actively working on that and hoping to bring it forward to Council in mid-June for refunding. The other bond issues that are outstanding either are relatively small with not a lot of impact, or aren't eligible for refundings at this particular point in time, since the federal government took away advanced tax exempt refundings in 2017. So we keep pushing Benna to bring that one back for us as a tool in the toolbox.
Refunding is a wonderful opportunity. Anytime you can lower your debt and still accomplish what you need, it's a way to save money off your general fund. So I'm really glad to hear we're doing that. And I'm also appreciate that you're looking as much into utilizing our reserves as much as possible. This is the time that we utilize our reserves, is when we're in an emergency economic position, which we're heading. I really appreciate the numbers that you've come up with, 45 million, and that actually I'm appreciative that the City Council is all sharing in that too, by contributing from each of our budgets and the mayor's budget as well. I think that's really important. We don't have big budgets, but it's important to share in any cuts in our city, in our council districts too, and that sends the right message to our staffs, and it sends the right message to our communities that we're all sharing in tightening our belt a little bit. So I appreciate that. And Dave, I've also heard really good feedback from employees who appreciate the town hall meetings that you've had with them, in reaching out to them and gauging and asking them for input on how to help with the budget. And I have actually asked my staff to take a look at the budget and see what we can come up with in the big picture ideas. And we've also surveyed our community. We initially had a survey going out to our community asking them how we might want to spend essential services. And so we have that list of what our community is considering important under essential services. But just last week, we went and surveyed our community, and we'll survey them again this Friday when our newsletter goes out, on big picture, what are important things to them. And of course, no surprise, we've had pretty good response on our survey. But no surprise, the number one issue of concern is public safety. That rises to the top. But other things are important too, like actually libraries, neighborhood services are important as well. So I know there's a lot of things we're going to be looking at. The 45 million, it's a small number in relation to our overall budget. And I know it's a much bigger deficit that you're going to have to make up for 2021, but it's impressive to see that you were able to balance that budget on 45,000 in the couple of months that you had to take a look at that. So I look forward to working with you on the budget going forward, and so happy that my capital projects are going forward too. Thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question in regards to the money that's coming from the going out of the budget for the strike team, for the parks strike team. And I remember we actually put that in out of the council budgets, actually took out that money. Our council parks budgets were used for that. Were they not?
Back in the day, that strike team, maybe several years ago, that strike team was established to use funding from the Subdivision Park Trust Fund to do targeted capital projects that were eligible using the trust. And so, yeah. And so that was the original intent of those. That funding was being depleted. So as part of the 1920 budget, because we had a decent chunk of one-time money, so there was a council established a 3-year program in the general fund to fund those folks in the general fund. And so they're funded in 1920, and then we set up reserves both in 2021 and 2022. And so now all that work happens within the general fund.
Okay. Well, what I don't want to happen is us to neglect our parks, because I think that even after we stop doing the shelter in place, more and more people are going to stick close to home, and more people are going to start using our parks, and we don't want them to get destroyed and not have something to maintain them. I think that I could see that. I don't know if I want to be on a plane going to another country for another whole year, and the parks better be ready to answer the call for increased recreation.
And just to clarify, and Jennifer probably wants to jump in. So this would eliminate the 3rd-year funding. So this would take a 3-year program to a 2-year program, and then as we get into the 2021 process, it's going to be a much harder conversation as we go forward to see how we're going to be able to sort of balance all these needs with what we're currently forecasted and what even it could be worse, right? So we have to be prepared for all those eventualities.
Yeah. No, I do realize that. And I appreciate efforts to look for a new way. I'm hoping that.
Oh, you're muted, sir. Councilmember, I think you're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah, I muted myself. I apologize. Yeah, no, I'm just hoping that the department also starts looking for new ways to bring in money. I think that we should look at speeding up, say, the billboard process, where I think we can bring in money, and we should look for ways that we can bring in money as well. Anyway.
I just wanted to clarify, just to make sure, because Jim did say this, but just to make sure it's really clear. This is the 21-22 money. It's not, so there still is a reserve intact for next fiscal year. Obviously, that's up for a discussion related to the trade-offs of how to balance next year's budget, but this still would leave right now next year's funding for the strike team intact with this action. It's just the year after that's being recommended in this package.
That's good to hear, because I have noticed that a lot more people are actually in the parks than normal. And I think that that's going to happen for at least another year and a half, in my humble opinion. But thank you.
Councilor Kemmis, do you anything further? No. Okay.
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to staff for doing something so tremendous in terms of addressing this 45 million gap in our budget, no less in the 2 months left in our fiscal year. And so I can't imagine the level of stress that you went through in terms of trying to balance out how not to impact our services in the long term, but also trying to address this shortfall. And so I appreciate what you've done so far. Really appreciate that there's no position reductions in this memo and in your considerations. And so that alone by itself is kudos to you and your staff. I won't ask any questions about equity because I think there are other council members that have already brought them up, but I just want you to know that that was also on my mind. I know that for 2021, we will have a better sense, or maybe a screen that you'll use for equity. But what I was going to ask about was some of the programmatic impacts that I did see in this year's reductions through this year's reductions. And that was to the San Jose Best and Safe Summer Initiative programs. And so I know we're not in the summer, and this probably doesn't make sense anyways, because we might not be able to roll out these programs anyways during this crisis. But I was wondering, is this going to be something that, and I know you can't speak to the 2021 budget, but was this going to be for this summer, for June and July, or was this something that was unspent from last year?
Yeah, these are, I believe these are primarily attributable to, we have a few positions that charge to these appropriations. And so there's some vacant savings within that citywide appropriation that we're recognizing here. So this doesn't necessarily impact programming. It's really just, there was staff that charged there that weren't charging there. And so we were capturing those savings.
Great, thank you so much. I know that a lot of our community will be looking to us as a city to provide a lot of the services that they're might be used to. I know that a lot of our core services will be impacted. And I know that we all as a city will use this crisis as an opportunity to improve operations of our programs and our services versus doing more with less, right? You typically just say, well, we have less money, so we're just gonna do more with less. And that doesn't really translate into productivity. It doesn't translate necessarily into efficiency or a quality program. And so I really want us, as we are heading into this new year, that we think also about those opportunities to improve operations. But I know that you were very careful to not have too much program impacts in this proposal. I did see that there was a cut from the city council travel fund, the mayor and the city council travel fund. And I think typically that's a $20,000 fund. And I think there was only a $5,000 cut. Is that, I know this is like pennies on the dollar really, but I just think in the next 2 months, I don't know that anybody's really going to be making any travel. And I don't know if there's any other opportunity in that. in any further reduction from that. Is that something that was proposed, or is that something that you looked at the end balance and said this is what's reasonable?
Yeah, well, we worked with the clerk on that one, and to look at see what is available. And so I'm just kind of pulling it up here. And so there's a remaining balance currently of $10,000, and so we just took it down by an extra 5. So it just leaves just a little bit of room in case costs come up or they haven't been booked there yet. And so just didn't want to take that one down to 0 since it's an active appropriation that we could charge to, or cost may be coming in still. So working with the clerk's office who monitors these budgets, we came up with the recommendation of $5,000.
Oh, I see. So there might be some lag in terms of the cost.
Could be.
We're just not up and running the same way that we have been in the past. So that may not be caught up. I just thought, that's kind of an easy, kind of fun to think about. I also had a question about the council policy priorities implementation. So those are for the priorities for this 1920 year, or is that just in aggregate, all of the priorities that are on our list? How does that get impacted?
Yeah, I believe so. That one was, we established that in 1920 to sort of help just as a general funding source to help us through, and as needed basis to work through what was on the policy priority list for city council. We don't necessarily tap that. We try to, we use that if we think it's needed. And so that was the amount of savings that we would have by the end of the year, kind of given where we're at. But that's primarily for the last policy priority list. So that was established with the 1920 budget.
Sure. Lee, your screen came up. Were you going to add anything?
Nope, Jim answered it perfectly.
Good. Well, I think there's also an opportunity for us to pivot in our policy priorities as well. Those priorities may not be realistic or make sense for our community, or you have to take in mind this crisis and the impact to our community with those priorities. So I think that, I know this is a budget item, but I think, it makes sense as we are reducing some of the funding that we also pivot.
I'm sorry, Councilman Arenas, I think your voice is getting distorted.
All right, hopefully that makes it better. Yes, I've been having a still picture. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so I know that this is a conversation about budget, but I just really wanted to make a point about bringing back our budget, our council priorities, and adjusting those to what the crisis is calling us to do at this point. I think it also makes sense as we are heading towards a new fiscal year and how that would align with that. So our priorities along with our budget. I think that is the last thing. Oh, and yes, I also wanted just to mention about the Parks Rehabilitation Strike and Capital Infrastructure Team Reserve. I know that this is some money that was reserved for to make sure there was a comprehensive support for all of our parks across the city. And so I hope that the quality of our parks won't suffer too much, because as I think somebody else has already mentioned, we are finding a lot of our families out in our parks nowadays, and that's maybe for some of those folks who are in overcrowded conditions. This is the only way that they can stretch out their legs and let the kids run. And so I know this is just for this next 2 months, but I'd like for us to keep that in mind as we're moving forward, and we're taking into account what our community is doing and how they're using our resources. So as we're making cuts, that we're not cutting something that they're relying and they're defaulting to as a source to find some relief from overcrowded housing. I think that is it. I just want to say thank you so much for all that you've done for us in getting us to this point. I'm sure that you will be having a festivity after this to celebrate hopefully if we all approve this and it moves forward, I think it just speaks volumes about the staff in our city and getting us across the finish line with $45 million in the hole and not impacting any personnel and impacting our programs very minimally. So thank you so much for doing that.
Jim, thanks. I want to echo the praise. I think I know you know better than anybody. This is just round one. I know we're going to be back at this in a few weeks, talking about the next fiscal year. And if I could just ask for a bit of a preview, I know your current estimate is for a $65 million deficit, but if I'm just doing the back of the envelope math on that, that sounds like somewhere around 4% of our total revenue would be a drop of 4% roughly off of expectations. I suspect that as many of us are looking around, we see a reality that's far worse in terms of the economy. I saw a projection from Wells Fargo. I think that half of small businesses would be bankrupt in 6 months. Just, devastation that well. I assume there will be some reevaluation of that projection between now and when we need to make budgetary decisions in June. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. So we're looking at that currently. We've been looking at that, and we'll be continuing to evaluate that until the last possible moment for the production of the budget, and then we'll continue to look at it even going forward.
Okay. And what would be really helpful is also if we can understand as well as possible the assumptions underlying those projections, because I know they critically depend on some restarting of the economy, and not just here, but throughout the world, since we are dependent on a global economy in so many parts of so many dimensions of our community, and certainly in terms of our revenues as well. And so it would be really helpful to understand those assumptions fully. And is there a time when you'll be able to sort of vet all that?
Yeah, so we will be, when we release the proposed budget, I really hope we can get it out by May 8th. We will document all of the assumptions that we use, and so that's typically in there in the adopted budget. That will definitely be a part of the budgetary strategy that we bring forward. Will be, here's all our major revenue estimates. Here's what we think what's going on with them and why. So we're definitely looking at it because it's really changing on almost a daily basis on kind of what the news is coming up, and we're looking at other jurisdictions too to see what other agencies are thinking. It's a little bit different because it's hard to do an apples to apples comparison to other agencies because we have different revenue streams or different tax rates, and so it's kind of tricky, but definitely part of the process. And I mean, the good news with San Jose is that we do have some less economically sensitive revenue sources too, and so that will be a little bit of a buffer for us. I mean, if we were all funded by sales tax, we'd be in a world of hurt, but sales tax currently for this year is a little less than 20% of our budget. So we have definitely other sources that are out there. But we're going to continue to look at that because I think, as they talked about in 3.1, that, stages 6 through 10 is going to be a long road for us. And then, just to preview the 21-22, we're going to have ongoing impacts. So when we released our forecast, we were, we had, back before COVID, we had no deficit in 2021, but then we did have deficits projected in the following fiscal year. So things have only gotten worse since then. So it's definitely going to be an ongoing challenge for us to figure out.
Yeah, I pretty much assumed all of those projections are off. Because even if we were to get through this next fiscal year, and it's going to be a hard one, I strongly suspect that $65 million number is going to get much deeper. And we're going to have a much bigger hole to fill. And then in the following years, we'll deal with Prop 8 impact on property tax. We'll be dealing with the effects on our pension systems, finding returns, and those happen in years 2 and 3, or further out in a recession. So I just know that this is not a problem we're going to be able to deal with in a year, and I suspect the projections we have for the next year are going to get a whole lot worse. My recollection of the 3 worst years in the Great Recession, the aggregate deficit was in excess of $300 million. That was my recollection of the 3 worst years. And by all accounts, this is a much deeper economic hole. So I don't understand how we wouldn't have at least that severe a hole to dig out of. And that's very challenging indeed. And so I think it's really important for us to really vet all of our assumptions and get the worst news out early, so that we can have honest conversations with everyone, with our public, with our employees, with ourselves. And then we can really start to strategize and figure out how we're going to rebuild. I think the problem is if we have this bad news come out in dribs and drabs, and people think that they've just borne the worst of it, like, phew, we just settled this $45 million deficit, okay. And then they get hit. I'm very concerned about how the public, how our council, how our employees, how everyone is able to hang in there. And I think we need to start with the brutal truth as early as possible, and then figure out how we can pull together and work together to overcome those very big challenges. So I look forward to seeing some of those revisions in the days and weeks ahead. I know this is hard work, but I do encourage you to be as fortunate as possible.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. And if I could just clarify maybe a little bit. So we are projecting a revenue drop greater than what we experienced in the Great Recession by a pretty significant amount. And we'll go through those when we go out. But the other thing that was going on in the Great Recession period was our driving on the cost side. And so, you know, as you are well aware, we were dealing with the incredibly fast rising in retirement costs. So then we were getting hit on both sides. For 2021, at the moment, for this fiscal year, it's mostly a revenue challenge. And like you're right, the revenue could certainly be a lot worse. And so we're going to look at that. The cost side of things won't start to hit probably until the following fiscal year, depending on how the retirement contributions are. So that's just a key to, I just want to just kind of clarify that and change that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a distinction at all. We went through the Great Recession and we didn't see, I mean, I agree with your point. It's the exact same one I said, which is we're going to get through this first year, and hopefully keep the wheels on as much as we can. And then we're going to get hit by retirement funds and property tax drops, because we know those are lagging indicators. So we've got to really, it seems to me, think a little more than just the next year. We've got to think out 2 or 3 years, because we've got to brace ourselves for this very difficult reality and make those decisions that are going to be in our community's best interest, and the organization and our employees' best interest over that longer haul. I am concerned that sometimes in tough times in budgets, policymakers are quite happy to cling to the one-time solution. Let's empty that reserve and let's cling to something that will get us through this particularly tough time. When I think the reality is that the tough time we're facing is probably a 2 to 3 year fiscal hit at the least, based on everything we know about recessions. And I expect this will not be any less severe. Is that fair?
I think it's fair. I think we are in for an ongoing challenge.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other comments before we move on? Okay. Then there was a motion, I believe. Was there?
If there isn't, I'll move.
Thank you.
Sylvia.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley, with the second by Councilmember Reyes. On the motion, let's vote. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Dieppe,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're on to item 4.1, which is the San Jose Police Department Sexual Assault Work Plan Associated Priority Appropriation Amendments. I don't believe there's a presentation. Is there, Dave?
No, I don't think there's a presentation. Although I wasn't sure if Eddie was going to provide some comments.
Eddie?
Yes, so good afternoon, Mayor, Council. We are here. I'm with Deputy Chief Heather Randall as well to take any questions on the work plan. One of the things that I was going to do is just to give another update on crime trends just before we started that, if you're good with that.
Please.
Okay. So similar to the one I gave out a couple weeks ago, I'll just start off with the compliance cars. Our compliance cars have checked over 2,200 locations, given out 6 citations to date. And they're still working and handling those calls. That's a lot of calls that they've taken in that time frame. Then when we look at our Part 1 crimes, again, to date, the period of time now that we have that we're comparing to is from March 15th to April 25th, from the same time frame in 2009 to 2020. Now I'll go percentages for the large numbers and just numbers for the smaller ones to not lead anyone astray here. Violent crime is down in those 2 periods by almost 22%, 21.6%. Property crime is down nearly 24%, for a grand total of Part 1 crimes being down 23.7%. If we look at homicides, I'll say the 2019 numbers first, and then obviously 2020 second. For homicide, 4 versus 2. Rape, 68 to 57. Domestic violence rate, we've seen an uptick, 3 in 19 to 8 in 2020. Robbery is down 183 in 19 to 135 today. Aggravated assault, 250 to 202 today. Domestic violence has remained static, 35 at this time last year compared to 35 this year. Child abuse, 12 last year to 13 this year. Burglary, 481 to 451 this year. Commercial burglary, 258 to 275 this year. Residential, 219 to 158 residential burglaries this year. And larceny, theft, 1738 last year to 1130 this year. So I can actually give that one, that's down 35%. And then auto theft, big numbers again, 805 last year to 717 this year is down almost 11%. So that's the Part 1 crime update there. The last piece of the update that I gave last time that I'll give again is just simply our COVID response detail summary for the health of the police department. Again, to date, we've had 5 department members test positive. We've had 51 department members test negative. There's 1 civilian member, 1 reserve officer, 3 full-time officers. Of those, only 1 patrol officer since the time we've been in shelter in place has tested positive for COVID. And I have to say we're very fortunate, obviously with all the close contact we have with the public, oftentimes with very vulnerable COVID vulnerable individuals. I know personally, looking at staff reports that we've arrested people that have been COVID positive. And the close contact we have with each other, obviously it's difficult for us to social distance. I think it's truly remarkable, and we're very fortunate that we've only had, with all the close contact we have with our community, only 1 patrol officer that has come back positive. So we're very fortunate for that. And I just want to thank all of our efforts for that. With that, I guess we'll open it up now to either questions regarding the update or with the sexual assault work plan.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, did you or the deputy chief want to comment at all on the shift to the and the staffing and so forth?
We're just here to take questions, Mayor.
Okay, great. All right, thanks. Councilman Rennis.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off by saying, sorry, I have the fan going on here. I want to first start off by thanking our chief for the very considerate work plan that he's moving forward. And I think there was minimal reductions in our overall amount that Mayor, you gave us last year for this issue. And so I appreciate that. I think that we're going to have to ramp up on this amount as we are moving forward and as we're seeing more increase in calls. And although I think there's some minimal increase in Chief in the numbers that you reflected, I think as we speak to our service providers and the county and the sheriff and the district attorney's office, we realize when we kind of overlay some of our numbers that there really is an increase in service calls or calls for service through our service providers, maybe not through our police department. And so I think we just have to, and I asked you earlier to please help us relay the message of the utilization of 911 through text. So people who are in a difficult situation can still text 911 and get a response through that. But outside of that, I think that we're going to have to expect a real increase in any of these crimes. Maybe sexual assault on campuses are not happening, or in different venues like parties and things of that sort. But we all know that sexual assault is a crime of opportunity, and we are definitely, by being sheltered in place, there's a definite opportunity for some of these perpetrators to continue with this type of crime, especially for the children that we know to be the overly represented number in San Jose and in sexual assault, and especially for the last 8 years. And so I think that, you know, our chief is leading in the right direction by having some of these PSAs. I really appreciate. You made a couple of PSAs last week, Chief, and we've made sure to distribute them. We're utilizing our social media to do that as well, because we just need to get the word out, and it's going to really be up to our neighbors and friends and families to help us shed the light on this issue even more. But I'd like to move this memo that includes, of course, support for our chief of police in their work plan, and just really look forward to continuing to work together, and appreciate your advocacy for the SVU unit for the city of San Jose. I think it's the step in the right direction. I know our police officers work really hard, our detectives work really hard to make sure that there is a better closure rate for all of our victims, and this is the way, this is the path moving forward. But I don't think that this is the end of it. This is just the beginning. This is us ramping up towards really addressing some system improvements. And so I know that there's a lot of work ahead of us, and I just want to thank you, Chief and Deputy Chief Randall, for all your support and work thus far.
Second.
Thank you. Motion from Councilmember Arenas and second from Councilmember Esparza. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. First, I wanted to thank our chief and Deputy Chief Randall. Thank you. I think echo Councilmember Arenas, her comments about really having this be a path to a higher closure rate, and thank you for laying out that plan moving forward. I just had a few comments. I also wanted to thank, on last week, Councilmember Arenas worked to bring us together with our county partners. So we had a great Zoom meeting with Supervisors Chavez and Cortese, Sheriff Lori Smith, our DA Jeff Rosen, Terry Harmon at the DA's office, and James Gibbons Shapiro, as well as Casey at the Victims Services Unit. And I think, you know, we're all really looking forward on working together in the future to really increase that closure rate and make some difference. I mean, one of the things that I think is very different is what we're hearing in terms of the call data is maybe those calls aren't coming through, but when we hear from the advocates, those calls are coming through. And so I wanted to also add that I see that I'm really glad to see that cultural sensitivity and awareness is included as part of the trauma-informed care curriculum and data-informed response work. And I also want to be sure that we're cognizant of language accessibility and incorporate that into the educational outreach component as we partner with the South Bay Human Trafficking Coalition. And then lastly, I just really wanted to say that I think, we all recognize that we're in a crisis, both in a public health crisis as well as a fiscal crisis as a city. We get that. But with today's vote, we have a chance to remember that before this pandemic, we were already in a crisis. We saw reported sexual assaults rise 18.9% last year. We're looking at a projected rise of 15% this year, up to 3,000 cases from 2,585. And that is data that does not consider the effects of the pandemic on sexual assault in our communities, which we know this shelter in place is almost certainly contributing to more domestic and sexual violence in our communities. So I just wanted to say that with this vote, we're voting with our values, that this is funding that is urgently needed to keep our communities safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I apologize to interrupt. I just was told by my team, and I apologize, I didn't remind myself this, but we have some speakers from service providers and
That's my mistake. Thank you very much, Councilmember. Yes, we have several members of the committee who'd like to speak. First, a person with the phone number ending 7863, welcome. Hi, we can hear you. Hi, we're not able to hear your voice. We have some background there. Welcome. Hello, welcome. You're on phone 7863? Oh, okay. Sharon, welcome.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? This is Sharon with the South Bay Coalition.
Welcome, Sharon.
Human trafficking. I want to thank the city for continuing to pursue best practices in identifying and responding to sexual assault and trafficking, and to voice our support of our service providers in relation to this work plan today. Many of our service providers are essential workers, so they're not able to be here, but we just want to relay our that we really value partnership with San Jose Police Department and the city. Having officers who are dedicated and trained in working with survivors of sexual assault, DV, and human trafficking is critical in minimizing additional trauma, providing a community of support, and it's crucial to ensuring survivors can engage in the criminal justice process in a healthy, supported way if they choose to do so. We know these crimes are often intersectional. Labor trafficking has intersections with sexual assault and harassment. Sex trafficking intersects with domestic violence. And it's critical to have intersectional training so that responding officers can flag these sensitive cases as soon as possible. Survivors of these forms of violence need to be connected to services immediately. The recent City Council study sessions exploring the large number of sexual assaults being reported highlighted various gaps. We see significant gaps in reporting from marginalized communities, and know it's vitally important to have officers trained in cultural humility and those who reflect the community they're working in. We also know that raising awareness about trafficking and gender-based violence only has value if we're able to respond. We are seeing increases daily in terms of reporting. We're increasing our ability to raise awareness, and so we see increasing reports of sexual assault and trafficking. But these cases require substantial time and resources to investigate. The officers in these units are really committed and have put in a lot of time to ensure they can respond to victims. In addition to concerns about DV and child abuse increasing during COVID-19, we're also hearing about increases to online recruiting and exploitation of youth online. So we really need to beef up our opportunities to provide prevention tools and awareness tools to families during this time. We're looking to build capacity in these crucial units. As advocates, we worry our detectives that are currently assigned don't have enough support and will transition out with their expertise. HTT team has a reputation of really being available to advocates and survivors regardless of the time of day, and they're doing a fantastic job. So we really just want to ensure they're supported in their work. The funding asks today are specific, targeted, and they ensure law enforcement are taking a comprehensive approach to gender-based violence in terms of training, responding to cases, and creating tools for outreach awareness. So we really encourage City Council to continue to prioritize evidence-based, victim-centered, trauma-informed approach to responding to survivors. Thank you for your time. Sorry I went over time, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Jennifer Keller-Lloyd, I'm sorry, Keller-Cloyd, please. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi there. This is Jennifer Kelleher-Cloyd. I'm the Chief Program Officer from the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. First and foremost, I want to thank all of you council members and Mayor Liccardo for looking closely at this important issue. I support the work plan and urge the city to support it as well. I know times are hard and resources are stretched and will be for quite some time. As most of you know, sexual abuse and sexual assault are most commonly perpetrated by people in positions of trust. In our current era of sheltering at home, I know I speak for all of the child abuse advocates when I say that we are deeply worried about how our children and adults in unsafe relationships are faring in this time. I strongly believe that when our children return to school and other community spaces, there will be an even greater need to investigate and coordinate our response. I chair a work group focused on this issue for the county's Child Abuse Prevention Council. That committee includes membership from your San Jose PD and from the sexual assault team. And we have all successfully come together to advocate for the development of a child advocacy center. It's critical for our largest law enforcement agency that responds to the lion's share of sexual abuse in this county to be a critical part of that effort in order for it to succeed. Without San Jose PD's ability to fund some of this work and to improve the closure rates, it really could jeopardize the entire effort to improve our outcomes for our most vulnerable. I truly thank you for considering this at this time, and I encourage you to vote yes.
Thank you. All right, thanks to members of our committee for speaking. My apologies for the oversight. Coming back, Councilmember Krasko.
Oh, give me just a second. Sorry about this.
There you are.
There I am. Thank you so much. Well, I'm glad to see this item coming before the council again. It's unfortunate that it's coming to the council right after a very stark a picture of reality, which was our budget and what we're going to be facing over the next several months and potentially over the next several years. And we know that it's not a pretty picture. In fact, it's going to be a very painful reality due to the pandemic. But it's no secret. I've said this before. I was a social worker before I decided to serve the public in this very honorable way. And my career started in domestic violence. And so, one of the things that I learned through my career was that sexual assault and domestic violence go hand in hand, unfortunately. It's a learned behavior, unfortunately, but the good news is that it can be unlearned. And one of the ways that that families can be supported is through enforcement. And so I'm always very proud when Chief Garcia joins us and when we turn to him for his leadership. I think that the city of San Jose really serves as a model, especially when it comes to issues of children and defending and protecting and standing shoulder to shoulder with women. So I do believe in that we put our money where our mouth is and we vote our values, and protecting women and children is of paramount. With COVID-19, it poses one of the greatest dangers to our survivors, if they survive, by the way, if they survive these very dangerous situations. And so I want to really thank Sylvia, Councilmember Arenas, for really making sure that that this is always at the forefront. Domestic violence is something that I've advocated for throughout my career, but Sylvia has really continued to push forward this issue. And I also want to thank my fellow female council colleagues, because they've also seen this as a value that the city of San Jose must continue to elevate and highlight as an example for the rest of the country to follow. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I also want to thank Councilmember Arenas. Councilmember Arenas, you're raising your hand. Would you like to speak? Or is that an old hand raise?
I apologize. I just wanted to thank all of our service providers who are really the ones, they're the heroes in our community who are doing this really work relentlessly every day, listening to the most difficult of stories and situations, and relying on systems like ours to find justice for those survivors and support for those families. And so I know that we found there was a reduction in our sexual assault budget, but I know that that doesn't mean that there is a reduction in support and commitment from our San Jose Police Department. But as you've heard our service providers say, is that there's going to be a huge wave of survivors and possibly just current victims that have not been able to get away from a situation. And we must prepare for that the same way that we're preparing our folks to get back to work, preparing our folks to make sure that they come back into our cult or into our society safely. We also have to take in mind that this particular population also needs our support, our continued support and our commitment. And I hope that we continue to see that in our upcoming, and we will see that in our upcoming budget, because to overlook this population, as our service providers are telling us that the numbers are growing every day, would really be a failure to our community. And so I just wanted to quickly thank all of the service providers, all the advocates, all our San Jose Police Department, and our very own colleagues, my female colleagues who have joined me, Councilmember Carrasco, Esparza, Foley, and Davis. We all agree very firmly on this issue, and we bring different perspectives on it, and I appreciate all of those perspectives and the support that you've given me thus far. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you so much for your you did a live Facebook and created additional awareness and support, and so I want to thank you as well. I know that you're the leader of our city, and without your voice and commitment to this issue, I know we can harp on this all we want, but it really is up to our leadership, such as yourself, to really allow us to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for your leadership and for that of my colleagues in pushing forward. I also really want to thank the hardworking women and men in the SAIU and in the many organizations that are working every day with survivors of sexual assault. We know that the work seems endless at times, but it is incredibly impactful based on my observation. Certainly had some pretty close view of this. And I also want to thank Deputy Heather Randall, who was actually fantastic on that Facebook Live town hall that we had on sexual assault. I really appreciate her participation in that. Chief, I wanted to ask just a question about sort of the realignment and all that. So as it works now, then the Special Victims Unit would include SAIU and 290 and ICAC, is that right? All those things would all be under the same lieutenant?
Mayor, no, they would not. So that's the whole point. So they'd be split up. So SAIU would have its own lieutenant, and then the Special Victims Unit would be ICAC which are internet crimes against children and child exploitations, Megan's Law, which is our 290 team, and then human trafficking. And then that unit would be overseen by a lieutenant as well. So that way the span of control is much more manageable.
Okay, thank you. I forgive me for my mistake. Thank you for correcting me. And I know you're looking to put them in another location. I understand why, and I won't ask you to disclose, but I assume it will be a location that will be fairly accessible to the courts, the district attorney's office, and others in that civic center area, I hope.
Yes, it will be. And that location is not far from the police department at all. So it's close by, but far enough that it can be covert.
Okay, that's great, because I know they do, every one of those cases I know goes to trial, because those defendants don't plead out. They're all facing 30 years to life. And, so that means those detectives are very busy walking back and forth to court and the DA's office. And I appreciate very much them doing so, or else we wouldn't be able to get any convictions. Any other questions from members of the council? Okay, well, thanks everybody for your hard work on this. Let's vote on Councilmember Rance's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Diep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Looks like we have a little time here before the break to hear the San Jose International Airport Master Plan Amendment. That's item 5.1. And I believe John's here for a presentation, or Rosalind's here for a presentation.
Both
yes,
John
sir.
and Rosalind are here for the presentation.
That is correct. So I am going to provide information on the environmental impact report. So I just need to share my screen just a moment. Okay, so the planning department conducted an environmental impact report for the airport master plan amendment. We circulated the draft EIR document starting November 27th of last year, and the public comment period ended on January 17th of this year. The document indicated that there were significant and unavoidable impacts around air quality and greenhouse gas emissions, and also significant impacts that could be mitigated. And those were around biological resources, archaeological resources, hazards, and hazardous materials. So with the council's action today, you will need to adopt a statement of overriding considerations needed for the significant and unavoidable impacts. We did receive several comments from the public on the EIR document. There were 74 comments we received. Key issues that were raised were regarding around airplane noise due to increased air traffic, concerns about air quality and greenhouse gas impacts, traffic increases, impacts to burrowing owls, impacts to the Guadalupe River riparian corridor, and also raised was the desire to improve public transportation to the airport. We did provide responses to all of those comments and incorporated them into the draft environmental document. And we did determine that the comments received did not identify substantive inadequacies in the draft EIR or new previously unidentified significant impacts that required the document to be recirculated. So on March 11th, the Planning Commission did hear this item. There were no members of the public who spoke on the item. However, that afternoon of the Planning Commission meeting, the city did receive a letter from the city of Santa Clara And I also want to acknowledge that the City of Santa Clara also provided a letter to staff just this afternoon, and that letter has been circulated to the mayor and council. And just wanted to note that the points raised in both the letters are the same issues, and that staff addressed these items along with the environmental consultant at the Planning Commission meeting back on March 11th, and we've provided details to those concerns in the council memo. So basically, to summarize Santa Clara's concerns, they focused on greenhouse gas emissions, hazardous materials, and noise impacts. Santa Clara also requested transportation improvements and a fair share contribution from the City of San Jose. However, staff has explained numerous occasions that level of service is no longer a criterion for determining transportation impacts under CEQA. And since 2018, in fact, the city has shifted to vehicles miles traveled as this metric. So therefore, the Santa Clara's requested improvements are not a required mitigation under CEQA. So to recap, the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council approve the EIR, the major amendment to the airport master plan, and approve an ordinance amending Title 25 of the code to increase the maximum number of air carrier gates to 40 to 42. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to John Aiken, who will provide additional information on the airport master plan.
Hey, John, I think there might be a mic issue.
No, I'm here. I'm trying to pull up my presentation. Sorry, Mayor. Okay, good evening, Mayor, council members. John Aiken, Director of Aviation. Over the past 2 decades, many significant and unforeseeable events have affected the aviation industry and SJC. But overall, during this period, SJC's average annual growth rate has remained positive despite these events. Since the first master plan approval in 1997, the city and the airport have made smart investments guided by a long-term vision for the future of San Jose and Silicon Valley. The previous master plans and amendments have given the city council and the airport both a strategic vision and a tactical flexibility to adapt to changing conditions in our community and in the aviation industry. The master plan amendment and the draft EIR have been through a long process over the past 2 years. Master plans are long-range plans that require long-term planning effort. It's not something that we start and stop based on the landscape at any one moment in time. We have been to the Santa Clara County Airport Land Use Commission, the Airport Commission, the T&E Committee, and the Planning Commission, and have gone to the City Council earlier in January with an update. The County ALUC, the Airport Commission, and the Planning Commission have all approved the plan and the EIR. We have also received approval from our airline partners, expressed both through our ongoing relationship and through the recent lease agreements that have been executed between the city and the airlines. The draft EIR and amendment reflect the comments from our community and our public and private partners, and we have responded in detail. Today, the council has before it the decision to approve the master plan amendment and the draft EIR that will guide the airport's improvement program through 2037. This is a 10-year extension to the current master plan, and it reflects what we have heard from our partners and the public. There are 4 key aspects to this master plan that I'll go over briefly. First, our goal is to make sure that we can continue to meet projected passenger demands over the next 2 decades, as we have done through the previous planning periods. Our long-term goals continue to be keep SJC competitive with other airports, both in terms of costs and in service, support the success and growth of our airline partners, and continue to provide an excellent experience for our traveling public. The plan anticipates continuing our investment to make sure that our airfield stays as safe as it can be and remain in compliance with ongoing changes in federal and operational safety standards. We will also work Continue to work with our partners for improvements in airport security and in the terminal area, especially as conditions change and we learn from the experience of the aviation industry and airport industries. The master plan allows us to stay flexible so we can continue to meet new conditions and new requirements. This has always been the case as we have seen over the past 2 decades of major changes. The city does not have the authority to regulate air traffic or associated emissions, since that is a federal responsibility. Once an airplane leaves the gate, it's under the control of the FAA, and the carriers determine the number of flights and types of aircraft that use SJC. However, we have identified a wide range of actions to reduce emissions from construction activity, ground transportation, and other operations under our control and within our authority. We will develop and implement a phased carbon management program consistent with the standards of ACI's Level 3 Plus Airport Carbon Accreditation Program. ACI, Airport Councils International, is an association comprising of the nation's largest airports, including SJC. Level 3 Plus accreditation includes calculation of annual carbon emissions from airport activity, identifying emission reduction targets, and tracking progress towards achieving effective carbon management procedures. Other environmental impacts identified by the draft EIR are less than significant. For those, we have identified feasible mitigations for possible impacts on biological resources, cultural resources, and hazards and hazardous materials. These efforts are in alignment with our continued commitment to operating a clean and green airport, such as our transition to electric buses, reduction in diesel equipment, LEED-rated terminal facilities, and water conservation. We will continue to manage to budget, and we will phase master plan projects as we are confident in our financial resources, as well as our ability to retain the confidence of the airlines and our ability to pay back the debt. Revenue bonds are paid back by airport operations, not San Jose taxpayers, and not the general fund. We have successfully used revenue bonds for all of our major projects in the past. Because our revenues depend on airlines being successful at SJC, we will continue to work in close partnership with our airlines as we develop specific projects and their schedules. Your approval of the master plan sets the stage for our work to be done over the next 2 decades. As we prepare for the specific project elements identified in the plans, we will come back to council for your approvals of them, as we always have done. This includes your regular review of the airport's annual budgets and capital improvement programs, as well as approvals of RFPs and awards of contract. Importantly, the master plan provides a clear strategy and our priorities for these projects for airfield and terminal improvements. This strategy will help the city and the airport use our resources effectively and allow us to be opportunistic as resources such as stimulus funds or federal infrastructure packages may become available. The master plan also demonstrates to our airline partners that we work in a positive relationship with a stable and consistent vision that shares information and goals so they can plan and invest accordingly. And Rosalind and I will take questions now. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thanks, Rosalind. We have two members of the community like to speak. Robert Holbrook. Welcome, Robert. If you could unmute your device. Robert, your device appears still to be muted. You can unmute it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. The EIR that you're about to approve found no avoidable significant impacts from airport operations because under the no project scenario, the airport as it exists could accommodate the forecasted growth. But that was just barely true. With projected demand, the EIR showed the current airport at 98.3% of its 2037 capacity without the project. Had the forecast exceeded that capacity, the EIR would have entered a world of gray in which impacts would have had to have been weighed more carefully, possibly with more findings of significance or of avoidability. Please consider the growth assumptions that the EIR used. The existing master plan forecasts 264,000 operations in 2027. The new forecast expects 10% fewer operations, and that's in 2037, a decade later. The EIR also shows that annual passenger activity is expected to grow 57% over the next 19 years, whereas it grew 63% over the most recent 5 years per the EIR. We now know that after last year's growth, the growth rate required to meet the new forecast for 2037 is just 2%. If you approve this EIR, you are declaring that San Jose Airport, which by its own account has been one of the fastest growing airports in the nation in recent years, with double-digit growth, can now be expected to grow 2% annually, not just under the current circumstances from which I trust we will recover, but for most of the next 2 decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Blair Beekman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. To once again try to offer my simple outsider's opinion. With so much money that can be involved with this issue, if applicable, I hope this item will not be relying on regional Measure B transportation and environmental funding. And there can be ways to find different options for simple positive funding sources with these current airport issues in the city of Santa Clara if needed. Also, can you make clear how this item can connect to your current thinking with long-term high-rise development around the airport? From incredibly staged and overambitious beginnings from the mayor about this issue this past year to this current item, I hope the simple, mild-mannered, practical thinking and planning of the Airport Commission is still doing well, and they can still be considered as a good resource for all of the community in this worried time. Thank you. I had a few other thoughts. I'm a bit surprised there is not surrounding transportation mitigation issues, I guess it would be called, with the EIR report that will be filtering into the airport area. Is that a kind of Republican administration EPA standard that has been set forth? And I think you should probably, you know, you don't fully rely on that because that won't be our future. And, you know, to respect the city of Santa Clara is important with that issue, I feel. And just to clarify myself, I was talking about with budget issues, how to stagger work hours so, you know, people can work part-time and still receive their health benefits and things like that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, back to the, I'm sorry, Jennifer. I see your name. Yep, welcome, Jennifer.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Very good, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Sunnyvale Clean Noise Bureau.
Jennifer, your mouth has moved away from the mic. It sounds like it's very hard to hear.
Okay, I'll try again. I'm speaking on behalf of the Sunnyvale Airplane Noise Group. We oppose the new airplane master plan amendment. This plan increases the number of airline gates, which will ultimately mean more planes in the air. Per the EIR, there will be a significant unavoidable impact on gas emissions under this proposal. Planes are very intensive.
I'm sorry, Jennifer,
Sorry?
I believe you may be moving or the mic is.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Let me try to get even closer here then. Could you hear me earlier? Could you hear me earlier?
Nope.
Should I start again? I'm sorry.
Well, we heard you at the beginning. If you could just repeat the last sentence and go from there.
Okay. This plan increases the number of airline gates, which will ultimately mean more planes in the air. Per the EIR, there would be a significant planes are very carbon intensive and spew greenhouse gases. They represent 12% of all transportation related greenhouse gases. The proposed increase in airline gates is counter to San Jose's ambitious plan to reduce greenhouse gases, and so this is problematic. Under the newly proposed plan, the number of gates would expand to 42 gates. And keep in mind that since 2017, the number of gates has expanded from 28 to 36 gates. In addition, the numbers, as Robert was mentioning, in the master plan, projected growth numbers appear to be lowballed, despite the fact that over the past few years, SJC is the fastest growing airport in the US. Those numbers, or some of those numbers, are just showing 0.1% decade between 2027 and 2037. These should be validated. It's in the second document in the agenda packet. It's entitled Memorandum BC, page 8, and you can see those numbers under passenger airline. I think they should be checked and verified. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, coming back to the council. Members of the council like to speak? I just had a couple of questions, John. I know there's some concerns about environmental impacts. I know we had a long-standing portal designed for transit access that would come off of North First Street. Obviously, we've been thinking differently about transit in the last decade or so about how we could connect the airport directly to Diridon. Now we have an RFI out that has been responded to, and we've evaluated proposals for just that. How does this new plan accommodate potential other approaches to the airport?
So I think the new master plan actually doesn't get into that level of detail with the buildings and the structures, but I am convinced that a connection to Diridon is still the right connection for us. It's the right place to transfer to come to the airport. So the passageway under the rental car garage remains an effective way. Most likely coming from the Diridon, you're probably going to be following the river in some kind of an orientation, which would allow you to get up to the airport and turn under the rental car garage and pop up between what would be Terminal B and what would be Terminal C. There's an area reserved for a substation there, a subterranean station there to be able to bring passengers up from the Diridon area. That preservation remains in our 30% design stuff. In the master plan, it doesn't really lay out that detail, but
okay.
Those right-of-ways are still very much preserved.
Okay, thanks. And I know that when we approved a plan probably a dozen years ago, the earlier iteration, there had been talk about going big on solar. We looked at it on cost. It was a little challenging. I know those dynamics have changed. And also I think the FAA directions around solar have been liberalized a little bit. Do we have more opportunity here for designing something that might be zero net energy?
Yeah, we've got currently on the top of the rental car garage, you'll remember we've got a megawatt up there. The long-term garage that we're currently constructing up toward to the northeast end of the airport is being, utility-wise, is being prepped for potential solar later. So the conduits and all of the infrastructure is being assembled into the garage, as we would do with any other parking or garage type structure. Those are the best flat roof kind of situations that we could utilize there. So I think our commitment is to continue to prep the buildings for that. And once the ROI becomes close to a payback, we can pursue those kind of final improvements to the facilities.
Thanks, John. I appreciate that some who are watching may wonder why in the world we're talking about an expansion at the airport when obviously we've seen devastating reductions in air traffic in the last couple months. This is, of course, the time when we do planning. We were planning to do this all along. I know this is something that just happened in the course. Pandemic sort of came up in the midst of our planning, but it's never, when we're having the downtime, it's a good time for us to plan how we're going to expand to address the needs of what we hope will be a fast recovering economy. So appreciate you moving forward with this. Councilor Diep?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, John. I just good job on that YouTube video. I rather enjoyed that PSA you did. So kudos on that. I wanted to ask not so much about the EIR that we're about to pass here, but just in terms of the second phase of the expansion. Councilmember Camus and I were there when we cut the ribbon on that and had that new terminal in the B terminal. I was curious if, since we're in the downturn now, that part where we're going to build around what's inside or what's already in existence, is that impacted at all?
So you're referring to the interim gate facility that we built, the gates 30 through 36 that we opened up, and those gates are still being used, not quite as much as they used to. They have morning departures on them, and then they go pretty much quiet right now. But they are rented to Southwest, who is already predicting their, they give us schedules routinely, and their June, July, and August schedules show a pickup. Now that's obviously optimistic that, passengers are able to return and the shelter in place goes away and all those things. So there's still a demand for them. Right now, the demand is much lower, but that facility up until February was operating exactly as intended, a great pressure relief on the system. And again, as we move forward, having that pressure relief while we're building the new building at some point in the future will allow us to maintain operations while we improve the future for Silicon Valley and San Jose travelers.
All right, good. So nothing's in danger then, and we're just continuing on as best we can given the circumstances. All right.
That's true.
Thank you. That's all, Sam.
Thank
Mayor.
you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. I'm going to ask, Shani Kleinhaus has just texted me, and it appears she's got public comment she'd like to offer, but had some difficulties. I'm just going to ask Shani, are you there? There you are. You just raised your hand. You want to give this a shot, Shani? I understand there's some technical difficulties. Hi, Shani, we can hear you now. Are you talking? We can hear some noise back there. Okay, Shani, now your device is on mute. If you could unmute your device.
I did.
There you go. We can hear you
It's
now.
working. Thank you for allowing me to speak now. So Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society and the Sierra Club submitted comments on the EIR regarding boring owls and other issues. For the boring owls, I also looked at what the Department of Fish and Game or Fish and Wildlife submitted. Over the years, at least since I started at Audubon 10 years ago, the population in the airport has crashed. As new runways were built, new development was built, and the compensation has always been build 2 boroughs for each one that is taken away. Unfortunately, the habitat was not maintained in the areas where those boroughs were placed. So for example, the about 60 acres that were removed from boring owl habitat in 2012 and 14 were compensated by 10 acres at the VOR site north of the airport. And that land, they put the boring owl places there, but they never maintained it. So there couldn't be any boring owls there. So I think that we need to look at more land purchased or compensated or paid fees to the Habitat Agency to provide real mitigation. And that would mean to go with what was recommended by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, which they calculated as 156.9 acres for current development. And I think should also add the 60 acres that were taken before and never really compensated for. So what I'm asking for is more allocation of fees to provide more compensation to the and pay those fees to the Habitat Agency. I really think that the assessment in the document in the EIR that says that it's not likely that they're able to maintain a population there is correct. They also admit in the EIR that they did not maintain the habitat properly. So I plead with you to do the right thing and have them compensate for at least 156.9 acres, which is what the Department of Fish and Wildlife requested. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Would anyone on city staff wish to respond on that issue?
Mr. Mayor, we are, as part of the mitigation that's listed in the EIR, we are anticipating working with the Regional Habitat Agency and developing a program where we pay money to the agency to manage the program. The acreages are defined in the master plan and the EIR, the amount that we are disturbing, and there is a set price per acre. And so we've worked that out with the Habitat Agency, the Regional Habitat Agency.
Thank you, John. Okay, back to council. There's a motion. Tony, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yay.
Morales,
Aye.
Diep,
I saw his mouth move.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Garza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yep, aye.
And that was an aye from Councilmember Diep. Record will show. All right, it's now 5:40. Let's take a break. We'll return 10 minutes after 6 for everyone to get a little dinner, and we have several items left on the agenda. Thank you. We'll jump right in then to item 8.1, which are actions related to temporary moratorium on rent increases. And I understand there's a presentation. Welcome, Jackie.
Thank you. Rachel is going to be putting the presentation on the screen. Great. So my name is Jackie Morales-Ferrand. I'm the director of the Housing Department, and I'm joined today by Rachel Vanderveen, who's the Deputy Director of the Housing Department, and the Deputy City Attorney, Chris Alexander. On April 14th, the City Council approved the extension of the eviction moratorium until May 31st. You directed staff and the City Attorney to return to the Council with a draft ordinance implementing a temporary moratorium on rent increases. The moratorium on rent increases accomplishes several established city goals. 1, it stabilizes housing. 2, it decreases homelessness by helping to mitigate a tenant's potentially insurmountable debt obligation after the eviction moratorium is lifted. And 3, it maintains that landlords can achieve a fair return on their rental property. Okay, so the landlords and mobile home owners are facing financial insecurity as some tenants have not been able to pay rent in April. Looking forward to the coming months, it is unclear how deep and widespread the economic impacts will be on the rental housing market. At the same time, some tenants and mobile home residents continue to receive rent increases. For families already facing economic hardship, these rent increases will add to the amount of rent owed to their landlord. Rachel is going to walk you through the mechanics of the proposed moratorium on rent increases.
Thank you, Jackie. The moratorium on rent increases applies to all tenants living in apartment rent controlled units and mobile home residents. The new law will provide protections to all tenants living in the 38,000 rent stabilized apartment and the 10,000 rent stabilized mobile homes throughout San Jose. The proposed ordinance will be effective on the adoption date of the ordinance through December 31st, 2020. The moratorium prohibits a landlord or a mobile home park owner from increasing rent for the duration of the ordinance. It also allows landlord and park owners to file a fair return petition. A rent increase resulting from a fair return will be allowable under the moratorium on rent increases. You have before you multiple versions of the proposed ordinance for your consideration. Okay, hold on. The first distinction I want to describe is the retroactive ordinance and the alternate ordinance. In this example, under the retroactive ordinance, if the contract rent amount is $2,000 in March and a tenant received a 5% rent increase of $100 in April, their new rent was $2,100 on April 1st. The retroactive ordinance will restore rent to the $2,000 on May 1st and will remain that lower amount through December. The rent in January may return to the $2,100 level. However, under the alternate ordinance, the $2,100 rent charged in April will remain in place. The moratorium on rent increases includes a provision allowing for a temporary reduction in rent. The purpose of this provision is to provide an incentive for landlords to work with their tenants to reach a mutually beneficial agreement, while allowing the landlord to restore rents to the contract rate without being limited by the annual general increase. In this example, a landlord and tenant agreed to reduce rents from $2,000 to $1,500. Then the rent returns to the contract rate at $2,000 for the term of the agreement or by the expiration of the moratorium. For example, if an agreement may provide 3 months of a rent reduction for the months of May, June, and July, then the rent may return to $2,000 in August, even though this exceeds a 5% rent increase. Following the moratorium in January or later, Rent increases will be limited to the annual general increase. Under the apartment rent ordinance, future rent increases will be based on the rent charged in the previous 12 months. In order to allow the landlord to take the full rent increase on the contract amount, the city council would have to direct the city attorney to draft a subsequent temporary ordinance that would take effect next year to address rent increases following the expiration of this moratorium. The proposed moratorium on rent increases includes additional provisions consistent with the city council direction given to us. The ordinance precludes service reduction claims based on the closure of recreational common area amenities resulting from county public health orders related to the COVID-19 pandemic. It also includes a provision waiving late fees for outstanding rent stabilization program fees that occurred during the fiscal year of 2019-2020. And the building permit application fees for repairs and maintenance on buildings covered by the apartment rent ordinance with 20 units or less will be waived. Throughout the development of this ordinance, input was gathered from stakeholders. Some landlords were concerned about the retroactivity to April 1st. There was also interest in developing a mechanism to allow for rent reductions. And landlords felt that the fee waiver for 20 units should be extended to all apartments covered by the apartment rent ordinance. Some concerns raised by tenant representatives included a concern that increased rents will accumulate and eventually lead to eviction when tenants are unable to pay back the rents owed. Additionally, there's some confusion between the moratoriums on eviction and on rent increases. And then there was also a desire to increase the enforcement provisions of the moratorium on rent increases. As we work through the process of evaluating how the moratorium on rent increases would interact with our current rent stabilization ordinances, we realize there are critical differences between the mobile home rent ordinance and the apartment rent ordinance. The most significant difference is that the mobile home rent ordinance allows banking, which means if a park owner does not raise rent 1 year, they can combine 2 years of rent increases and raise the rent for 2 years at one time. The apartment rent ordinance, however, does not allow for banking. Another difference is that the mobile home parks typically raise rents for the entire mobile home park on the rent increase anniversary date. To do this, they serve a 90-day notice to the mobile home owners prior to the rent increase and raise the rents consistently each year. The ability to bank rent increases under the mobile home rent ordinance may place a greater burden on residents in the coming year if park owners choose not to raise rent during the moratorium and then raise rent twice as high in the coming year. Due to the mobile home ordinance allowing banking, housing staff has included in the most recent supplemental memo 3 policy alternatives for your consideration. Alternative number 1 is prohibit banking. The mobile home rent ordinance permits a landlord to bank rent increases. Consequently, for landlords prohibited from increasing rents during 2020, it is likely they will use the banking option in 2021. The City of San Jose's mobile home community includes low-income families and seniors who are on fixed incomes. A typical rent for a mobile home space is approximately $900 per month. If a park owner was to utilize the banking options, residents would be facing a 6% rent increase, which would be an additional $54 per month. Prior to the pandemic, incomes were not increasing by 6% per year and are not likely to increase at that rate following COVID-19. It is difficult for us to know how deep and wide the economic impacts of COVID-19 will be on the most vulnerable within our community. We provided a second alternative, which is to amend the ordinance to allow a rent increase while delaying the collection of the rent increase itself. This proposal would allow mobile home park owners to notice and serve rent increases on their anniversary date and provide a credit to residents to offset that rent increase. Once the moratorium expires, the credit would be eliminated and the rent increases would be collected following the moratorium. Staff is very concerned about this approach. This proposal preserves the anniversary date for park owners while effectively clustering 2 rent increases within a 12-month period for residents. This proposal is not consistent with the intent of the moratorium on rent increases, which is to stabilize residents during this difficult time period, and is not consistent with the mobile home rent ordinance. Collecting multiple rent increases within a 1-year period would be destabilizing to our mobile home residents. Staff has also provided an alternative number 3, which excludes mobile homes from the moratorium on rent increases. This approach decreases the likelihood that mobile home park owners will bank 2 years worth of allowable increases, and instead rent would likely increase this year on the anniversary date at 3.01%, and next year will most likely be around a 3% increase as well. Staff is recommending that City Council move forward with alternative number 1. This option will allow the moratorium on rent increases to make an immediate impact on our mobile home residents and will prevent park owners from serving large rent increases resulting from banking in 2021. In order to move forward with this option, staff will need to return to City Council with an additional ordinance preventing banking from occurring in 2021. The City Council provided direction to the City Attorney to draft an urgency ordinance and companion ordinance providing for a temporary moratorium on rent increases. If you see, the urgency ordinance is before you and will become effective immediately. It will become effective as of today. And it requires 8 affirmative votes to be adopted, which is a 2/3 majority. The companion ordinance has also been prepared and contains the same terms as the urgency ordinance. This ordinance requires a simple majority to pass and will have a second reading. If adopted, it will become effective 30 days after the second reading. The effective date will be June 11 and will expire on December 31st. There are 4 draft ordinances before you for your consideration tonight. The key policy decisions to make today are summarized here to show which actions must be taken for your desired outcome. If rent should be rolled back, then adopt the urgency and companion ordinances. If you desire no rollback in rents, then adopt the alternate urgency and alternate companion ordinance. If you would like to make the moratorium effective immediately, which will impact May 1st rent increases, then adopt the urgency ordinance. And if the ordinance should go into effect following the second reading, which will be June 11th, then adopt the companion ordinance alone.
On April 14th, the City Council directed that staff consider a City Council-led task force to initiate the convening of stakeholders representing both landlords and tenants to explore alternative solutions to address the needs of our rental community that have been impacted by COVID-19. Following the City Council discussions, staff has moved forward with the following actions. We convened with partnering with the City Manager's Office of Innovation to host an online facilitated brainstorming session the week of May 23rd with both landlord and tenant representatives. The goal of the workshop was to develop a list of actions that may be taken to address both the needs of landlords and tenants in the wake of COVID-19. While we tried this approach, we did run into some challenges with the platform utilized for the workshop. And as a result, we are going to plan a second reconvening with stakeholders to develop solutions that provide benefits for both tenants and landlords. We have also started working with Silicon Valley at Home, who will host 2 workshops facilitating a discussion with thought leaders in the housing industry to brainstorm about challenges facing landlords, tenants, and homeowners. The goal of these sessions will be to identify additional local, state, and federal responses to COVID-19. The council, as I stated earlier, directed the staff to consider a city council-led task force. After further evaluation, staff determined that meaningful brainstorming input could be secured from the 2 methods that I've just discussed. These results will be shared with the city council and the public. Providing support to a city council-led task force would require additional staff resources not available at this time because staff are assigned to Emergency Operations Center duties. If city council members wish to hold a task force, in addition to current brainstorming efforts, supplemental staffing resources will need to be identified, and Brown Act procedures and administrative support for a council-led task force would need to be considered. So again, we just wanted to leave this slide up for your consideration, as again, it highlights the actions you need to take depending upon the outcome you are seeking. And so with that, we will open it up for questions. And again, we'll leave this slide up so it's hopefully clear what items you need to move forward depending upon what you would like to see happen. And I'd like to thank the rent stabilization staff and the city attorney's office for working through all of these issues.
Thanks, Jackie. Thanks, Rachel. And thanks, I assume Shasta, is that right, Jackie?
It's actually Chris Alexander is our city
Good.
attorney.
Great, thank you, Chris. Thanks for all your work. All right, we have several members of the community who'd like to speak. Let's start with Adelita Gomez. Welcome. If you could just unmute your device.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, thanks.
Great, thanks. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Adelita Gomez, and I've been a resident of San Jose for most of my life. And I lived in District 3 for the past 10 years with my husband and 2 children. My children are in 6th grade and 1st grade, and March 13th, when I got the order that the schools were shutting, I was fortunate enough to have a job that I was able to then work from home so that I could be there with them. With a 6-year-old, I couldn't just leave her. You know, I was worried about how this new way of life was going to be, but I had this opportunity a lot of people didn't have, and I still had a job. That lasted until March 25th. That was when I was laid off. My position was eliminated, and the next day was the first time I ever had to apply for unemployment. It was scary, you know. I didn't know if we had enough in savings. I didn't know if my husband, if his salary was going to cover us. Luckily, my husband still has his job, and I was approved for unemployment, so that is helpful. But we did just receive our notice about a month ago that our rent is going to be increasing on June 1st. We live in a rent control apartment, which is fortunate, but with this additional cost for my family, it's concerning. You know, with this financial instability that my family has already found ourselves in, to know that there's going to be additional cost every month is it's tough. And so I just hope that as a council that you remember families like mine, and that you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Adelita. Ryan, welcome.
Hello?
Yes, hi, Ryan.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Ryan Jasinski, and I'm the Director of Property Management for Brandenburg, Stedler, and Moore. As I understand it, the goal of the city's proposed rent freeze moratorium is to provide relief to San Jose tenants impacted by COVID-19. Therefore, the city is proposing to freeze all rents from the enactment of this ordinance until December 31st, 2020. While we're not contesting the proposed rent freeze moratorium, we believe it's important to present a solution that is fair and equitable for all parties. Therefore, Martha O'Connell and myself worked diligently to create a proposal, which was option 2, with the support of 2 mobile home attorney experts who both agree that the proposal to increase the rent in 2020 and credit the tenant's account does not create 2 increases in 1 year. The staff has mischaracterized the facts. One of the major concerns that affects mobile home park owners and residents alike is the preservation of the anniversary date. The preservation of this date provides many benefits to both parties by creating an environment that's predictable, stable, and understandable. The alteration of these anniversary dates can have negative consequences that ripple through the mobile home industry for years to come. I request the City Council to respect and preserve the anniversary dates and the notice of requiring under them. I appreciate your consideration and take care.
Thank you. Anil Babar.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Anil Babar from the California Apartment Association. We're appreciative of the Council for deferring this item from last week. In that time, we've made positive and critical improvements to the draft ordinance. I would like to thank the staff for addressing similar recommended changes to Section 6 and 10. I would like to thank Vice Mayor Jones for recognizing issues with the draft ordinance in the way it addressed base rent. The memo from the Vice Mayor will actually help to encourage temporary reductions in rent. And we're also appreciative of the extension of late fees to the fiscal year 2021. I'd also like to thank Council Members Foley, Camus, and Davis for supporting the alternate versions of each ordinance, both the urgency and the standard ordinance. And we also like to thank them for also recognizing the extension of the late fees and removing the unit cap for permit fee waivers. The memos from the Vice Mayor, Councilmembers Foley, Camus, and Davis make the important changes that remove the legal hurdles and allow flexibility for rental housing providers to work with their tenants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Trujillo.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Michael, and I'm an attorney at the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. We appreciate Council's interest in freezing rents for tenants in rent-stabilized apartments and mobile homes. As you know, the city's eviction moratorium is helping to keep tenants who have been impacted by COVID-19 housed, but it does not excuse their obligation to pay rent, which means tenants relying on this protection are racking up a massive rent debt as this crisis continues. The common sense protection Council is considering today would prevent tenants in this situation from racking up an even larger debt than they otherwise would. This could amount to thousands of dollars for the over 30,000 families in ARO covered apartments and over 10,000 families in mobile homes. We encourage City Council to approve both the regular and urgency versions of the rent increase freeze today. Otherwise, if City Council only approves the regular ordinance, there will be an incentive for landlords to raise rents immediately before the regular ordinance takes effect. We also urge you to adopt the version of the ordinances that includes Section 6C, which makes the rent increase freeze retroactive to March 31st, 2020. We've heard from many tenants, including some in ARO apartments and mobile homes, who have received rent increases since this crisis began. These tenants face the same financial difficulties and will not be able to handle the additional rental obligations over the coming months any better than tenants who are covered by the ordinance's prospective application. So these families also need and deserve protection. Finally, we would like to thank city staff for their efforts to draft and implement this ordinance quickly, as well as all of the time and effort they've put in to refine the language so that all stakeholders understand the rules and this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Calling user 3, welcome.
Hi, this is Martha O'Connell with GSMOL, and I'm very concerned about the disastrous unintended consequences if the park owners are not allowed to keep their anniversary dates. If they're not allowed to keep their anniversary dates, I can guarantee you that the city will be flooded with what is called fair return petitions from the parks. When a fair petition is filed, it costs the residents well over $25,000. We have to hire an attorney, expert witnesses, and pay for countless other charges. It also costs the city of San Jose a great deal of money because they have to pay the salary of an administrative law judge as well as the staff time to attend these hearings. I have had two fair return petitions in my park, which is a low-income senior park, and the park owner received over $80 a month. It is critical that you understand that that $80 is over and above the 3%. If you do not allow the park owners to maintain their anniversary dates, they are going to start filing fair return petitions, and our rents are going to go way up, well beyond even 6% that the staff has referenced, because if they file these petitions, they can also charge us for capital improvements. Please do not do this. Be very cognizant of the disastrous unintended consequences for mobile home residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Blair Beekman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I have been following these rent issues since the beginning early stages of the COVID-19 crisis in early March 2020. My recent thoughts on a staggered tiered budget ideas for rental issues in the following months in San Jose has been based on the ideas of the current economy having its own inflationary freeze period at this time. For the past few months now, we are publicly trying to find overall ways small middle-income apartment owners and corporate owners can be fully compensated with what may be 6 to 10 months of rental non-payment. We are also questioning what can be full debt forgiveness for tenants during this time of emergency. Overall, an important question at this time is why create a debtor's prison for many who had nothing to do with the long-term social planning ideas involved with this pandemic. With a possible smaller virus outbreak this winter, I hope the few public meetings planned for this May by the San Jose Housing Department in Silicon Valley at Home can be expanded through the summer and everyone can feel welcome. This can give our entire community more open, safe, and clear choices by this fall. I thank you to everyone for their patience at this time. I hope we are all learning that locally, no one wants to hurt each other. And from this, together, we can ask how local government can work well to become a very good facilitator for all sides at this time. Thank you, and good luck with all the choices and work that we're all trying to work on with these issues at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew? Hi, Matthew.
Yeah, sorry. This is Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at Home. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. We're in strong support of this action. We really feel like this council has shown leadership in responding to the significant challenges that we face as a city, and particularly for low-income renters in the city. It may not get easier as soon as we would all like, but this council and you all have shown a willingness to tackle the immediate threats to keep people housed and actually to get more people housed in the face of this emergency. In addition to the eviction moratorium, moving ahead with this retroactive freeze on rent increases will forestall a crisis and buy some time. I would just say we're seeing countywide that education and outreach on this and earlier ordinances to both tenants and landlords is really essential for them to be effective, and we appreciate the commitment that the Housing Department in San Jose has made to this effort. But we also recognize that there's going to be a need for a huge investment in the relatively short and longer term to help people pay back rent, prevent multifamily foreclosures, and to help our lower income homeowners stay housed. We commend the city for taking these actions, and we're committed to working together to craft additional solutions and actions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Buchanan.
Mayor and Council, good evening. Since last we spoke, we've continued to hear working partnerships from hundreds of residents of the city of San Jose, and still through the Santa Clara County CAN network hotline. And still, how am I going to pay my rent is the #1 issue that we're hearing. While certainly not every tenant has a landlord who's looking to raise rent in this moment, the reality that even for those who aren't facing rent increases, have the likelihood of insurmountable debt at this moment if they're unable to, particularly if they've been unable to quickly access unemployment insurance or are ineligible for unemployment insurance. All that speaks to the need for passing the staff recommendation on an urgency basis as something that is both common sense and very much needed for those tenants that are facing these kinds of increases. Really would encourage the council to act. Obviously, we've seen that there are 7 members of this council who have supported the past actions on this. Obviously, we need 8 to move an urgency ordinance. I would encourage those on council that have expressed concerns in the past with the ordinance to think about what their role may be in creating a moral hazard if they were not to vote to pass the urgency ordinance. By not voting for the staff recommendation on the urgency ordinance, you are encouraging landlords to take actions where they may not otherwise consider doing. It's creating a significant chance that landlords who maybe were considering months down the road passing on increases, acting swiftly to do so. So would really just encourage, there are a lot more things that we need to do to think about what the rights of tenants look like, what the relationship between tenants and landlords in solving the issue of insurmountable debt and avoiding mass evictions. But this is a common sense move that I hope the council will support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Roberta Moore?
Yeah. Hi, thank you. So I understand and agree with the city's stated objectives to keep renters from being homeless. That's why, as a fourplex owner, I reached out to my renters right away to assure them that I could work something out with them and they were safe in their home. And I feel for people like Avelita, who spoke first, who's been laid off. I actually face the same financial difficulties as I'm an independent contractor. I no longer have work and I can't file for unemployment. They keep extending the date to when we can file. So I actually am in the renter's shoes that aren't getting paid. So while I agree with your stated objectives, what I have a problem with is making mom and pops pay for, take on the burden of providing loans and paying for. So we're the ones who want to keep the renters. So if you squeeze us out of business, then you're going to be left with the big corporations who are measured by the bottom line and won't. So I fully support Vice Mayor Jones' memo and Council Members Davis, Foley, and Camus' memo. I thank them for taking the time to draft things that make it so it works for all of us. Like I said, we're small mom and pops. I know a lot of them, and we're all trying to keep our renters in our home. And it's really hard when the city's working against us and making us, you guys are positioning us as the ones responsible for the crisis and responsible for fixing it. And that's really a problem because now renters are saying, well, I don't have to pay. You know, I'm still getting income and I'm getting paid, but I don't have to pay because the city's saying I don't have to pay. So be careful. Keep your fiduciary responsibility to represent all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 1076, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Elizabeth, and I am been resident here for 59 years, second generation housing provider. And I work a lot with low-income housing. As a matter of fact, my father was the very first owner to ever sign a contract with Santa Clara County Housing Authority, and I'm doing my best to follow in his footsteps. I do support some temperance on landlords that are not looking at the entire situation at this point and having temporary freezes on rent increases. At the same time, I want to question the council. Right after last week's meeting, in the mail, I received notices of our garbage rates going up 15%. And we're going to be voting on that next soon, and I just want the council to remember that. You know, if we're all in this together, it can't be just the owners, because we're not getting reimbursed by anybody. We want to continue, we want to help our residents, but we can't continue to have our hands tied either. I appreciate your consideration, and God bless you in the decisions you have to make. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending in 4962, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Kindorf. I'm in District 2. I live in a corporate-run apartment. I am a disabled senior citizen, and my rent was increased 12% last November, which put my income below what my rent is. The only way I'm able to survive is because of the stimulus package that President Trump passed. I was able to receive $2,400. That's going to help me pay my rent for May, but after that, I don't know what I'm going to do. I've worked all my life, and the prospect of being homeless is not something that I take lightly. I empathize with landlords. I used to be one. I empathize with every tenant that is in a corporate-run apartment that isn't provided any kind of opportunities or provisions under 1482 or things like that. The bottom line is it's going to have a snowball effect if the landlords, you know, they're going to feel penalized, right? And then pretty soon, 2 or 3 months down the road, they're going to start jacking up the rents on people as a payback. That's how I look at it. Unfortunately, we're in a capitalistic society, so I pray to God that the city council does the right thing, and I admire your hard work and bringing this stuff up because a lot of people are suffering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. The caller with the phone number ending 1367, welcome.
Yes, this is Lillian. Thank you, Mayor Ricardo, from District 6. May I talk on something besides the rent?
You can only speak on this particular item. If you want to speak on open forum on another item, you can do that.
Okay. You mean at the end?
Yeah.
You mean like tonight? Okay. So I'm going to bypass this and call back later. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hi, the individual with the phone number ending 2424, welcome.
Hi, this is Gail Osmer. How is everybody tonight? Thank you. This is Gail Osmer, and I live in a senior mobile home park, Colonial Manor, and I'm calling you tonight to please. The senior park I live in is very low income seniors, and we are used to getting our rent increased every year to 3%. And I've talked to a lot of people in our park and other senior mobile home park, and they would like to keep the anniversary date because as with us, years ago, our owners came in and increased our rent. They went over and above the rent control for a fair amount on return. And knowing our park owners, they will do the same thing. And most of the people will have to move if that happens again. And it's very scary if this rent keeps going up and up. But if he comes and does this again, there'll be a lot of people that will be homeless and will have no place to go. So please, for the mobile home parks, all mobile home parks, please let us keep our anniversary date. And this is much better for the seniors and families living in mobile home parks. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail. Okay, coming back to the council. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation from the Housing Department, but more importantly, thank you from the residents and mobile home park owners and mobile home park residents who spoke on this important issue. Comment was made publicly earlier that 7 council members supported this and the others did not. That's not what I heard. At the last council meeting, I heard that really it was almost unanimous that the council members were in support of a rent freeze. The question last week, and the reason it was postponed until this week, was in the details. The devil is in the details of two different ordinances, or four actually ordinances that came before us. There's not a single council member, I won't speak for all of them, I'm sure they'll all weigh in here, but I'll weigh in for myself. Freezing rents is really critical to keeping residents in their properties now. It's really important for you to have peace of mind in the place that you're living and that you continue to stay there. I'm not going to address the rent that isn't getting paid because that's a huge financial burden that I'm not sure how some renters will ever find their way out of because of the burden that is going to be placed by not having to pay rent right now. But I totally supported that moratorium, and I'm supporting the freeze on rent moratorium too, and I support the urgency provision of it should it be adopted today. I have three memos that I'd like to move, and so I'll start with them, and then I'm going to speak to them a little bit. I need to get them in front of me first. First, I want to thank Councilmember Camus and Davis for coming together with me on the first memo, which is to adopt staff's alternate ordinance A and alternate ordinance B with the following recommendations: to suspend late fees on ARO home providers for fiscal year 2021, and to waive permit fees for all apartment buildings regardless of unit count. Additionally, I filed my own memo today that addresses the concerns of the anniversary date in relation to the mobile home parks, and that is the recommendation is to remove the language, take any action under 6A to change. That would effectively modify an anniversary agreement or a rent and lease agreement that already is in place between the mobile home park owners and the mobile home park tenants. I have to say, this is the first time that I have seen such collaboration between the residents of mobile home parks and the mobile home park owners. So I have to honor what they say and agree that their language and their agreement to maintain their anniversary date is critical. So I move that memo as well. Further, I move Vice Mayor Jones' memo, which item A actually mirrors our memo, but I wanted to include it as well. And item B references other rent increases or other rent agreements that are not mobile home park related. The reason these are all too important is, number one, it freezes, these are alternate ordinances A and B. The alternate ordinance A is the urgency ordinance. That's the one that gets implemented today as soon as we pass it. That's really important. That means that rent increases that may have been sent out effective May 1st cannot take place. It does not claw back the rent increase that might have been given under April 1st. And is it frankly may not be being paid at this time. Hopefully landlords are negotiating those right now. I know most landlords actually are, but my concern about the clawback or the moving the anniversary or moving the effective date back to an earlier date is, I'm not a lawyer, but it appears to be a taking or illegal. So going forward, I'm completely in favor of freezing the rent as of today. The other ordinance is a companion ordinance. They're identical. One gets implemented in 30 days. The other provisions, waiving the late fees for the AROs for 2020 makes sense because the fees that ARO owners have already paid, they've already paid those for this fiscal year. So this benefits them going forward. It's a win-win for all people involved. As far as the waiving the permits on units over 20, that is an incentive to have your units improved. What if the permits are standing in the way from one of your property owners fixing up your property? Let's remove that incentive. let's remove that hindrance and create an incentive that allows them to fix your properties up and keep them in good condition. The other ordinances or other provisions are self-explanatory. I truly appreciate the severity of the situation we're in. COVID-19 has created severe economic difficulties for so many folks, and not only is it creating financial difficulties and health difficulties, but it weighs on the mental health of all of our residents in the city of San Jose, be they residents, be they home providers. We all are in this together. Truthfully, we are all in this together. I deal with people every day where we're talking about inability to make mortgage payments or inability to make rent payments, and we're negotiating everything we can to make this time a little bit easier. Although I cannot write checks and have everybody's rent go away, I wish I could. I wish the city of San Jose could, but we're not in that position. So rent freeze and then the earlier moratorium that we passed on evictions for both our commercial tenants and our residential tenants are all steps in the right direction. So I move those three ordinances and recommend that my council members follow suit.
I second.
Thank you. Motion from Councilmember Foley, second from Councilmember Davis. And just
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor, Councilmember Foley, just for clarification.
Yes.
Well, first of all, thank you for accepting or adopting my memo. And I probably should have broken it out, but on the first part of A is approved staff's recommendation to adopt the ordinance, not the alternate ordinance. So really, you want to adopt my memo minus that first line in A.
I thank you for the clarification. I will adopt your memo A and B, but not the line that preceded that. How about that?
Okay.
Does that clarify it?
Well, as long as Tony understands it.
So we're not adopting the alternate ordinance in the motion, is that right?
No, we are adopting the
We
alternate
are.
ordinance.
But my A has adopt the
He wasn't specific.
not the alternate, but the regular ordinance.
Okay, got it.
So I didn't want there any confusion.
Okay.
All right, thank
And
you.
hopefully my long-winded presentation was heard by most of the council. I understand I might have frozen up a little bit there, so I apologize for that.
I think we got most of it.
Technology.
Yeah, thank you. And one other point of clarification, Councilmember Foley, I know you explained this in your just a minute ago, but in the memo, it's very broad, and I want to clarify the permit fees that would be waived would be on repairs and improvements. Is that right, on apartment buildings?
Yes, and if you'd like to add that language, I'm happy to include that.
Okay. That might be helpful if you're willing to take that friendly amendment.
Absolutely.
And that's okay with the seconder. Councilmember Davis is nodding. Okay, great. Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I thank you, Councilmember Foley, for making the motion and also for making that clarification about who actually supported the urgency ordinance. It was all of us. We just had some quibbles on details because I think we all agree we absolutely need an ordinance and a rent increase freeze for both apartments and mobile homes. I just think during this time we have to take certainty wherever we can get it, and we have to make certainty for our residents wherever we can. And so that's why I am proud to support the motion that's on the floor. And I agree completely with Councilmember Foley. There's not a lot of time when mobile home park residents and mobile home park owners are in agreement, and we heard loud and clear, I'm sure you did in your emails as well, that they want to, the alternative number 2 for the staff recommendation, they feel very strongly about preserving the anniversary dates and preventing petitions for fair return and all of that kind of stuff. So that's why I'm happy to support Councilmember Foley's that part from today. So thank you, and I hope we can make this quick and all agree on what a really good a good way to provide certainty for everybody involved. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments from the council? Okay, let's vote on Councilmember Foley's motion.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
thank you. Diep,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza, Arenas,
Nay.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
going back to Esparza. Coming in, Mark.
Nay.
Yeah, got it. That's unanimous.
No, it's,
No,
It's-
there's two against.
I thought I thought they said yay. So who was no?
I think I heard it. It's Councilmember Esparza and Councilmember Arenas say no. Is that correct?
Correct.
Sorry, yay and nay sounded like a lot alike on the microphones.
Okay. So
Thank
that's 9-2 vote. Is that correct, Tony?
Yes.
That's sufficient to pass an urgency ordinance, I believe. Okay. Is that
No,
right?
that passes both ordinances. The motion is, so the both ordinances will be passed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. And thank you to the Housing Department in particular for, I know you guys are trying to move a lot of folks into housing right now in a very urgent way. At the same time, you're doing very extensive policy work. So thank you very much, Rachel and Jackie and the entire team. And Jackie, since you're still with us, question I had before, I was just kind of curious. Do you have any idea how many homeless individuals you can say we've moved into the temporary shelter so far since we've?
I don't have that figure with me right in front, but we can definitely get it to you tonight.
No big deal. I just thought I'd give you a chance to brag. Okay. Okay, we'll move on then. Item 10.1 is land use consent item. I believe there's a request to defer 10.1B from Councilmember Jimenez, if I'm not mistaken. Councilmember Jimenez, are you with us?
Yeah, that's my understanding as well, Mayor. It was going to be deferred.
Oh, okay, great. All right, is there a motion on the remainder?
So moved.
One's deferred, one's dropped. So
Oh, one dropped, forgive me. Thank you. All right, so we're
you're deferring the item by the
we
vote.
don't take any action because the deferral happened on orders of the day, Rick?
Yes.
Okay, all right, we'll move on then, thanks. Item 10.2, is there
You
a
guys,
lot?
I'm sorry, I'm having technical issues.
Yeah. Councilmember Esparza, I'm sorry, did you want to speak on consent items?
Okay, I'm back.
I'm having issues. I need to, hold on.
Okay,
I'm good. I'm good.
so I think given the fact we don't have any vote, we're going to move on. I think she's working on that, and we'll make sure that before there is any vote, we have her back on and able to communicate with us. So item 10.2, it's a special use permit to allow demolition of existing structures and construction of a mixed-use affordable project on Meridian Avenue. And I know there's a presentation.
Yes, Mayor, I have a short presentation, and we also have the applicant who I understand wants to provide a short presentation as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so thank you. The item before you, Council, this evening is the Meridian Affordable Housing Project. We're really excited to bring this project to you this evening. We know it's late in the day. We're the last item on the agenda, and we're very excited about this affordable housing project that staff has been working with the applicant for quite some time. So the site is located on Meridian Avenue, just south of the intersection with Fruitdale Avenue and east of the Fruitdale Light Rail Station. The project description includes a 6-story mixed-use residential building consisting of 231 affordable residential units, 2 manager units, and 1,780 square feet of ground floor retail. The project also includes 290 parking spaces. There is 1 level of parking underground and 1 level on the ground floor. It also includes 63 bicycle parking spaces and 60 motorcycle parking spaces. The applicant is also taking advantage of incentives under the state's density bonus law to reduce parking, as well as to reduce the front setback from 10 feet to 7 feet. The project also includes removal of 28 ordinance-sized trees and 13 non-ordinance-sized trees. An EIR was prepared for the project and determined that demolishing the residence that's located at 971 Meridian Avenue, which is a candidate city landmark structure, would be a significant and unavoidable impact. So the council this evening will need to adopt a statement of overriding considerations and a related mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program for the project. So a community meeting was held last October, and there were a few issues that residents brought up, mainly around fencing on the southern property line, garbage collection activity on the northern property line, and questions about what type of measures will be taking place with the demolition of the structures. The Planning Commission heard the project at its meeting on April 8th. And there was a robust discussion about project design features or programmatic elements to encourage a greater use of public transit and bike usage. And the Planning Commission ultimately unanimously voted to recommend that the City Council approve the project with an added condition to encourage alternative modes of transportation. So since the Planning Commission meeting, staff has worked very closely with the applicant, Rome, and we've come up with this language for an added condition that would speak to the different types of features that the applicant could put in place to encourage alternate transportation usage by the residents. So you'll see these items listed before you. We're very excited that the applicant has already agreed to accommodate 3 of these items. The first one is transit information packets will be provided to all of the residents. The applicant has decided to provide an on-site transit manager to work with the residents. And they are also dedicating half of the short-term bicycle parking spaces, which are 12 spaces, to accommodate a bike share program for the residents. So in summary, just go back. The recommendation to the City Council is that you adopt a resolution certifying the EIR for the Meridian Apartments project and making certain findings concerning significant impacts, mitigation measures, alternatives, and adopting a statement of overriding considerations and a related mitigation monitoring and reporting program. That you adopt a resolution approving, subject to conditions, the special use permit and incentives under the state density bonus law. And then finally, that you would adopt a resolution approving the density bonus regulatory agreement. And then lastly, I just want to acknowledge really planning staff, public works staff, transportation staff. It was a large effort by the city team that reviewed and processed this application. And specifically, I just want to acknowledge the planning project manager, Myra Blanco, the planning supervisor, Cassandra Vandersweep, and the environmental review planner, Rima Mohammed. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Is the proponent Drew Wallstrom, the applicant here? Drew Wallstrom, or anybody from Rome? I don't see anybody raising their hand.
I
I see Drew there, Mayor. He just needs to unmute himself.
Yeah, he's on mute.
Okay. Drew, if you could unmute yourself, that'd be helpful. I'm missing it, but I'm glad somebody sees it. Oh, there you are. Yeah.
He's a panelist.
Yep. Okay, got it. You got him on the panel. Henry, you see him? Yeah. Okay. Okay, great. Drew, welcome. Drew, are you able to hear us? Drew, we've unmuted you. You may still be muted on your device. We're not able to hear you right now, Drew. Okay. Let's go to the public and see if we can come back to Drew. Leanne Thomas. Welcome, Leanne.
Hi, it's Leanne from Rome.
Hi, Leanne.
Hi, so I don't know what's going on with Drew's microphone, but he's our development manager for the Meridian site. I've been working closely with him on getting this through CEQA and the EIR. I've also attended the community meetings, and we've incorporated a lot of feedback and information from planning to make this design fit the urban village plan. I know this is one of the first affordable housing developments to move forward in an unapproved urban village. And so we're really excited by that. And, you know, we look forward to getting this bill and have the community have this really great, you know, low income project for residents making between 30 and 80% AMI. So we really think it hits the demographic for the Willow Glen area.
Great, thanks, Leanne. If Drew's mic starts working, we'll give him a shot too, but you did an excellent job, so we'll take your word. I know that at one point, Alex Shore had his hand raised, and somehow he got into the panelists column. I don't know how you did that, Alex, but now you're back in the attendee. Hello, Alex.
Hello, Mayor Liccardo. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you so much for being here, Council, during this trying time. And thank you to Rome for proposing a really important project. Obviously, we need affordable housing now more than ever. And what an amazing benefit to also see ground floor retail as part of this project. We at Catalyze SV don't see that very often with affordable projects in our community. So it's a huge benefit to those future residents and to those neighborhoods. As always, we come to you, or as often we do, come to you with a nuanced perspective. And our goal is always to make development as good as it can be. We know that this site, which is less than half a mile from a VTA light rail station and a block from the Los Gatos Creek Trail, is a really crucial site. And we know the developer could go much lower, in fact, with the density bonus on the parking spaces that they've provided, well below 290. And one of the things we'd like to see to have them encourage transit use to achieve the city's goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and reducing congestion from cars on the road is to provide things like VTA transit passes and more bike spaces. We're grateful that they considered some ideas that planning staff has talked to them about. You'll notice that those ideas that Rosalind presented a moment ago, there's a key word there that says may include. So we would like to see the council tonight definitely include things like unbundled parking, which discourages people from using cars and encouraging transit, increasing the number of bike parking spaces, and adding transit passes as a benefit for affordable housing residents. And we're glad that the city staff and the developer have worked out the idea of providing as an option, giving out transit information. But that's kind of like if I go to a grocery store and a new vendor, as I'm about to take one of their competitors' products off the shelf, says, oh, you should try our product. Well, if someone says you should try our product and here's a free can, then I'm much more likely to use that product. And that's what we need to do more and more with development in our community, is provide that alternative of transit passes so that residents are truly encouraged to take the mode shift that we need to reach the city's goals.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
All right, coming back to council, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank Rome for their investment of time and money in providing over 200 affordable units. And as was mentioned, it's between 30 and 80% AMI. This is the sustainable, positive, affordable development that we need right now. And we need to get this project moving. If we approve it tonight, they can go for financing. And just as we were talking about wanting to have development in the pipeline, this is definitely one of those developments we want to have moving forward as quickly as possible. So I will move staff recommendation.
Second. Thank you, Councilmember Davis, and a second from Vice Mayor. Any questions from?
That was the Johnny Camus. I know we get confused sometimes.
It was the voice. No, I don't know how I confused the two of you on that one. I had someone from the public had raised their hand, but that appears not to be the case. Anybody on the council like to speak? Okay. All right. I'm sorry, public comment was closed on this item. I'm not sure I understand. Maybe for public. Mike Sodergren, is this on this item? Mike?
Yes.
You turn off your mute?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you like to speak on this item?
Yeah, 10 seconds. Hey, PAC San Jose believes in affordable housing projects and is therefore not speaking in opposition to this project. I just want to remind the council, though, that as Rosalind had mentioned, a candidate city landmark structure is going to be demolished, to make way for affordable housing. And we would just like to see in the future that there's some sort of mitigation, financial mitigation for other historic property preservation that might result as a result of authorizing these kind of demolitions. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you. All right. On the motion from Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Ennis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take an opportunity to acknowledge Rome for this affordable housing project that, despite all the crisis, the issues created by the crisis, they're moving forward with. And so this is absolutely exciting. It's not in my district, but I'm really glad to see that our council member is in full support, and it's good news overall. Good news, and a good way to end this meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. Agreed. I appreciate the investment of Rome and Robert and Stephen Amami in affordable housing in our city. Any other comments? All right, let's vote on Councilmember Davis's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe, Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
You're on.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Chemis,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Licardo,
Aye.
going back to Carrasco, and Esparza.
I know a lot of folks are having challenges with internet connection right now. I suspect the hour of the day has something to do with a lot of heavy use in the evenings. Okay. Well, they were here. We know that devices are not always allowing them to speak, but they were here. Okay, we'll move on since I believe we have sufficient votes to pass that item. We now have open forum. Anybody in the public like to speak? Mr. Beekman, welcome. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. For this item, I wanted to speak about overall kind of a broad idea of we're trying to work towards positive goals at this time. I wanted to speak, I don't know how to quite speak about it properly, but when you guys make decisions in this time, it's a very disorganized, fearful time. don't be afraid when you step into it and you step your foot into it, I guess. And, you may make some mistakes in that process. And when you do, feel that it can be okay to admit those mistakes, and that ask for help from all parts of the community to help you out and make things more clear and better. I think there's a real possibility that we can bring something together for the whole community with renter issues at this time, and that can please both the tenants and the owners, both sides, all sides. And you can facilitate this very well. And government, you need help sometimes, that you feel you can't do things. And we're at a time, that I think we can. And I hope you can be open to that and not be fearful of that. Because I think both tenants and owners want to work with you and want to develop those good things. And I feel a bit of tentativeness from your own inside within government this time. And I hope you can work on that issue. And it's a part of these overall issues of how to deal with these large, long-term social planning ideas. And it's frustrating for everyone. But I think if we work in real practical terms of what's urgent and really needed and where people really hurt and are harmed by these long-term social plans, that's how we can develop, really humanistic, caring practices that we can all agree about and work on together as an entire community. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Blair. Before everyone goes, I have a request through Tony that Councilmember Esparza wanted to revisit item 8.1. Councilmember Esparza, are you able to speak?
Yes, sorry, I had some technical difficulties. I actually couldn't hear most, so maybe it was me because I actually couldn't hear most of 8.1. So I couldn't hear most of what Councilmember Foley was saying. And so could somebody restate the motion and could we have a revote?
Okay, and I believe your vote was no. Is that correct?
I couldn't hear. That's why I was like,
Yeah.
I was pressing the thing saying, hey,
Right.
Tony.
So I just want to understand, ultimately, you'd like to hear what the motion was that passed.
And then vote, yes.
Reconsideration? Is that right?
I would just like, yeah, I would like to vote.
Okay, so Rick?
Mayor, you need to have a motion for reconsideration first from somebody who was on the prevailing side of the motion. The second can be by anybody. And if the council wants to reconsider it, then you can take it up.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make the motion for reconsideration.
It has to be somebody on the prevailing side.
Yeah, that was Councilmember Carrasco. She was on the prevailing side, as I recall. All right.
I'll make the motion for reconsideration.
All right, so there was a motion from Councilmember Carrasco. Councilmember Mendes, you want to call that a second?
Yes.
Okay. So there's been a motion to reconsider, but before.
Hey, can I have a restatement of the motion?
Councilmember Esparza wants to know first what the motion was. So perhaps either Tony or Councilmember Foley, do you want to restate the motion?
I moved all three memos, less the first line of the vice mayor's memo, and added in improvements for, what was the language you used, Mayor, for the improvements?
Oh, yeah, that was for improvements or repairs.
Improvements or repairs.
And so to clarify, the vice mayor's memo, was that the alternate or the staff recommendation?
No, I removed the first line, which said staff recommendation, and moved both alternates, the urgency ordinance alternate and the second alternate. So alternate A and B.
Alternate A and B. Okay. Okay.
With that having been said, Councilmember Esparza, do you still wish us to vote on this motion for reconsideration?
Yes, please.
Okay. There's a motion then from Councilmember Carrasco. Let's vote on the motion for reconsideration.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez, Dieppe,
Aye.
Crosco,
Yes.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas, Foley,
Point of order, we are just voting on the motion to reconsider. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, see whether or not to take it up again. Yes.
Then no.
Camus?
Can I ask something also, point of order? Since there's two people missing, we may not be able to get 8 votes if people vote again. So I'm, you know, so Councilmember Raul is no longer responding, and somebody else I think is, and Councilmember Diep. So if we lose them, we may not get the urgency ordinance passed. So I'm a little worried about saying yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'll say that there
Stop
are many
it for a moment.
times
We're in the
when we-
middle of voting. Rick, do you want to respond on the point of order?
No, I think it's a good question, but you factor that in as to whether or not you want to vote to reconsider or not. Because if you don't, you may not have the vote to pass it the second time. That's something you should consider.
Right. Okay. Councilmember Esparza, you want to be heard?
Yes, I just wanted to say that there have been times when, first off, this is new and having technical issues like this. Normally, we would physically be in the chambers, and you know, I had some technical issues, and in the past, we have allowed Councilmember Camus to re-record his vote.
Yeah.
My point was not to that I don't want to do this. I'm just scared that it wasn't gonna get
right.
Councilmember Esparza, it's not that I don't want to vote. Look.
Well,
yeah,
you know,
although I
you've
wanted
missed
to
votes
reconsider.
before. You've missed
Yeah.
votes before, and we've allowed it to be re-recorded after the fact.
We have, I think we're in a unique situation, Councilmember Esparza, in that we don't know if there are enough votes to actually pass an urgency ordinance, given the fact that 2 council members are no longer with us. So
I'm going to say no.
Everyone should be aware of that in their vote. Let me just ask, in light of the information the city attorney and Councilor Camus have raised, would anyone like to change their vote thus far on this motion for consideration?
Point of order, Mayor, we only need 8 to pass the emergency ordinance, right? We need 8? Is that
That's correct. Yep.
You need 8, yeah.
Okay. Well,
We need 8 out of 9.
okay.
Okay. So Councilor Davis?
I suspect we're going to have enough numbers. But.
Councilor Davis?
Yeah, I'd like to change my vote to no.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to vote no as well because I have no idea how this thing's going to end up. And I think we passed something, and it's not a slight to Councilmember Esparza. It's simply, I'm concerned we don't have enough council members.
Okay, I would just like it recorded that we have allowed Councilmember Camus to do the same thing when he has missed votes in the past. And now we're relying on technology. And I had an issue, and I'm not being given the same consideration that he has been given.
Councilmember Esparza, nobody doubts your sincerity about that fact. The problem is there's an urgency ordinance that requires 8 votes. And I think that's the challenge.
No, the challenge is that I'm being treated differently from Councilmember Camus.
Councilmember Arenas has just joined us. Would you like to vote, Councilmember Arenas? On the motion for consideration.
Yes, I apologize. I don't know. I was having a little bit of difficulty as well. I like to vote yes, and I know that last week we also gave consideration and delayed this 1 week. I think in recognition of Council Members Esparza's technical difficulty, no fault of her own, I think we may want to delay it 1 additional week so that she could be on the record with her vote.
Yeah, and I'm just asking for a recount. I'm not even asking to have anything delayed a week.
Right. So there's been a vote on the motion for reconsideration. Let's be clear that vote has just happened. Would anyone like to change their vote now that the vote has been tallied before we count the votes on the motion for reconsideration? Okay.
In light of this, I'll change my vote. I think we're kind of in a weird place here. So just to secure the outcome, I'll change my vote.
All right. So then what is your vote, Councilmember Diep?
I voted aye, but I'm gonna, before the tally, I'll say nay.
Okay. Tony, at this point, do you have everyone's votes?
I don't have one from Council or from Vice Mayor Jones.
I was going to vote aye.
Okay. So Tony, do you have a tally now?
Yes, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nos.
Okay, Rick?
The motion fails. It didn't need 6 votes.
Okay. All right. But the record will reflect that Councilmember Esparza sought to change her vote. I think that's very clear. All right, let's move on then. I believe that concludes the council meeting. Thank you all. Have a good night.